Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
The truth will tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell ring, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. People you can get killed in this shit, man.
You heard the OG. You heard him. And I love that clip, man. I really do, man. He says a mouthful, man. It's a lot that he's saying there. And I love to play it every show before we get to the cook. But how y'all doing on this good Thursday? We early. I made time. The babies ain't sick no more. Your boy is in rare form. Got a bunch of clips. We gonna cook on everything. We just having a real good boxing conversation today, man. Just based on the landscape and what I'm seeing going on out here, man. You get me? Y'all Hanos fans, man. I need y'all in attendance, man. I need a couple of y'all in attendance. I need y'all in attendance for this one. I got to holler at y'all real quick. I need to talk to y'all about something, man. I need to holler at y'all real quick, man. You know what I'm saying? This is a one-of-a-kind platform, man. You're not going to get this conversation nowhere else. I got to start saying shit like that because people think it's a game, man. I ain't claiming to be the best, but I am original and authentic and genuine. and I genuinely love the sport of boxing, man. That's where this conversation coming from today, man. You know, I wanted to holler at the Hanos fans because I see they back to their old tricks again. And if anybody was paying attention to me, I said it. I said this. Said one thing about, you know, them that stands out, a Team Haney, and, you know, respect to everything they done. It's just when it's time to try to control the narrative, they're going to get behind the narrative and they're going to get behind it fast. And, you know, they have a tendency to run the same plays, right? To run the same old script. And, you know, it kind of get a little tiresome. It's kind of played out, man. Y'all need some new plays, man. Y'all need a new playbook. Y'all don't need a new fighter. The fighter is fine, but y'all need a new playbook, man. Y'all need a new script, man. I don't know what y'all reading from, but y'all got to stop pushing that. Y'all have to, man. I mean, I think it'll work out better for your fighter if y'all stop pushing that everybody is ducking. And we're going to get into it, man. We're going to talk about all of it. I'm gonna relate Tank into this as well, even though he on, you know, not injury reserve, but you know, he on the sideline for right now. But like I said, man, that dude could be on his way back. But I got a real conversation, not that hating ass shit that everybody else be doing, not people celebrating his legal struggles, none of that. Just a real conversation, man, that you're not gonna get nowhere else for sure. So we're gonna get to it. Let me say what's up to the fan, man. Hit the like button, sub to the channel. Support the grind because we're gonna be here and we're gonna talk about it. We ain't getting off the airways till we done talking about everything. You hear me? It's a lot to discuss. We're gonna get to every official everything. What it do, my guy? Tell it what up just before you cook. As Devin fans, if Devin wanted to fight Shakur, then why they was only in Keyshawn's DMs? He mentioned Shakur online, but only DM Keyshawn. You know how that go. Official everything. Blessings to my dog, Cal Cooler. What's good, Brody? Marcus, my guy. What's good with it, Jordan? The fam is in the building. JP is in the building. My dog, JJ. What it do, fam? You already know, man. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to you. They better not. I tell you what, that Marcus, that number better not stand. That number better not stand. Boy, oh boy. Emmanuel, what's good, homie? Tay, my dog. D Young in the building. Was good. The zone doesn't release numbers. I know ain't no official numbers gonna come out until at least 2 weeks anyway. Dub side, man. Nah. I don't know who you are. But I'm gonna let you rock because you're saying brotherly love. So I'm gonna just reintroduce you to Just Do real quick, man. Real quick. Just because I'm solid like that, bro. It's not about being sensitive, man. But as a grown man from New Jersey, from the state of New Jersey, the same jersey that, you know, Shakur rep, that same jersey that he shouted out after he secured his, you know, title in his 4th division, that same jersey, I'm from there. So, you know, I'm gonna be blunt with you. I'm gonna be blunt. Shout out to the homie Blunt Sports. I'm gonna be blunt on everything I love, bro. Like everybody that's still the people that's in here right now, they can all vouch for this. My channel doesn't represent or push boxing slander, right? But like I got people that I really rock with in this space that see it totally different than me when it comes to Shakur. And they could come up here and speak their piece. But the thing that I'm not tolerating as a grown man, like I said, I'm saying it this way for a reason. From Jersey, like I'm not tolerating no Shakur Stevenson slander. You dig what I'm saying? Slander. You could critique him. You could say, his hands brittle. He don't hit hard. He pillow fisted. He's scared of pop. You could do all that. He run. You could do all of that, right? But when it get to the point where it's slander, you're going to really hear me step in and I'm going to stand on business because I'm from here. We represent the same area, man. It's deeper than boxing, man. It's about respect, man. And a lot of times these boxing conversations, they don't be about the sport, the X's and O's, man. People get the diss in the fighter personally. They start attacking the fighter hometown where he from. Like it's a certain content creator out there that do it all the time. Like he'll attack Shakur, Jersey, everybody from Jersey saw. And for me as a man, I'm just not going for it. Like, think about this. I'm not tolerating no boxing slander over here because I don't want my platform to represent that. I can't police everybody, but if you rock with me, you're going to understand that when you come here, just have a conversation, Bill. I don't care how different it is. But if you think that out of all the fighters to slander, you're going to come here and like, you going to pinpoint Shakur and I'm going to just be like, yeah, it's cool. Nah, I'm not going for it. And I'm going to tell you that because I support him unapologetically. I was saying this the other day. It's not a person in boxing that can make me feel bad about rocking with him. But this is something that I'll challenge you, Dub Side, while you here. This whole conversation, you tell me when I'm not speaking from, from a logical standpoint, or I ain't using like, the what's been proven to back up the shit that I say. A lot of this stuff that people push when it comes to the Shakurs, the Devins, the Tanks, they're detractors of either one of them guys, right? If most people, if their favorite fighter is Gervonta Davis, they don't like Shakur and Devin Haney. You know what I mean? A lot of people, if their favorite fighter is Devin Haney, they don't like Shakur and Tank, right? But the people that rock with Shakur, from my experience, rock with both Devin Haney and Tank too. So that's the difference between me and a lot of these other goofies. I could have my favorite, but everybody gonna get their credit because I'm a fair person, right? I believe in building these dudes up and having conversations that do that. I don't have time to spend hours talking negative about people that are amongst the most successful in their fields. You get what I'm saying? Like, I look at this shit way different. You get what I'm saying? Like, these people are weird, so I get on their ass, and I ain't tolerate no boxing slander, and definitely not no Jersey and Shakur Stevenson slander. I'm not going for it. Not over here. Reef, what's good? It's bad enough when I try to tune in and support my brothers. They chats be full of rhetoric and slander, and I gotta sit there and watch people say the most idiotic stuff, but not when they come over here, man. Hey, check your feet at the door. Let's build, man. We ain't into tearing down these fighters, bro. None of them. That means Devin. That means Tank. That means Shakur. That's all of them. That's Bud. That's Canelo. That's Benavidez. That's Ryan. That's Conor Ben. That's Rolly Romero. Like, the list goes on and on. You could call out the worst fighter that you think is in boxing, and I guarantee you there's nowhere amongst this YouTube space where you could find me hating on that man or pushing slander. So I'm very consistent. This is why I stand for something, right? I really stand for something. Most people don't care about integrity. They only care about growing channels and subscribers and super chats. For me, I'm going to be real with you, man. I'm going to talk real boxing, and I'm going to breathe life into these dudes while I do it. And I don't give a damn who don't like it. You get what I'm saying? That's what make me different than everybody else. You get what I'm saying? Nowhere else are you going to get the kind of conversation that you're going to get over here with the intent behind it that you get over here. You get me? Shout out to Reef. What's good with it, man? Because they know rock with Corey. Yeah. And again, think about John Wick. It was about maybe 2 years or so. Maybe 2 years. Maybe about 2 years. A little less than 2 years before I let anybody know who my favorite fighter was. And I did it for a reason. And I'm going to say it to y'all again. Find me a time where I'm going to bat for Shakur and the shit that I'm saying ain't from from stats, from things that can be proven, and from a logical standpoint. It's no fanboying, it's no cheerleading. It's just saluting a young man that made it to the absolute top of his profession from where I'm from. You would have to be a weirdo to not salute that. And the same thing from people from Baltimore. You got a Gervonta Davis and you not behind him 100%. I think you weird. I do. If you a Devin Haney guy and you rocking out in the Bay Area and you not getting behind your guy, I think you weird. So I'm a hometown guy, but I'm a boxing guy before anything. But I'm damn sure ain't going for the slander, man. I ain't never going for it. You know what I'm saying? He say, "Oh Lord, NBA Numlock trying to put a jacket on us." Shout out to my guys, man. Need to address the WBC Devin petition. Oh, the WBC petition Devin filed to try to avoid Shakur 135 makes all the Shakur talk Bill Haney does unbelievable. QT, he asked for extension. He did for extra time to decide what he was going to do. But when Shakur went and played the card and wrote the letter to the sanctioning bodies, basically they knew he was going to get more than 25%. That's why they hightailed it to 140. It wasn't about being scared of him or none of that. And I don't think, and look, I'm very, very consistent. Devin Haney is not a guy that's ducking or avoiding Shakur. To me, from what I've seen, is they grew up together. They got history. It obviously was some type of conversation that they would eventually fight, but it was talks that they would always be 2 weight classes away. That changed. You got to think, when it started, Core was at 26, Devin was at 35. You see what I'm saying? They started the 2 weight classes away. I don't think they anticipated on being at 35, and that shook shit up. And I don't think they was willing to take another fight at that weight class not being 100%. It just wouldn't have been smart to do. Shout out to Cal, man. You know, you already know. You're a Devin guy. And look, hey, dig this, bro. Dig this, Dub side. Shakur is my favorite fighter. You know, the Shadeja Greens, that's definitely, absolutely. The Keep Colognes, you get what I'm saying? Them there's 3 of my favorite fighters for sure. You get me? But Devin always asks anybody here, have I ever shitted on Devin Haney? This shit is, it's like people are idiots when it comes to boxing, man. You know what I'm saying? Praise them all at the same. You get me, Cal? If we gonna do it, let's do it. Boxing with 2-4. What it do, my guy? Who had all the leverage in that situation? In my opinion, Dev did, because he was undisputed. See that right there, though? Undisputed, no doubt, gives him leverage, John Wick, but it doesn't mean that you don't have to negotiate just because you're undisputed. Do you understand what I'm saying? John Wick, wasn't he undisputed when he fought Lomachenko, bro? He was undisputed then, right? He had all the belts. Why didn't he give Lomachenko a take it or leave it offer? Why did they negotiate with Lomachenko? That's a question for Devin Haney fans. That's just being real. They didn't come at Loma like that, take it or leave it. They didn't do that because they know that would have been disingenuous. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, leverage is one thing, but you don't hold that still don't mean that I gotta accept whatever you offer me just because you have the belts. That's why a negotiation exists. That's why people negotiate. You get what I'm saying? To negotiate terms. You make it make sense for both fighters. Y'all have this ideal in your head that because a guy had all the titles, that means that there's no negotiation. You can just do what you want. You know, just take it or leave it. Nah, don't go like that, bro. That's not realistic. And how do you know it's not the way that he moves? Because he's never done that to nobody else. Why would you do it to a guy like Shakur? And furthermore, think about it. This is after you went back to Australia, where you said you had a slave deal. Remember, people like me was on YouTube going to bat for you when they was trying to paint you out to be a thug, and Cambosa's a patriot, right? He was trying to call you a thug with all your chains, and you get what I'm saying? And then they lowballed you. This was Just Do Boxing going to bat for him, saying that's wild, but I know Devin gonna go over there and beat his ass, because I really rock with boxing more than any one fighter. You get me? So I'm able to see things the way I feel like they need to be seen, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't no fool, man. 35 and moved on. Hey, look, I got something for y'all. This is perfect conversation. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to it all. Shout out to the queen, my baby girl. Miss Just Do Boxing is in the building. Debo with school. Shakur, shit, I doubt it. Object Just Do. Yeah, they don't get it. Hey, Marcus, they don't get it, bro. But we're going to get to all this. Hit that like button, man. Support the build, man. We got a long one today, and we're going to get to all of it. I'm going to kill all that 35 talk right now. Shout out to my dog, Jordan, because he sent it to me. Shout out to Official Everything, Mag 7. What it do, my guy? Know what I mean? You already know we going to build, man. We're going to have some fun, but nobody getting shitted on is the aim of this conversation today. But we just going to talk about some things, though. Hold on. Where is that? Boom. Boom. Look, I gotta speak very specifically to the Team Hanos. You know, I rock with Team Haney the whole way. You ain't never heard me say nothing bad about the man. You ain't never heard me push a narrative that he's scared of somebody or he ducking, right? You know what I mean? But look, dig this. What do that say up there? What do that say? Read that tweet, y'all. Devin lied about coming back to 35 to fight dude. Fight should have been happened. Hey, man. Y'all remember this Team Hanos? I need to holler at y'all. I'm trying to get to the bottom, because this, when it pertains just to this 35 conversation, I want to put this to bed once and for all. What did he say right here? Ninja, F out of here. What was all that negotiation when you had that offer? That's the problem. You see that? You see that? You see how you shoot yourself in the foot, y'all? Do you see that?
In the first sentence, he shot himself in the foot. Do you see when flexing goes wrong? He said, Ninja, F out of here. Where was all this negotiating when you had that offer? You mean the same take it or leave it offer? Do you mean the take it or leave it offer? Are you serious? What you mean negotiating when you wasn't willing to do so? You wasn't willing to do so. Y'all said, here, take this or it's nothing. And then he said, oh yeah, bet. WBC, what's up? WBC, what's up? Hey man, these are my numbers. I read the letter on the channel. These are my numbers. This is how well my numbers do on Top Rank, right? This is why my client deserves a bigger split. This was the case that they made. So what do you mean negotiating, sir? You wasn't willing to negotiate with him, because if you was, I guarantee you that fight would have happened. In my opinion, I feel like it would have happened guaranteed. So listen, no, slow down, Dub. Listen to me. I need you to follow me for a second. I need you to get with me. I need you to get MFC. What's good? I need you to follow me. Look, listen to what your fighter is saying. This is when stunting and flexing goes wrong. He said, where was all this negotiating when you had that offer? What negotiating was he willing to do? What negotiating? He wanted him to take the 25% of nothing at that. And I'm not even done. There's more. I'm not even done, y'all. There's more. I ain't even get past the first sentence, y'all. Hey, Jordan, if Johnny has 3 apples. Told y'all we're going to have some fun with this, man. We're going to have some fun, man. Y'all got to, I'm trying to bring y'all some entertainment without stress. Where else could you go where nobody getting shitted on? I got to keep saying it because I'm a rare breed. That's the only thing I'm willing to say. I ain't better than nobody that do this, but I'm definitely a rare breed. That's 100%. Shout out to Pac-Man ATL Tay, my guy, man. The fax machine in the building. What's good, Brody? How you feeling, man? So look, I'm just having fun with it. I'm just tying up loose ends and just putting this conversation to bed. Bro said negotiating. It wasn't no damn negotiating going on, bro. It was taking it, leave it, or you on one fight. Y'all know that's what it was. Y'all all said it. The fans said it. His biggest supporter said that to me. That's what they said. So that kills that, right? That's one. He said, don't let what Bud did gas you up. You know I got something lined up. Stop crying to the WBC. Stop crying to the WBC. By crying, let me translate what he means. When he say crying to the WBC, he went to the WBC with that letter stating, making a case that he deserved more than that 25. You know what I'm saying? That's all that was. It wasn't about crying. It's about doing business. He was smart enough to play the one card that he could. It was either that or you going to look like you really don't want it. But by you going to the WBC, lets them know that you were very interested in the fight. So kill that shit. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. This is my perspective of how I seen all this breakdown. You get what I'm saying? Say you got something lined up. Don't cry to the WBC. And then look what he said, y'all, at the very end, y'all. What that say? I'll be back to 35 gangster. Oh, shit. Damn. He told him he was coming. So first, he said something about negotiating. That was bullshit. It wasn't no negotiating. So I love that, but it wasn't no negotiating with that. It was take it or leave it, and you know it. He wasn't crying to the WBC. He got that letter out to him because he knew that he deserved more than that little quarter you was offering, right? And then at the very end, he says the very same thing that your fans have been arguing against since day one, that he was cooked at 35. So why in the hell would he sit on Twitter and tell the world that he's going back to 35? Hey, man, I'm just trying to holler at y'all. I just want to figure. I'm just trying to get some straightening, man. We having a pleasant conversation. No slander, just all positivity. But I'm just asking questions, and I want to see who real enough to answer them, right? Like I'm being honest. He said a lot of things in there that's suspect right there, man. They ain't looking, it ain't looking right. It ain't looking right. Their whole argument was the only reason he wanted to fight him was because he knew he was drained at 35. This is what the fans was. I personally had several people argue with me about that. And I don't even argue, mind you. I don't even argue with people about boxing. I just talk and move on. But, yo, they was arguing me down. I'm telling you, he know he was done at the weight class. He know he was cooked since Cambosis. He know he been drained. He know he outgrew it. And he too big. And man, all this shit, that's what they was doing. Just saying, bro, that's what was going on. Gee, they ain't being very consistent today, man. So can we please, can we not only put the 135 conversation to bed? I think we could definitely put the 25% BS to bed. It's cool if you interpret it a different way, but I see what I see, bro. You tell me where he gave him any room to negotiate with an offer that I thought was in bad faith. That's just my opinion on it. The WBC move, that was smart. And then he said he was going back to 35. I never really, I ain't going to hold that to him because I feel like a lot of times when these dudes be on Twitter, they're responding as an individual, like a fighter. You know what I'm saying? And Devin got the heart of a lion. So it's not a matter of him being scared to get in the ring with Shakur at all. You will never hear me push that. But it's about comfortability. It's about being comfortable. And you can't tell me it's not. I mean, even to this day, Devin's at 47 right now. And what weight class they talking about the fight happening at? 147. So in order for that shit to happen, he going to have to go up there and be a welterweight to get the fight. You get what I'm saying? But I just wanted to put that to bed, man. I think, this is clear as day. Maybe I'll keep it in the files just in case y'all get out of hand again. But this shit is self-explanatory. It's not like it's nothing really to over-explain. It's clear as day. You see this shit right here, right now. Them dudes said, take it or leave it or no fight. There ain't no negotiating. You was unwilling to do that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, the hell no, they ain't about to fight for no pennies. And that's what it's all about. They know that. And Tay Jones know better than me. At the top, it's a business, not the sport, right? Those dudes been operating at the top for years and years, swarming around each other. They've always been successful. You get what I'm saying? So I want to make it clear. Anybody that's listening, this ain't no Haney smear campaign and nothing like that. We just tying up some loose ends. I'm just shooting some stuff down because people don't argue me down about it. So you see me and look at what Tay said. It's a business. Those two guys are at the top, no longer a sport. Facts, bro. Facts. You get me. And he know firsthand experience, bro. So that's all, Shout out to Fate. What's good with it? One thing, Shakur, don't lie. I don't think he do. I don't think he be lying per se. I don't. I really don't. But shout out to Dev. I'm gonna still bring it back to the conversation that initially brought me here. You know what I'm saying? But look, I just wanted to, put the end to that. I think it's clear as day. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't what clip we talking about, Tay? They wasn't I think once you went up, especially if you already was done at a weight class, you go up, have a fight, and you realize that weight class, damn, it's a little tough to make that weight. It was no way in hell he was going back down to 35. So do I hold it against him that he said that? No, because I feel like in this moment, in this instance on Twitter, I think he was responding like a fighter. And you get me? He has gotten in the ring multiple times and had to kill himself on the scale, right? We seen him do it and still went out there and fought his ass off. So, like I said, he got all the heart in the world, but I think, you take calculated risks when you do shit like that. I think it's a big difference between fighting George Kambosos weak on the scale and then fighting a Shakur Stevenson. You get what I'm saying? After multiple fights, and you add the Loma fight on that too. So I just always thought it was a bit much to ask Devin Haney to come back to a weight class that we seen him look sick on the scale, right? There was all the jokes, the memes, Thriller special and all that stuff. So I ain't hold this against him, but I just needed to ask his fans that, like, what's up with that, man? Like, y'all been talking all this shit for so long and it's not adding up. That's all I'm saying, G, it's not adding up. And look, this the only reason why I have this energy, because I came on here saying I wanted to holler at y'all. Y'all running the same play that y'all was running at 35. Y'all doing it at 47 now. Y'all doing it at 47. When you was at 35, when it came to Tank Davis, when it came to Shakur Stevenson, the fans across YouTube and the Twitter space, the social media space, they were so on hell bent on the fact that Shakur, not only Shakur, but Gervonta Davis was both ducking Devin Haney. That's why none of the fights happened at 35. And when I say y'all running the same play, now y'all up at 147, and you doing the same thing. You did it real quick for a second with Brian Norman. You tried that real quick, but that shit got, put to bed. Y'all was about to go that route with him too, trying to say the duck shit with the drug testing when they was talking about drug testing. Remember? So what I'm saying, pay attention, y'all. They pushed that duck narrative at 135 as to why the biggest fights didn't happen. They said Shakur was scared and ducking. They said Tank was scared and ducking. They moved up to 140. They fought a couple times there and go up to 47, and it's the same old play. Now he make a hit list from 135 to like 147, and you telling me everybody's ducking him? He got a damn hit list with with 3 different weight classes on it. You got guys that was at 35 that just got one fight at 40. You get what I'm saying? Dudes, 47, 54. I got to look at that hit list again. He all over the place. It's a hell of a list. But again, y'all problem that y'all going to run into is y'all always kill the fights for y'all fighter. Now, I'm not saying just the talk alone is ruining fights, but why do y'all want to push that everybody is ducking them instead of encouraging these dudes to get in the ring? Like, you get me? You have no proof that none of these fighters that y'all deeming ducks have actually ducked them at all. And you about to literally do the same shit. How the hell could both Keyshawn and Shakur be ducking a guy that they not in the same weight class with? Like, seriously, like, all jokes aside, like, all seriousness, like, my boxing heads, my family, I need to hear from y'all. How can you duck a fighter that's not in your weight class? Seriously, like, logically, how do it make sense? How could you duck? I'm seeing it everywhere. I'm like, damn, a couple of the people come here, they like, damn, I'm seeing it everywhere. Keyshawn and Shakur. He got their names on the list. Y'all should want him to get in the ring with either one of the guys. You get what I'm saying? But y'all running the same play all over again, and it's played. You get what I'm saying? Everybody's scared of Devin Haney. And that's why the biggest fights in the world ain't gonna happen, is because everybody running from him. Shit just don't make a lot of sense, man. I think the biggest deciding factor as to why these fights are not happening has absolutely nothing to do with fear or ducking. Is what my guy just said. It's business. And clearly it's a lot of ego involved. You got guys not even willing to get on the phone. You got guys not even willing to, you get what I'm saying? Got guys not even willing to be open to fights. You get what I'm saying? So you could shout out to Official Everything. Pardon me, my guy. Let me read the super chat. Appreciate the love, man. He said when Corsair fight Devin at 140, guess what Devin said? Not the thing, man. Yeah, I mean that could have been a thing too. I mean, Mickey Bay did say he could come down. Mickey Bay did say he could still make 140. I don't know why he said it, but he said it.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to Official Everything. Appreciate the love, my guy. Appreciate you, man. Tell Devin to go to 160. Fight Carlos Adames and Shakur moving his 5th weight class. And look, this is This we gonna keep cooking. We gonna keep talking about it. Shout out to Tay. He said, I know the truth. I know you do, bro. Shout out to my guy, man. Shout out to my boxing mom, Barbara D. How you feeling? Always good to see you in the building. So look, let's keep building, man. Let's keep building, man. Said catch weight at 141. So look, what I'm here to say is I'm not gonna go with the narratives of these grown ass dudes being scared of each other. They've all shared the ring with each other, from Shakur and Tank to Shakur and Haney and vice versa, right? These dudes all been in the ring with each other. So like Tay said, man, it's more business than anything. And this is just my opinion from the outside looking in, because I don't have all the answers. But for the information that's out there, seem like guys got to have a lot their way to make these fights. And that could be anybody. I mean, on either side. Dudes gonna need to be comfortable for fights to be made. That's why you're hearing rehydration clause talk and all that. But my thing is this: if everybody's ducking you, then who you gonna fight? That's my biggest issue with the narrative that people are ducking. If everybody's ducking you, then who are you gonna fight? Right? That's the story you're gonna run with. So what are you gonna do? What do you do if somebody is not willing to fight you and get in the ring? Right? You got to move on, right? So how long are y'all gonna run with the narrative that the Bash Brothers is ducking you? You get what I'm saying? Just got to make it make sense, bro. Like, and this is another thing, man. I wanted to point this out. These dudes got a lot in common from Tank to Shakur to Devin, and I'm gonna tell you how. They all get hated on, they all get slandered, but they names in every damn boxing conversation for real. They've all been highly successful. They've all made millions of dollars. They some of the biggest names, or or biggest talents in the sport, and that's undeniable. Whether you wanted to write Tank off, whether you wanted to write Shakur off, whether you wanted to write Dev off after he got cheated by Ryan, they all still here. They all still here. And if any of these dudes fought each other, they would be some of the biggest fights in boxing. That's what I believe. It's crazy how the haters of each one of these fighters will tell you that the other guys, this guy is scared of the guy they like. But in reality, your fighter needs fighters like that. Guys need a Gervonta Tank Davis on their resume. Dudes need a guy that's accomplished, that works as hard as Devin Haney on the resume. The same thing with Shakur. You need guys like that on their resume. So I never understood the conversation about pushing that everybody is scared to fight. And, oh, this guy is ducking. I mean, so what you going to do? Are you going to go to 54? Because y'all said Xander Zayas is looking like food. Said Xander Zayas looking like food. You said you want the Boots fight. See what I'm saying? The harsh reality, or the reality of all of this shit, and most people don't want to point it out. It's not about ducking as much as it is about business and how they going to get these fights made. To me, I don't think none of these grown men are scared of each other. It's not a man in boxing that can make me think otherwise. They're going to have to prove that to me, that one of these other men are scared to get in the ring. But I think, again, their ideal as to how they're going to get there for these fights to be made might be different. You get what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is, all these dudes got options. All of them. All of them got options. Shakur literally can fight at this point from the conversations that's going on from 35 to 47. Devin Haney got options. If he can't get the options at 47, he can honestly just go up to 54 and find somebody to fight him up there. Somebody going to fight him up there. And it's the same shit with Tank Davis when he get back, because I do believe he will be back. He can make some of the biggest fights. They all have options. Miss me with this duck narrative that y'all dragged out for years and years, bro. That nobody's scared to fight each other. I don't believe this shit. You got millions of dollars on the table. These is grown men. This is how they eat. And you got egos and pride, and dudes really want to be great. Can't tell me that you don't feel like Devin Haney want to be great. You can't tell me the same thing about Corey. And Tank has been great in his own right. You can't tell me fights with any of these guys won't be great. But again, I think we had some very unrealistic conversations about why these fights may or may not happen. And I think it's clear as day, man. Dudes got options, and they're not prioritizing some of these fights the way the fans think they are. You get what I'm saying? Think about something. You got a guy that just fought at. You got two guys, and Keyshawn and Shakur just fought one time at 140, and already they both being labeled as ducks for a division that they don't even compete in. That logically doesn't make any sense. At least allow them to get there, and they reach out and he go another direction. Then by all means push the narrative. But all this premature duck narrative talk, it's bad for the sport. It's toxic, and it's confusing to the people that ain't willing to do their homework. These guys ain't scared, man. You got dudes in different divisions. Everybody got options, man. Haney got some options, man. It might not be the ones that people think, but he gonna have options. The man is undefeated. He got a world title at 47. Somebody gonna want to fight him. And if it ain't the fight that he won at 47, like I said, he's big enough. Like his dad said, they can go to 54 and chase or pursue a Xander Zayas that they said looks like food. But that's the reality. Shakur Stevenson, same thing, from 35 to 47. If you decided to go all the way up there and try to fight Devin Haney up at 47, because that's the only way the fight happens. So let's be real about it, bro. Only way that fight happens, he got to take his ass up there and to 47, no clauses, no strings attached, and fight him like I would love to see. Let's just see what happens, man. But I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Keyshawn and Shakur is the next fight for Devin Haney or vice versa. I can't tell you what I think Shakur gonna do yet. I really don't know, especially with him being stripped. But he got options. That's what these dudes all have in common. So to the haters of all three of these boxers, bro, I hate to break it to you. They ain't ducking, in my opinion. And I don't think you could prove that any of these guys are scared of each other or ducking. They got options, bro. They got options, man. And we're gonna have to sit back and see how these pieces on the chessboard fold, man, move around. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Queen Barber D, man. I appreciate you as always. Yeah, man, they got more in common. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, this the best, this the cream of the crop we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Scared to lose nah. Do dudes want to lose? Nah, I don't think nobody wants to lose because, and I think a lot of that is because of how fans do the fighters. Fans do the fighters real bad, man, when they do lose. Think about it. Earl Spence, he lost. What did they say? He washed up. He done. He's a one-dimensional fighter. Derrick James wasn't no good. You heard it all. Keith Thurman lost to Manny Pacquiao. He one of the most disrespected one-loss fighters in the history of the sport. You get what I'm saying? That's my dog, man. Appreciate it, man. Y'all tap into Tay Jones if y'all haven't. Pac-Man, ATL, Tay, man. He says somebody ducking, but it ain't them three. You feel me? And that's why I appreciate you for even adding that, because you know where I'm going. I'm making sure I'm not leaning toward trying to make it seem like one guy wants to fight more than the other. But the reality is they all have the talent to compete with each other, right? Any of these dudes we talk about, if Devin and Shakur fight, I mean, there's people that feel like they know for sure who will win, right? But we feel like that about every fight. But what I'm saying is they all have the skills, talent, and or experience to compete with one another. These would be some of the best fights in the world if we could get them. But people are hell bent on trying to make. You get what I'm saying? Like, think of what's the logic behind tearing down a fighter that if your favorite fighter got in the ring with him today, that would be the best guy he fought to date. You get me? What's the logic behind that? For example, if you team Haney, and it's not wrong, I'm team Haney too. I'm team boxing, but you get my point. Haney's your guy, and you think about him making fights with even if it was Tank once upon a time, the Tank Davis, Shakur's. Now you got Keyshawn in the mix. Those guys would be some of the best talent that you would have shared the ring with as a professional. What's the logic behind tearing them down, right? But then if the fight gets put together next week, next month, next year, you're going to want all the credit. You're going to want to give, you get what I'm saying? Imagine the way I've seen people go at Shakur when it comes to Devin Haney. Imagine if they make that fight. And Devin, let's say, and we hypothetically speaking, say Devin Haney was to win that fight. How much shit would his fans talk the next day? How much shit would they talk the next day? They would go crazy the next day. They would not stop bragging. And that would be, in my eyes, that'd be the best guy that you beat to date. The same thing if you was a Tank fan and you was fighting Shakur, it's the same thing. If you a Shakur fan and you thinking about him fighting a Tank or Devin Haney, if you're taking part in it, what's the logic behind tearing down the best opposition that these dudes could possibly get in the ring with? Do you know how many fighters that Devin Haney fought that's lesser fighters than Gervonta and Shakur, and vice versa? Shakur fought that's lesser than Gervonta, Haney, Tank fought that's lesser than Shakur, Haney. Always around the board. I never understood this overly, anxious crowd to push the next narrative on the internet. Yeah, my fighter is the big bad boogeyman. Nobody wants to fight him. Everybody's scared to fight him, and nobody wants no smoke. And like, what you gonna do? Because after a while, I mean, you're gonna have to stop pushing that narrative and fight somebody. You get what I'm saying? Is that gonna be Is that going to be the excuse every time you fight a lesser guy? Is that all the better talent is ducking you? Shit is pretty lame when you think about it, bro. It's pretty lame, bro. It's pretty lame, bro. So I would have to cancel all my internet. The internet might freeze. Twitter might break down for a second or something. I'm telling you. Hey, Tay, facts, bro. Shout out to everybody in the building. We here early. We just cooking. We having a boxing conversation. And we're going to get to some clips because I'm the clip king. And I got a lot of different clips we're going to get into. But I just had to set the table with this conversation right here, man. And I just truly hope people get back to pushing boxing and not narratives, man. Every single time they come up with a boogeyman, they end up losing. You get what I'm saying? No disrespect to nobody. Subriel Matiz was being called a boogeyman even after he lost. Then he gets knocked out. Now y'all really know he ain't the boogeyman. We love Gary Antoine Russell. We have absolutely nothing bad to say. He was called a boogeyman. He lost, right? You get what I'm saying? Every time you come up with a boogeyman, that shit get disproven. Like, there's no boogeymans in boxing, bro. It's just business. I'm telling you, this is the biggest issue at the top. Most people, like I've been saying since I started the live, they don't understand that shit operating differently when it's millions of dollars at stake, bro. I'm telling you. So all that other shit go out the window, bro. Telling you, bro. Most avoided, though. Absolutely. I agree with that. But no boogeymans because everybody can get their ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? Remember life before AOL? Blue, what it do, my guy? What's good with it, family? Hit that like button, y'all. Support the grind. We gonna build. We got a lot to get to, and we gonna talk about it. I'm just having a fair conversation about all these dudes, man. So, like I said, man, when you come over here, man, bring an empty plate and be willing to have a good conversation, bro. These three talented, fighters, man, they some of the best, bro. I don't care who you like and who you think gonna win. I'm just tired of seeing these dudes get narratives painted against them, and it just corny. You get what I'm saying? Devin Haney can't say Tank Shakur ducking him, and vice versa. None of these guys are ducking, bro. They just haven't sat down to iron out no business to see how they gonna fight. And that's just really what it is. A lot of pride, ego, and business in the way, man. That's what I think. And we gonna see though, man. I do believe that it's possible that we could get some of these fights out of these guys, man. We just gotta I think we just gotta sit back and enjoy, man. Enjoy the show. You know what I'm saying? But I think look, respect to everybody, but I just don't see, like, is there anything like about Keyshawn Davis that says he's not willing to fight somebody? Like, he just fought the best guy he's been in the ring with to date. They were saying it was a 50-50 fight. It was a dangerous fight. Some people were saying they didn't know how it was going to go. He just got out there and shut out Jermaine Ortiz in a way that Lomachenko and Teofimo was not able to do. And he stopped him. Not only did he beat him more convincingly than both of those guys who are far more accomplished as professionals than Keyshawn, right? And I get it. It's the older version of Jermaine Ortiz and some wear and tear, but still, the way he beat him was very impressive. Does anything about that make you scream duck? What about Keyshawn would make him scared to fight anybody? It's either you got it or you don't. The dude was a silver medalist, right? He was a world champion at 35 with like 13 fights. I don't think nothing scary about Keyshawn Davis, bro. They say he got some of that shit bug got in him, right? He mean, like, I don't think he's scared to fight nobody. But I think when it comes to the biggest fights possible, I think dudes, it's like money rules, bro. I think situations got to make sense on both sides. Y'all got to stop being fans of your favorite fighter and stop thinking that they hold all of the cards and they don't have to negotiate. It's either their way or the highway. Then he going to miss out on a lot of other big paydays and then other big fights if you're not even willing to negotiate. And you think, you get what I'm saying? Your guy holds all the cards and he could just, make all the demands. It's not going to work like that. It's not. Fights will never get made like that. In my opinion, if only one side is being taken care of, we won't never see none of these fights. People will be holding their breath forever, bro. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. Appreciate the love. He said, Devin Haney fans doing it again. Of course they are. And it's all love, right? But I'm tired of the duck narrative, bro. Y'all been doing that since 35, man. He at 47. He in his third division, bro. Y'all still trying to convince the world Shakur scared of him? What would make y'all think that? Seriously, like, and I hate to play the clip on them. I hate to keep playing that clip because they, but it's like, bro, How the hell would you be scared of somebody that you share the ring with so much? And neither one of them dudes scared of each other, man. Ain't neither one of them scared. Neither one. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. When I look at Devin Haney as a fighter, I don't see a scary dude. I see a smart, strategic dude. And I think all these guys are smart and strategic, by the way. If I see a smart dude, I don't see a scary dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't see a scary fighter, bro. Shout out to Big Dog. Let me roll a clip one time for the people. Hit the like button, y'all.
What? This not funny. How am I supposed to get home? Hold on. Hold on. Here. $2. Take the train.
Appreciate you for the train ticket, Big Dog Willie, my dog. Tank is in control. Blue Hustle, man. What it do, man? So look, like I was saying, man, I listen, everybody ain't gonna say it like me, and it's cool. I don't expect them to, but I don't think nothing I'm saying is unrealistic, bro. There's no real proof that guys are scared or ducking or any of that stuff. It's business at the end of the day. And then you got guys that been separated by weight classes and different things like that as well. So it's a lot of business and yellow and red tape to get through, comb through before you gonna convince me that either of these men are scared of one each other, man. That's what they do for a living, man. They box, bro. So if you tell them that they got to fight one another and that money right, they getting in the ring, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Jay way too cool said Tank is in control. I mean, I guess. But that's the problem, man. We can't be so much fans of a fighter that you be unrealistic about how business is supposed to go. Just because, you know, he is the big ticket seller, you know what I mean? He will receive the lion's share and all that, the A side, as they like to say. But at the same token, he needs a dance partner too. And that's what his fans sometimes kind of ignore. Tank can't fight Tank. Tank need a great dance partner. Get what I'm saying? You see what happened when he put him in there with Ryan, just the intrigue alone. Look what they was able to do. So yeah, he's the man in his own right. He earned that shit. He earned it, right? So he the man. But same token, he need a great dance partner. He needs somebody to fight. And if you think it's supposed to go all his way, then good luck getting an opponent that the people really want to see. You know what I'm saying? Devin landed 70 punches for 2 straight fights. Now he's Debo. People scared of him. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. We were talking about that the other day. About what the punches landed and stuff like that. And I just had, because I remember that stat with Shakur and De Los Santos. I remember that's what his numbers was bad like that. He landed like 65 punches or something like that. And I was saying that, and that was him on a bad night. So I've never seen him that inefficient or inactive in any other fight, right? Ever. So that's crazy. So yeah, man. Look, talking about the numbers. Yeah, look, he the guy, man. He the guy. But it's as long as these fighters get opportunities, I think they'll have chances to show that they're the guy. Like, for example, before Teofimo, neither one of them, Shakur or him, ever fought on pay-per-view. They was both fighting on Top Rank or free TV or whatever the case may be, right? You put those two guys together, and they had a sold-out MSG. You get me? Said they had the highest attendance and all that. So that shit is exactly what I'm saying. Like, you seeing other guys have a chance to put their names in those conversations when it comes to numbers, drawing power, putting asses in seats, because I think that's a good event for the whole card, not just Shakur and T.O., everybody that participated. Like, pretty sure there was people that came out to New York City, MSG, to see Shoe York City. You know what I'm saying? So people, they put together a good card, and it was a good turnout. I love to see shit like that for boxing, but it give other guys an opportunity to see what they actually worth. And I'm glad that I'm glad it was at MSG. I'm glad it was on pay-per-view. I'm glad it sold out, because now people can kill the narratives, and you can see that our fighters really got more support than what a lot of us speak about. We don't speak about the good. We only speak about the bad. So a lot of these guys doing their thing right now. Mine George was good with it, fam. Yeah, I'm seeing the reports. I'm seeing it everywhere, man. Y'all bear with me, man. We got a lot to get to, man. I see somebody sending me We gonna get to it. Shout out to Brian George, man. Hit the like button, y'all. We gonna keep building. We gonna keep building. It's a lot to talk about, man. It's a lot we gonna get to. I knew this was coming. Core ain't like that. Man, boxing dad, what it do, my guy? Hold on, give me a second, child. This is funny. This is gonna heat up. Like, and some of the stuff we're gonna talk about is just gonna validate a lot of what I already said earlier. These dudes have options, all of them. You Tank, when you one of the biggest names in the sport, you have options, and you always do. Shakur has put his name in a really good spot, conversation with the win over TL and what they was able to do. You see, he has plenty of options. Devin Haney as well, plenty of options. Like, you don't know what it's gonna be what's gonna be next for him, but I'm just sick of the narrative, man. Tank not in control, nothing, not in the mix. Tank, my guy, man. Shout out to Tank, man. Shout out to Tank. Can't wait to see him back in the square circle, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know he gonna be back. It's gonna be a good thing for boxing. Getting back after everything's settled, and you know what I mean. Get just to get a chance to move forward and breathe, man. Breathe for a minute. But first things first, get the business squared away and get back to business. You know what I'm saying? But again, y'all, the narratives, they gonna keep pushing them, I guess, man. I don't know why, but I think it's kind of silly to keep trying to convince people every single year that the best fighters in every division is somehow scared of your fighter. It's just weird, man. It's weird energy. It's pretty damn weird, man. It's pretty damn weird. But one thing, like I said, a couple of things they got in common is choices, money. They've all made themselves, I don't know how people call it, but big names, but they're all impactful fighters. They all matter. Every time Devin Haney fights, they're gonna tune in, whether they want to watch him to lose, criticize him, whatever. They tuning in every single time. Like, think about it. Wasn't they on the Benavidez and Yard same card? But what fight was being talked about like it was a main event, right? Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, whether it's because people thought he was cooked, whether he was gonna get knocked out by Norman, it don't matter what you thought. You was talking about that fight. You wanted to see those guys. You get what I'm saying? And Devin Haney was a part of that. So same thing, TL. People showed up, showed out. People want to see these fights. Tank, you put his name next to any quality fighter, people gonna want to see. See what I'm saying? So just gotta sit back and see what makes the most sense for these guys, man. But shit, I don't think it's nothing easy about competing in 5 weight classes. You know what I'm saying? 3 weight classes, 4, 5. I think that shit is all impressive. But we got to get to some stuff, man. We got a lot of clips to break down, man. Got a lot of little stuff we gonna get to, man. I keep seeing that. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Somebody, what is this? What my guys sent me. And speaking of being scary, we was talking about Shakur, and being that y'all sent it to me, we're gonna get right to it. We're gonna get into it. Because he is at 140, so the conversation is a lot better now. Y'all seen the little sparring clip that leaked, that came out, and I posted it and got a lot of responses from it. So I know for a fact people will want to see that fight because of the styles. You know, you got a pure boxer with a pure dog, right? And Gary Russell that can box. So I think a lot of people will be interested in seeing the fight. But I'm all for it if they can make it happen. But I think with Gary is just you got to get through who you got to get through first, right? Andy Hiroka. Then I think he can start talking about the rest of these fights. But I'm gonna pull up this interview with Gary Antoine Russell, a little short clip with him in Mill City. He mentioned Shakur Stevenson by name and said he didn't think Shakur would fight him. Shit, I don't know why not either, but let's get to it. We gonna see. Devin versus Russell, need to happen. It's some real fights. Andy Hiroka might get exposed. Yeah, I'm expecting Russell to do his thing. I'm expecting Gary to do his thing.
So this is what. Shout out to my guys. I see they sent me this. Shout out to Mill City, man. Was this Mill City or was this Inside the Ring? My bad. I'm saying Mill Cities might be Inside the Ring. Gary Antoine Russell says that he doesn't think Shakur Stevenson would fight him. And Shakur responded a little while ago. He said, why wouldn't I? Let me see where the clip at. You get the clip, y'all. He said Jason Lee TV. You been saying that. You a fool, bro. Where is that? Hold on. Right.
After Richard Hitchens, you had Teofimo Lopez, but now you got Shakur Stevenson. He took that belt.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I like, by the way, these answers,
I don't think Shakur Stevenson will fight me.
These guys.
I mean, look, yeah, it was Inside the Ring. He obviously has to have a reason why he says that. But for me, I feel like once you fought Tio, you could fight any champion at 140. And you know that's what the conversation gonna be. You know, one thing I would like to know about Shakur is, what do he think he's most likely to do? And that'll determine where the conversations really go. Southpaw Manny was good. Because, look, that's a hell of a fight. The Styles, man. He a rough, rugged guy. He throw a lot of punches, not exactly as a Peta type, but his own style, but more power, more ferocious, right? He a dog, man. People want to see that. I know right off the bat, it's a lot of people that think that'd be too much for Shakur. I love to see it. I love to see the matchup. I like that Core jumped on it fast. Like, why wouldn't I? But it's no longer. Hold on, man, because he could have swore he was on Mill City too, talking about some stuff. Hold on, man, I ain't tripping. Stevenson versus Russell family is a great build-up. Yeah, I got the I don't know. I mean, his brother seems to think a bit differently because his brother was like, Core is one of the ones. Like, he'd get in there with him. And he was talking about some sparring and doing some work with him. You know what I'm saying? And not everybody is willing to go get that work with him. But Core was one of the ones. So Big Gary sounded a little different. You know what I mean? I respect what Gary Antoine saying, but nah, man, Core got to know these conversations was coming the minute you stepped at 140. You know it. Because look, think about it. They wanted this fight before they wanted Tio. It was like, man, why did he pick Tio? He cherry-picked Tio. Why did he cherry-pick Tio? Why did he fight Gary Antoine? Remember, dude, the other day, he's like, why did he cherry-pick Tio? Give me Gary Shakur, Wells Fargo unification in June. Hey, look, bro, let's see it. I definitely think he'll fight him. I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, he sparred with you. Why wouldn't he fight you? You know what I'm saying? They say, word on the street is anybody Shakur spar, he beat. That's just word on the street. I didn't say it. I mean, that's just what the word on the street is. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say it. So I don't want no smoke for it. You know what I'm saying? Who you for, Gary or Bud? What you mean, Gary or Bud? Jordan C, my dog, said, did you hear what Wiley said about sparring in his Twitter interview? We gonna get to that. I got that queued up, bro. We gonna get to it. I got you. We gonna get to it. We gonna get to that too. I thought I had a Gary Antoine Russell clip. Hold on. Oh, all right, bet. I thought I had one that was a little bit longer than this one. Where is it at? Did I put it in here? It was a little bit longer than that, but he basically. Hold on.
If I was to say I had to fight someone that's going to bring me to that top tier, of course, it got to be a Shakur Stevenson. He moved up to 140. He's down there as the third place holder for pound. And he just beat kind of like the most extravagant type of fighter at the 140 division, Teofimo Lopez. I feel like he's the most exciting fighter for real at 140 besides myself. If I was to have a true hit list and I was to go down in a line in order, who would I deal with first? It definitely will be Dalton Smith first, because he beat the boogeyman and he got the belt that I want, Matias. After Richard Hitchens, you had Teofimo Lopez, but now you got Shakur Stevenson.
And there you go. And that other part was him saying he don't think he'll fight him. So, but the first name you said was his, but then when he said as far as after this fight, you see,
he got dudes be having picks or like a route that they want to go, plans, right? He said Dalton Smith. Hey, he got his reason for it. He just knocked out the boogeyman that we just talked about. It ain't no such thing of, but yeah, you get what I'm saying? So, hey, man, look, I don't know how y'all heard that. He did say he didn't think Shakur fight him, but it did seem like you said you saved him for last. I did. Seemed like you saved him for last, man, but I don't know, man. I think all guys will fight if the situation makes sense. That's what I like to believe, right? Now, I know there's some cases where guys just, avoid and don't want smoke, but I don't think you accomplished what Shakur's accomplished, being scary and ducking. That's just my opinion. You could try to say it was top rank, it was just matchmaking, all that all you want, but you know what I mean? I just don't think you accomplished what he's accomplished, just being scary and not being willing to challenge yourself. I mean, I get it. Gary looks like the tougher fight on paper than T.O. stylistically, but you just never know how to play out. You get what I'm saying? I think the fact that he jumped right up to 140 and fought a top guy there says a lot about him. So it's very hard for me, especially based off him doing something that I truly, genuinely respect seeing him do. You know what I mean? Jump up there and go fight a top guy there, arguably the #1 guy there, right? You hear what Gary just said. You just beat the most extravagant, exciting fighter outside myself. He almost got caught slipping. I'm about to say, damn, you're saying this man more exciting than you? Sheesh. Okay, what you saying then? What you saying? So, yeah, man, I just think it's a matter of it making sense, bro. You know what I mean? He's entitled to say what he feel, but man, I don't have nothing that would suggest that he wouldn't be willing to get in the ring with him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, be great. That's how you be great. You know what I mean? You going to eventually, shit, you at 140. This fight is going to come up. They're going to talk about this regularly. Like, this is going to be the fight that people want to see you win the most. You get me? So we'll see. But we got to get into some videos, man, because there's been a lot of talk about the Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson fight. But if they fight, what's going to happen? Well, somebody did break it down. We're going to get to it, man. We're going to get to it. From that spar that Shakur and Gary had, in my opinion, Gary knows that Shakur is him. Why it looks like you want him for last. I'm telling you, Blue, that's all I heard. I ain't hear nothing scary. I just heard, like, he picking styles, and I'm saying, like, the way you go, and I'm like, okay. Because you definitely be saving the best for last, in my opinion. With the way that he just went about, naming the names. You know what I'm saying? But, shit, man, that'd be an intriguing matchup, bro. Shakur probably out there dig deep for Gary, That's what people want to see, though. That's why you would want to see it. You know what I'm saying? You want to see it, man. Do you got what it takes, G? Do you got what it takes? Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Let me see. Is it Munguia versus Resendez next week? I got to double check. I ain't gonna lie, that wasn't the fight that I was checking for the most.
But he got to learn it with the feet so he knows when and why he's taking that risk. Mm-hmm. You understand me? Yeah. That's where people like myself come in, because I understand it. And they will say, why you trying? The reason I don't say much more, Steven, because
Tony was good.
I don't never want guys to think I'm trying to...
You hating on him.
I'm trying to take your
this is knowledge.
That's all it is.
Was particularly anxious to fight Shakur because...
Hold on, y'all. I think somebody need me to call him an Uber, bro. Hold on, y'all. He need his Uber, bro. Bro need me to call him an Uber. I got you. Just give me a second, bro. 2 seconds, bro. All right, there you go. You was lost, now you found. Know what I mean? Your Uber just arrived, fam.
It's frankly probably a fight that Shakur is going to win.
This is about Haney and Shakur predictions, obviously. It's a nice video put together. It's about 10 minutes.
Conor Ben, like, there's a lot of fights that, like, Shakur can, like, be involved in and beat all these dudes, man. Beat all of them. Has a chance of beating all of them, right? and solidifying, his mark in the sport, being, the great of his generation.
Boxing pros are split on who would win the potential Shakur Stevenson versus Devin Haney fight. Both are young, skilled, and unbeaten champions with smart style. Stevenson is known for defense and sharp time, while Haney uses speed, jab, and ring control.
I actually don't know. I mean, my mind says Shakur probably win, but then I see the great work that he did with Loma, or that he fight with Loma, and overcome a lot of different obstacles in that fight. It could be hard for Shakur.
Yeah, he got you coming to a boxing podcast running your mouth. Shut your ass up.
Shakur, right? Shakur Stevenson. As they call it'd be hard for him for the long range, the height, the how big he is, stuff like that. And then what makes me think even more is when Shakur say spar with Crawford, and he had lots of problems with Crawford.
No disrespect, Sugar Shane, you the legend, not me. But damn it, that's not the same kind of challenge, respectfully. I just don't think so. And I don't mean nothing, there's no diss at all, right? But I think Bud Crawford and Devin that shit different, man. It just is. I just think it is.
Even though Crawford wasn't punching him hard or whatever, but you know what he had problems with? He had problems with the long arms and the height of Crawford. So he couldn't counterpunch like he wanted to. Who
Crawford not even that tall.
Crawford probably would have hit him hard, but it's different. It's a different, he's longer and stuff. It's harder.
Definitely got
so
some
that could be a problem for Shakur that we don't know.
Devin Haney publicly called out both Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis as his next big fights, saying a matchup with Stevenson would be the next biggest fight in boxing, and then targeting Davis as well. Haney shared this challenge on social media after Stevenson's latest win.
The dream confirms what I've been saying.
There you go, Blue. Cameo, Blue.
3-division world champion, former undisputed lightweight, former WBC junior welterweight, and reigning WBO welterweight world champion, first ballot Hall of Famer once he retires, superstar boxer, top 5 pound for pound best fighter.
Like, listen to how Blue just ran that down. First ballot Hall of Famer. And that's the guy that they be trying to tear limb from limb. And it's like the same thing for Devin Haney. These young men are two of the more hated guys, depending on what side of the spectrum you looking at, right? But definitely two of the most accomplished pure boxers in the sport, and their names constantly ringing. You can say what you want. Pick who you like more, who you think will win. They're at the top of their games, man.
Is in the world. Devin the Dream Haney, 33 wins, no loss and no draw, 15 wins by way of knockout. He calls out another first ballot Hall of Famer of his era. Ironically enough, Devin Haney is 27, and the person he calls out is 28 years old, who's another first ballot Hall of Famer, Olympic silver medalist, 4-division world champion, former unified super featherweight, who simultaneously up until yesterday held the WBC 135-pound title and the WBO 140-pound junior welterweight title. At the same time, superstar boxer, 4-division champion, who will be a first ballot Hall of Famer, Shakur Stevenson, who is 25 wins, no losses, no draw, 11 wins by way of knockout. So Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, as I said, and Devin Haney confirmed it, as you see there, this is the next super fight in the sport of boxing.
And again, that's the thing. You got the fans saying one thing, but then you got the fighters calling it the biggest fight in boxing. And he ain't saying that he ducking them because they ain't even get there yet. That's all I be saying. Respect to everybody, but all that duck stuff just be seeming like some narrative-based shit. Like, all right, you want to believe that your fighter's the boogeyman. Don't nobody want to fight him. That shit ain't reality, man. It's gonna be some concessions that happen to be made for this fight to take place for sure. And I would say on an even playing field, both guys make some type of concessions, but my gut feeling is telling me if this fight happens, Shakur Stevenson got to go up to 147. He got to enter his 5th weight class and go be great.
as both men rely on skill rather than raw punching power. Boxing pros believe their fight would be extremely tactical.
Haney, of course, calling out Shakur Stevenson. Shakur saying, anytime you want it, we can get it done. But a little bit of this, a little bit of yakking back and forth, right? I mean, how awesome would that be? These two names,
we've been talking about this fight for a while.
This fight for a while.
Tantalizing.
It's
But now,
tantalizing.
I tell you,
it's juicy.
I tell you, this fight now is even more juicy than it was the first time around when they were talking about it. When they were talking about it the first time around, Haney was red hot as undisputed lightweight champion, and Shakur was the boogeyman who was very good, but was having trouble locking in those big
insider
names.
boogeyman.
Right. I gotta be honest, man. Like this could, if this happens right now, this is the right timing too, because both are at a good moment in their careers.
Very high.
It's actually simmered better than it.
Polymolan AI believes this is the right time for a fight between Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney because both fighters are champions and established stars. He says their styles and achievements make the matchup big enough for fans and meaningful for boxing.
It was really something.
It's crazy how much both guys have been able to grow over the last couple of years or so and really put themselves in conversations amongst the biggest fights in boxing. Are some of the best fights in boxing, however you want to look at it. They're in really good spaces, man. And I swear this is a fight that I hope we get. I really do. They got too much history, bro. They got too much history, and it's mutual respect there. It ain't no beef and nothing like that. They both think each other is tremendous, but they both feel like they can beat the other guy. Sound like all the reason in the world to fight. But, I don't want to do they negotiating for him, but I that's one fight that I hope we really get to see. Flossie, peace, Brody. How you feeling?
that you wanted to see, but now because of Shakur's recent performance and Haney still being undefeated and having righted the ship, winning as an underdog against Brian Norman, I rate that. I rate when you take on a fight as an underdog and you win it. I rate that. That's why Haney, for me, got into the circle of trust because he wasn't trying to milk the whole business like Gervonta Davis has. So he's taking on these kind of challenges. He's winning them. He built himself up to that level to now take on all comers. Win or lose, take on all comers. He's got that win over Norman as an underdog.
Real quick, I just want to say this for conversation purposes because, Tank gonna always catch strays. Just so look, despite who you think he did or didn't fight, you think his resume ain't this or that, he ain't fight nobody, he milked this, he milked that. I mean, I feel like a lot of people in the position would have done it too. It's easy to say what you would do when you're not in a position. But the interesting thing, the real dope thing about Gervonta Davis and his career is despite who you think he avoided fighting, didn't try to fight or whatever, didn't prioritize fighting, most of these fights that people talk about, they still on the table and they still can happen. And they will be guys do the opponent's biggest fights to date. So regardless of what, I think he's still in a good space. You get what I'm saying? Because he could easily, once things get settled and situated, come back and still be a part of making some of those biggest fights. And everybody had to shut the hell up. Get what I'm saying? So we'll see. Like I said this before, maybe him not fighting Jake Paul was a silver lining to that. And I still got to wait and be more patient to get my answer, but we'll find out. 60 people in here. Hit the like button, sub to the channel, y'all. Let's go.
You can say what you want post in hindsight. In foresight, a lot of people were picking against Haney. He gets that win. Shakur, in the meantime, makes his name bigger. You got to pump those numbers up, and he pumped those numbers up by winning the Shakur, the Teofimo Lopez fight. Now, you know what? Okay, now there's an interest from both fighters. A lot more money, a lot more at stake, a lot more, again, ambition. I like to use that word ambition today. And I think a lot more people will be interested in it.
Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson have known each other for a long time. Both started as young prospects training and competing in amateur circuits before turning professional. Over the years, they have followed each other's careers closely, building respect as fellow champions.
Shakur, I think he's good. I've been knowing Shakur since I was a kid, so I always knew that he was good. I knew that he would be at the top one day. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, me and Shakur, we've been sparring since, bro, I think my first sparring session we were like 12 years old, maybe a little bit older, but something like around there, maybe like 13 years old.
Now, based on that and all of that sparring, why the hell, for you to spar, that has to be a mutual agreement. So they both young as hell, right? Sparring each other. Why would they be scared to fight each other? This don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Some shit just don't make sense, yo. Unless I mean, you know, and look, I hear more people push that Shakur is the scary guy out of the two. But my thing is, unless he been getting his ass beat, which I definitely didn't hear that that's the case, I just don't understand why he would be so scared or hesitant as what some of the fans push. It just don't make a lot of sense to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think Devin Haney believes that shit. You know what I'm saying? That he's scared to fight him. Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. Appreciate the love. Tank and Man, say Tank versus Roach is a bigger fight than Devin and Shakur. Do you agree with that? Just do? No. No, because Shakur and Devin Haney, I think their names ring out more than Roach's. Roach is always a respected fighter. For those that follow them and know, we know what's up with Roach, but he just wasn't one of those names that was in the mix of fighting those guys. Tank kind of helped elevate him on that platform, and he showed what he was worth. So shout out to Roach. But I think because of the history with Shakur and Devin, along with the fact that these guys have been written off at multiple points in their careers and they both still here, I think, you know, get what I'm saying? You see with the numbers they did, I think people will really be interested in seeing it. How big of a fighter it will be, I don't know, but I think it could do better than Tank and Roach. And that's not a slight to Tank. It's just Roach is not a Devin Haney or a Shakur to me right now, right? You know what I mean? And at least, I mean, Roach got some pay-per-views, but I just don't think the name ring. You know what I'm saying? The history is not there. You get what I'm saying? I think that history means something. You hearing it with Devin Haney saying that and they've been sparring since 12, 13 years old, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Shakur like 28. I think Devin is 27, 28. They right there, neck and neck. So, yeah, I think they, you know, the history. And they much bigger stars than Roach, right? Because it takes two. Roach ended up being a great dance partner, but we feel like we seen it. We seen their sparring go viral with Shakur and Dev, man, millions of views, right? So it's intrigue there, it's history, it's experience with one another. Who gonna be better? They both been proving themselves, both very accomplished, right? Two of the most accomplished young pure boxers in the sport doing their thing, man. Yeah, I think it'll be a meaningful fight. How big it remains to be seen, but I definitely think it'll be an impactful fight for boxing. And sometimes that's all you can ask for. You know what I'm saying? Make the big fights. These dudes get paid and we get to see a great fight. You know what I'm saying? We get to support a great fight. So I really hope this shit happen. I think both of them is phenomenal talents, man. I just think Devin Haney is very, very good. I don't care how many variants you put on it. He's that very good, excellent fighter. Just feel like Shakur might be generational talent. You know what I'm saying? I do. You know what I'm saying? Some would say they both are, right? But I just think it's a little bit different with Core. And for me, I've always said it like for people to beat Shakur, the game plan to beat Shakur, I think is going to be harder than the game plan to beat other guys because, again, he simply just don't make the mistakes that a lot of these guys make. And he do it consistently, right? You can see him doing it at the highest level. So it's going to be really hard to deal with that on a consistent basis. But Devin is strong. He looked comfortable at 47. He looked like he got respectable pop. I don't know why people even push the pillow fist narrative. I thought that was always stupid. Hey, dig this, y'all. They'll tell you Teofimo is a puncher, right? They'll tell you Devin Haney pillow fist, and then this Devin Haney got 2 more knockouts than Teo. Crazy shit, right? Crazy. You know, Bill told us, I felt like that tape said a lot. Make a dead fight. Turkey gonna give you your bread. Nah, it ain't that simple. It ain't that simple. See, you, I don't know what you come from, J man. Blunt Sports, my dog. What's good with it, family? Ain't nobody. So again, watch this. Just watch this real quick. Watch this. All right. So who ducking? When you say these MFs is ducks, like who you talking about? Who ducking? Because we talking about Dev, right? You saying it ain't hard to make a fight with Dev, right? Turkey gonna give you your bread. Okay. All right. Who's ducking then? And where's the offers as to what fights is Turkey talking about making? Shout out to Blunt. My dog was good with it, man. You know what I'm saying? Talk to me. Who ducking? I just need to know. You know what I'm saying? I need to know who ducking. But let's keep playing this, though.
So it's been times when he got the best of me and I got the best of him. But I cannot, judge him off of those sparring sessions. I know he's gotten better, just like I can't judge Ryan off of the fights we fought when we were kids, because I know that he's gotten better, and so have I. If you judge him off a sparring session, I mean, you're gonna be in for a long night, especially sparring session when I was.
Roy Jones Jr. believes Shakur Stevenson needs to improve his footwork control. He says Shakur moves too far out of range after defending punches.
Shakur Stevenson is a very good fighter, but you got to learn, and I will hope he will pay attention to this because this is going to mean a lot for him. His feet are good, but sometimes they take him too far out of range to be able to come back and counter. The last guy he fought, the guy was a good puncher, so when he was jumping back, he was jumping too far back out of range to where he couldn't come back and get something right away. You understand me? And for the fans, it starts to look bored.
That's how I say. I feel like he was running.
He really ain't running. He just don't understand that this is somebody that teach him. And I would teach him if they brought him to me to teach him. But
I love Roy, man, but we all know Shakur understand distance and range control for real, bro. Like that's a one fight out of how many? That's the only thing I hate about that. Like, you get judged off your lowest moments in boxing, and that's how they see you a lot of times. Like because that's never been an issue. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why Teo got cooked. That's one of the reasons why most of these guys he beat up get cooked. They can't. They're not masters at distance and range control and breaking it. And dude is an expert at taking just enough of a step back to get you. Matter of fact, when this is over, I'm gonna play a clip that shows that.
You got to understand what I'm trying to tell him. I'm not trying to criticize him.
Right.
When you say something bad, they take it as criticism.
Right.
No, son, you got to understand how to not jump. Okay, people know what the thing that dig the hole, the excavator, right?
Yeah.
If you move that thing back too far, you can't reach the job.
Right.
It's got to work, but it got to stay on the job while it work. You can't take it out of if you working with this because this will still this part keeps on the job. The feet, this do the work. If you take the thing and move it back, it's off the job. It can't work no more. Right. So if you move back every time off the job, it ain't gonna ever get no work done. So now it's gonna become boring. Why? It ain't doing it. Ain't.
Because of that, he sometimes misses chances to counterattack. Jones thinks staying a little closer would help Stevenson land counters and take advantage of opponents' mistakes more effectively.
Start on the hold and move to another one. When we gonna get a pawn dug? We're not, because it's taking off the job too much. You gotta leave on the job for it to get a pawn dug. And that's his only thing. He a great fighter. He got great eyesight. He has great reaction time. He gonna be a great fighter. He just gotta figure out how to use them feet a little different.
Is he the best defensive fighter out of all four of them?
Right now, defensive, yes, because his defense is with his feet. That's what people don't understand. Defense isn't with your hands, it's with your feet. And he has the best foot defense of the game. So if he uses it for defense, when it's strictly defense, yes. But when you want to make it offensive, you can't do the same. You gotta cut it in half. And that's the only thing he had a problem with. Once he learns that,
see how easy that was.
Figure that out. He gonna be a killer.
Would the skill he has now make him the best out of them four?
Right now, no. Because some people gonna say, boy, and the reason the rest of them don't want to fight him is because they know he know that back foot game so well that he's not gonna engage until he wants to engage. And that's a good thing too.
Yeah, just like that, bro. You see how quick that worked? You get what I'm saying? Go, bro. Listen, I wasn't trying. I was making the point earlier. What fans have to realize, stop being so much fan of a fighter to the point where you think that there's no negotiation period that takes place. There's no negotiation. It's just, oh, you want to fight? Yeah, you just do whatever he say. Like it don't go like that, bro. Now in some cases it might, but not with these guys. I think if it's gonna be that situation, it ain't gonna happen. But I'll say this, man. If either guy wants to fight, they'll be willing to sit down, to discuss, to hash it out, right? To figure it out. If either guy wants to fight, you know what I'm saying? I won't say, I don't feel like Haney got to concede to whatever Shakur say or vice versa. That's why the people negotiate. We can't do it for them. They got to do it, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. You know what I'm saying? Joe, what's good with it, my guy? Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going.
But for the fans, and to be
not right now,
the ratings, you got to be able to engage when they need you to engage. If you can't, then you're gonna become.
But Shakur Stevenson is confident he can outbox Devin Haney. He believes his defensive skills, speed, and precise counter-punching give him the edge. Stevenson has said that by controlling distance, avoiding Haney's jab, and picking his shots carefully, he can dominate the fight technically and prove he is the superior boxer in the ring.
Me, personally, I'm on a different level than everybody.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to boxing, because Devin, he's a boxer.
I heard that clip. He a boxer. Shakur was saying, I'm a boxer. He was saying it ain't like It ain't like he gonna try to fight me. He gonna box me. And he was like, I'm the greatest boxer. Like, you know how Court talk. He feel like he the best boxer in boxing right now. So I also think that's an element that sometimes people might not take that into account with them. With Shakur, think about what a lot of people say you gotta have to beat him. I'm not saying Devin don't got it. He got tools and skills to beat anybody. He's a disciplined guy. He know how to box his ass off. He long, he rangy. You get what I'm saying? He's a smart guy, being shaped. All those things are true. But I think what I'm saying is this. This is just my opinion. Based on what I've seen from Shakur Stevenson, if you're going to box him, that's a chess match, right? That's what I call a chess match. You're giving him his best chance at beating you. And I think that's a dangerous game to play. I think if you want to beat him, you got to do something different than what he typically does, if that makes sense. You got to have something that counters what he does great. And everybody got different opinions on who's better and who does this better or that better. Look, if you're going to box him, you give him the best chance at beating you, in my opinion. The fact that in boxing matches, we've seen it over and over. I mean, you heard the stats. The dude is losing 1 out of every 10 rounds, 1 out of every 14 rounds. That shit is consistent. Like, you got to be able to break that. And I don't think you do it with just boxing, because I don't think that there's nobody that he's going to get in the ring with that's skill for skill so much better than him that, you get what I'm saying, he's going to be at a disadvantage if it's a boxing match. I feel like that's where it's an advantage for him. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. The fight on his resume that looks the most different that he won, but took the most punishment, as they say, is Williams Zepeda, right? But look how he had to fight in order to get that off. Everybody don't fight like that. So, again, I heard what I think, was it Roy? One of them was saying about the length, the reach, and stuff like that. Look, Devin is long and rangy, and he's strong. I believe he's physically stronger than what people give him credit for. But, again, we all know that he's coming to box. Am I right? Like, do anybody think it's going to be different? It'd be a chess match. And all I'm saying is I think you give Shakur really his best shot if what you're trying to do with him is box. Because now you're allowing him a chance to think. And from round to round, he's proven to be more efficient and make less mistakes, far less mistakes. Like, you've seen the plus minus. Devin is top 10. That's high. That's in the world, Craig. Top 10 in the world, Craig. But then you got Core sitting pretty at number 1. And that shit is very consistent. If you can break distance and range and you could be the guy to frustrate him and hit him more than anybody else, then absolutely, man, that you give yourself the best chance. But, bro, you ain't never heard Shakur say somebody figured him out in the boxing ring, even on his worst night. His worst night was one of the fights where they felt like his worst night in the ring is what the fight that they bragging about now with Devin, with Brian Norman. He landed 70 punches, Shakur landed 65. You probably never see that again in a fight with him. I'm telling you, not healthy anyway. So, no, it's a great matchup, intriguing. Not going to sit here and make it seem like Devin don't got a shot at winning. You ain't never hear me say that, but I just feel like one guy is higher pedigree. He's proven to be a better amateur. And it's up for grabs is who going to be the better pro. But I think he's been more efficient and consistent with his approach and losing rounds and things like that. And that's why I give him the edge. You get what I'm saying? It's off of what he's shown me he can do. And if you can't change that, then you're going to lose. You're going to lose. You got to be a guy that can hit him more than he's ever been hit. And even the dude that hit him more than he's ever been hit and threw way more punches than him, he was way more accurate, far more accurate. And you get what I'm saying? And beat him at his own game. So that shit just, man, I don't know. Pick your poison, man. Young and smart as hell. That's what I always say. It's the brain for me, man. He got that processor up top, man. He be figuring it out. But listen to this.
Elite fighters don't run from range. They manage it. They stay about 1 arm length away and only move when it's necessary. If an opponent steps forward once, they step back once. If the opponent keeps pressing, they keep adjusting, step for step, until the pressure stops. At this level, boxing becomes an inch game. Staying 3 or 4 steps away might look safe, but it actually helps the opponent. There's no defensive boundary for them to worry about, and they can close distance freely while your legs slowly get tired. Control comes from being close enough to punch, but far enough to evade. To do this, you have to stay alert and anticipate movement. Use your lead arm constantly to measure distance. Don't stay too far, don't get too close. Always be ready to attack or counter. That presence alone discourages aggression. When opponents feel threatened, they hesitate, and hesitation is control. This is how elite fighters own the space without running around the ring to survive.
So, do you see that right there, man? That's what Roy was talking about. That man got a handle on that, as you can see, man. I don't think it's too many people that do it better. You know what I mean? Controlling that distance and range and doing it consistently to the point where, you know what I mean? You make it very hard to be hit. My bad, Joe. I see you said something. I'm gonna read that in a second, man. Let me just pull this up real fast, man. Now let me pull up Blair Cobb. Blair Cobb was talking about. And look, I'm playing this because it's relevant. Never mind what I just think. We try to play and hear from people that been in the ring with these dudes both, right? So shout out to Mill City, but he was talking to Blair Cobb, and Blair Cobb sparred both.
Losing basically every round to Shakur Stevenson.
Real talk.
Taking his WBO belt in the same process.
But I'll just be because some people will hear it and they'll kind of, their comprehension skills don't be up to par sometimes, right? But again, when I make an assessment, it's based off what a person is showing me, not what just feelings and emotion, right? It's opinion based, but it's also fact based off what the fighter is showing me to be able to consistently do in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Blair Cobb in Mill City, but he talked about being in the ring with both guys. So let's see what he had to say, man. Debo.
And it just very much expected. Very, very much expected.
You called it. You called it.
Yeah, I called it. There was no way. Hey, look, Shakur Stevenson is a technician in that ring, and he's very hard to fight, bro. I've sparred him one time. And like
Debo,
the things I had to do to get the better of each round is unheard of.
Listen to what he's saying.
Like you'll never
listen to what he said. I want y'all to hear
each
this
round is unheard of. like you'll never see that shit again. Like that guy is incredible. That guy is incredible. Like I gotta say, Shakur Stevenson is incredible as a boxer. As a showman, not so much, but as a fighter, as just a pure boxer. Yes, he's the, I can't say that he's not the best. That's the thing. If he says he's the best, I can't say he's not. You know what I mean? At boxing.
Okay.
I'll take that.
So we got my man saying that he's the best. So you believe that right now, Shakur Stevenson is our modern day Mayweather?
No.
Too much? I pushed it too much. Pause.
He said too much. I pushed it.
He's everything that he's good. See, the problem is, right? When we say the modern day Mayweather, right? Mayweather was far more than just boxing. You know what I mean? He was a culmination of a lot of things where he created an image. He created like a persona. He created something that was bigger than just boxing alone. And it's a shame because people don't actually take those things. We haven't seen a fucking 24/7 forever. And then even when they when they make something, it's not really that great. They haven't really done much. But when they did it at that time, it was revolutionary. Floyd is the best because of a lot of things outside of boxing,
Yeah.
And yeah,
I like what Blair is saying. I understand his point completely. Yeah, Floyd was the personality of the show before the show, like must-see TV, man. They loved him just as much as they hated him almost, right? You know what I'm saying? And that shit just was always must-see TV. Like everybody wanted to see him fight. People that even like boxing would watch Mayweather fights, man. That shit just it's hard to compare people to him in full without providing context. You can't just throw it out there. Oh, he's the modern day Mayweather. You got to make it make sense because fluid is fluid. That's one of one to me. You know what I'm saying? As great as Shakur is, they still different, right? So it's hard to say it, but you know they is saying he's something like a Floyd Mayweather defensively. You know that's just what they saying. You know what I'm saying? They saying he's something like Money May, but that's what they say.
Like I can't say that Shakur has that because he doesn't.
After this, I'm gonna play an interview from Gary Russell, man. Gary Russell is gonna tell us how to beat Shakur. So y'all know this. I want to speak on both sides. People that in favor, and Gary gonna talk his talk. He gonna tell you how to beat him.
He doesn't have that. It's like the most wicked thing that he's ever said is I'm the smartest man in boxing. Nobody gives a fuck. Like that did not hit nobody's heart at all. But beyond that, Shakur is the best, man. I mean, goddamn, like I'm sitting here breaking down all kinds of shit about Shakur. Like I learned so much from watching Shakur, and I've known Shakur since we were kids. We were at the same Olympic qualifiers. I was at 140, and man, he was incredible even back then.
We're gonna talk about Devin Haney too when he sparred Devin.
You were saying that not necessarily the most entertaining. Do you feel like he could have stopped him? Is that what you're saying? Like, did you feel like he could
No.
have possibly stopped him?
No, I think that like what he does is already brilliant. He'll never need to stop a guy. Like, like stopping him. He's losing every fucking round. What is better than stopping a person like that? It's infuriating when you fucking can't win a round. And now you're like getting antsy because you're losing so many rounds that like things look bad now. Like now you got to do weird shit just to get off a round. It's
He ain't lying. Blair ain't lying though. You start
nothing to do with
you start getting your ass beat the wrong way. You start having to do shit you ain't got no business doing. It start getting worse, bro. Because there was a couple sequences in there. It was like a sequence with core hitting Till like 3-4 jabs straight. I was like, he lighting his face up with that jab, bro.
With the entertainment
that
side,
was a lesson. He gave him a lesson.
He's the best. He's up there. He's definitely up there.
Do you see him possibly being the face of boxing one day?
No, unfortunately, no.
Because he doesn't have the overall package.
No. Like I will be the face of boxing long before he will, and it's because of that overall package.
Oh, hold on. Hey Blair, I was trying to let you cook, bro. But you always gotta go left. Bro said he'd be the face of boxing before he will. No, the hell you won't. But look, to Blair's point, we talked about this. I talked about this before. Look, man, that face of boxing thing is tricky. I feel like the fans determine that to a degree, not the fighter. The fighter, any fighter could feel like they the face of something, but ultimately, like I said, it's the fans that decide that shit. I don't think Shakur is like missing something where that won't be the case, but he's already. You get what I'm saying? You see what he had to go through. They just now spinning the block to get his man credit, and still to this day they trying to take it from him. So I think it's been too much of a concentrated effort to make him look like one of the worst fighters in the world, when in reality he's one of the best fighters in the world. And I think anytime you could piss the people off in that way, they'll never fully get behind you and be like, oh well, he's the face. But I'll say this. He'll be one of the most notable names and absolute best talents in the sport and most highest paid. I think that'll be the case. Where he's headed, he stay on the path he's headed, man. He'll retire similar to a Bud Crawford at the top of his game with all his faculties, making a bunch of money, being respected as one of the absolute best to lace him up. I think that's something that's possible. Think about it. Look how great Bud was, and he was giving you knockouts with it. He had a knockout streak at welterweight that was legendary and still wasn't the face. But you see at the tail end of the career, he was getting his just due. He was getting his flowers. He was getting his praise. He made his money. He made the fights. And that's the same fight that Shakur's fight. Getting the names in there and beating those names in an impressive fashion where people have to respect you. T.O. was a great start to that. You know, fighting another champion at 40 or even a Gary, a fight like that, that'll move you further in that direction, right? Beating names that people respect that are solidified is going to get you the respect that you're looking for. So Shakur gonna have to get it how he been getting it. He gonna have to chase the best fighters. He gonna have to fight them. You're gonna have to make fights with some of the best guys to get exactly what he's looking for. And I think he in position to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you heard him. He said, "What's worse than that? Getting shut down like that? You're not winning a single round." I'm telling you, it's different. T.O. confidence was so messed up. He apologized for slavery and then an interview in the back talking about how he hated himself and how he never got his credit, bro. That shit is real, man. That confidence now. Had he got knocked out, I don't think he would have been talking like that.
The thing is, right? I'm gonna tell you what the real people want. They might not say it. They might not say it, but they want it. They want to see a piece of vulnerability.
Good point.
They want a man that's great. They want a man that like can stand and say, "I'm the best." Why? Because that touches the nature of humanity. That touches that childlike nature that we all have. That would be the face of boxing next. Whatever the face of boxing is going to have to be something that's bigger than just politics. Politics ruined boxing to a point where now we got fucking Jake Paul. Like, we got motherfuckers that can just pay for a belt. Like, oh, that was funny. That was funny. That was funny, man. That was funny. Yeah. His wig popped off. You know what I mean? He had the Negro toupee. It was great. It was fantastic. It was something that I did not see coming at
I want him to
to a
get back.
loss. You know? Sometimes it's not about what's going on. I became a hero because of the way I reacted to the loss against Roach. It wasn't about the Broner fight. It was really
Nah, your ass ain't no damn hero,
that fight.
Blair.
So it's really all about how you react. And I love seeing that. I love seeing people that's got like something bigger than just these.
That part. Yeah. Yeah, man. So when you look at that mega fight with, do you think that Shakur Stevenson and Haney's a mega fight?
Who?
Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, is that a mega fight?
I don't know.
Nah.
I don't know. Devin Haney and Shakur are not great at promoting. And like Teofimo was able to sway a lot of people with his charisma. And
No, the hell he didn't. He wasn't showing no damn charisma, Blair. He was being super weird, bro. He didn't sway shit. He didn't sway nothing. He made it weird. I don't know if you watched it, bro. And if you calling that charisma, man, we gotta have a conversation. That's not charisma. That's left field, bro. He wasn't overly promoting the fight either. Look, man, talent sell itself, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what Core gonna say. You know what Core coming to do. He coming to win, bro. You know what I mean? Even despite him not selling the fight, it still did what it did, right? So, you don't need to do
his
nothing.
showmanship, his newly found showmanship, rather, and also having a strong background with, let's say, the Puerto Rican crowd, that definitely helped, and of course New York. Like who who don't love New York. So
He gonna get into when he
that's all I
start
gotta
back
say
into.
about that. I don't like. Yeah, Teofimo was a mega fight, but that's because Teofimo was doing all the promoting. He was doing all the shenanigans.
Nah, he was just saying a bunch of weird stuff, man. Like he didn't sell that fight. Tio didn't promote the fight in a way that was like, I think they had some good moments, some cool moments before he took it left, though. You know what I'm saying? But neither one of those dudes got like, Core just gonna tell you what it is, man. He ain't gonna really put on no show before the show. He gonna say that for the ass whooping. Yeah, that's promoting and being charismatic. Then I don't never want to be that.
And sometimes that's what we want to see. That's
He was being
what we
weird.
want to see for a build up for a fight.
You've been in the ring with both of them. Who do you think would win?
Oh,
Tio or Shakur? I mean, Shakur or Haney?
I don't know. The dynamics of what I had to do for both of them were very, very different. Haney, I was focused on 1, 2 punches. I was focused on making him do things that he don't like to do. I was focused on overwhelming him, doing the things that like he got other people doing outside the ring and doing it to him with mental warfare. There were so many like things that I did to Haney that like could never work on somebody like Shakur. And
You hear
then
that, Joe?
like the thing with Shakur is doing the things that like he got other people doing outside the ring and doing it to him with mental warfare. There were so many like things that I did to Haney that like could never work on somebody like Shakur. And then like the thing with Shakur is that Shakur was just outgunned from fucking just blatant unrealistic ability. Me at 140 was ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Hold on,
Like I
Joe,
could
he
move
getting
my
caught
body
back,
faster than your actual eyes can actually see. Faster than a blink. Choom.
This shit is
Choom.
hilarious.
Choom.
Gotta love Blair,
Like
bro.
and then on top of that, doing all kinds of stupid shit like in, out, outside, bow, hit him. Fake, delay, boom. Like weird shit like that. Like Shakur was unbelievably hard to hit.
Not for nothing. Let me run it back a little bit. Not for nothing. You could tell when people be kind of lying and putting a little extra on it, because he just told you, like the shit he was able to do to Haney, he wasn't able to do to Shakur at all. But then he turned around and said Shakur was so outgunned from a skill standpoint. We know that's a damn lie. Like, bro, man, you putting too much on it. Like, yeah, I ain't saying you can't have got it off, but damn, bro, it's like, bro, nah, you ain't so much more skilled than this man that you just like. But then you said, look, you said all the shit you was doing, but then you said how hard it was to hit him. So which one is it? Like, was you doing a bunch of shit to him, or was it hard to hit him? I don't think both things could be true. It's either you was doing a lot of shit and it wasn't easy to hit him. I mean, it wasn't hard to hit him, or what? You know what I'm saying? I like Blair though, man. Shout out to Blair Cobbs. Let's keep going though, y'all.
I was focused on making him do things that he don't like to do. I was focused on overwhelming him, doing the things that like he got other people doing outside the ring and doing it to him with mental warfare. There were so many like things that I did to Haney that like could never work on somebody like Shakur. And then like the thing with Shakur is that Shakur was just outgunned from fucking just blatant unrealistic ability. Me at 140 was ridiculous.
Unrealistic.
Ridiculous.
Crazy.
Like I could move my body faster than your actual eyes can actually see. Faster than a blink. Choom, choom, choom.
What is going on?
And then on top of that, doing all kinds of stupid shit like in, out, in, out, in, out, in, outside, bow, hit him. Fake, 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 delay, boom. Like weird shit like that. Like Shakur was unbelievably hard to hit. You know? But Devin was too. You know, Devin has a way of playing games to a.
So again, bro, like I seen dude comment, I just don't know why it ain't showing up over here. I hate when somebody like this is one thing y'all gotta stop doing, bro. It's not wise to ever come into somebody's house when you over here and just do boxing. You in my house, like it's never wise to come into somebody's house and tell them what they can't or can't do. So this is not very smart. You're not gonna get far. But anyway, back to what I was saying. He's a bit contradicting himself. You can hear it. He's trying to say he was doing all of this and that to both of them, but they were really hard to hit. They were really this. It's like, which one was it? Were you beating their ass or were you not? Were you was just doing so many things to Devin and now he was so hard to hit. So I'm very consistent. He said it the same shit about both. He putting too much spin on it. Was he probably having his success? Maybe in his own mind, but he put way too much spin on it when he said he was unbelievably skilled at 140. Like, you got some skills at 140 that you don't have now? Knock it off. He said, put a pick of Cornell West next to Blair. He looked like him. He could hit both of them, right? I think the Devin sparring was out.
He'll rather fucking fight the whole fight off of like 1 or 2 punches. If he can mitigate all the fucking like let's say all the fight in the actual like fight, like he'll get to a point where like there's almost nothing happening, and you have to be very, very patient with somebody like that because that's a game of patience. Who's gonna lose their shit and start doing dumb shit? Who's gonna lose their shit and finally start like overcommitting shots and then like get hit with a jab because we're like literally fighting off for like 1 or 2 punches. If he lands 1 punch, 2 punch, 3 punches, and you land nothing that whole fucking round, he won the round. And he'll do that shit for 12 rounds. He'll do that shit to a point where when we get past the 6th round, now you're fucking getting, you're like, shit, I'm running out of time. Once you get to round 8, you're cooked. Like, once you get to round 8, and he's the only person that landed punches, now you have to be overly aggressive and do dumbass shit to fucking, like, try to break even. And the more dumb shit you do, the more he will hurt you. It's not that he's hurting you. It's the fucking fact that, like, the more dumb shit that you do, he will capitalize more. He will land more punches, and put you in a fucking grave. That's bad. But then you have somebody like Shakur. Shakur, he kind of accidentally puts you in that fucking casket. Because he's just that good.
Blair,
you know what I mean? He's not purposely trying to put you in that casket. Shakur accidentally puts you in that casket. And that's because he's just that good. He understands range to such a level that is ridiculous. And he knows exactly where his range at to land a punch. You'll have to do all kinds of stupid shit just to get off on him. Because he's very sharp. He never takes his eyes off his target, ever. He never blinks for a second. I know. I was waiting for him to fucking blink. You know what I'm saying? Literally. Like, you blink one time, I'm going to catch your ass. He is that fast. He's that good. You know what I mean? He is that good. So I don't know. I don't know who's going to win that fight. All I know is that, like, it will be very, very interesting. It could
He
be the
enjoying this shit
biggest
too much.
snooze in the world, but for somebody like me, people like me that are more intellectual and understand boxing on a higher level, we're gonna be amazed in days at the fight. We're gonna be very locked in
He
to
ain't
every
trying not to
second of the
laugh.
fight. But that's not the normal. That's not gonna be like the
average
conventional.
consumer.
Yeah, the average consumer. That's not gonna be them. And like the average consumer should never be me. It should never be people like me that's out there focused on all the strategic little things. They're there to fucking see a fight. They're there to see a show.
Yeah, nah,
They're not there
I'm
to
good,
fucking
man.
see.
Nah, we good. Nah, I ain't gonna lie, we good. We appreciate your time on Middle City. You just start. He start dragging it after a while, bro. I ain't want to hear no more of that shit. I ain't gonna hold you. He was just he was just bitten after a while. You could tell after a while. You could tell after a while. Neil sitting there looking at the camera with a half a smirk. You know, you could tell after a while he just on bullshit. Oh man. Oh man. Mill was checking his DoorDash order. Oh my God, yo. Shout out to Blair Cobbs. I love boxing. These dudes are damn entertaining. They characters, yo. If nothing else, Blair Cobbs is a character, and I'll watch him fight, bro. And he'll get in there and fight. I like Blair Cobbs, bro. I like him, man. I like him. And man, he said he said it turned into therapy, yo, bro. Bro start taking it another direction, right? Here go this little short clip of Devin Haney and Blair sparring back in the day, and then I'm about to pull up Mr. Gary Russell telling the people how you actually beat Shakur. Or at least that's what the title says. Right?
Let's go, Dev. Let's go, Dev. What's that? Mayweather.
He said Mayweather. Dad was tired of Blair, bro. Yeah, he said Mayweather, bro. Yeah, he said. Man, yo, that's funny, bro. Now, do that look like now again? With Buddy with this smart Alec? I just don't like people that just don't know how to shut up and listen. This is why I was critiquing what he was saying. It wasn't like I was saying everything he's saying is a lie. You can tell when somebody's putting an extra spin on it, man. I ain't got to be there to know that. And then by the sparring playing that, do that look like he was hitting Devin with all types of shit? Do that look like he was beating Devin up? Or do it look like Devin was hard to hit like he was saying? Which one? Come on, man. That's why I was speaking like that. I knew he was putting extra on that. I've been seeing that sparring, bro. He's making it sound like you in there kicking their ass. You wasn't, bro. That's all. Damn, people like, no, you can't listen to this and then shut up, man. Don't tell me what I can say. I know bullshit when I hear it. I know when somebody putting that extra little spin on it. You know what I'm saying? But let's keep going, man. Let's get up this Mr. Gary Russell joint, man. Gary Russell gonna tell us how to beat Core, man. Since nobody else know, Gary about to tell us. You know what I mean? Rest of y'all don't know nothing. Yeah, me too. I would love to see it, Joe. I would, yo. I would love to see it. Let me see what Mr. Gary Russell had to say, man. Hit that like button, y'all. Sub to the channel. Support the build, man. We rocking out. We over 2 hours. We gonna rock out. We ain't done yet.
Hype here, and the man, the myth, the legend, Gary Russell Jr. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. I'm good.
See what Gary had to say, man.
But it's cool, man. About to be on the way to the gym in a minute, man. What's the word?
Man, I imagine you're busy, man. You got a big card coming up next week. Listen, guys, there is a huge event next week and a bunch of really good fights. But the one that I want to see is Andy Harioka and Gary Antoine Russell. To me, that's going to be the best fight of the night. Man, we had Richard Hitchens last night on here with my boy Johnny Boy. Shout out to Johnny Boy. Here on Fight Hype. He was saying they should be like a second main event there, man, him and Oscar Duarte. But to me, this one right here is the fight of the night because of how special I think Andy Harioka is, man. A lot of people don't know about this guy. They're sleeping on him, but this is a dangerous fight. The dude has 10 knockouts in a row. The guy hasn't even gone to decision since July 2019, man. He's 24-0 with 19 big knockouts. He's a dangerous guy, man. Why'd you guys pick this guy, Gary? What's up?
He's the mandatory challenger. He worked his way up the rankings.
Okay.
He's the next best guy other than the champion. Like I said in one of my previous interviews, this guy, Andy Harioka, we're not overlooking anyone because he will be a problem to any of the champions in the 140-pound division. He'll give any one of them problems, so this fight's going to be a high-speed chess match.
Yeah, he definitely will give anybody a problem. Those Japanese fellas out there definitely have the fundamentals down, but not only does he have the fundamentals down, he's got good footwork and he can bang big. But your brother can bang as well. He only has about 19 fights and 17 of them he's put him to sleep. So is this going to be a war? Y'all going to bang it out?
Nah. It's so crazy, man. Shout out to Pops, man. I miss my man. He used to take
not for nothing, yo. Don't while you be asking Gary a question, he be looking at you like he waiting for you to say something stupid. I'm telling you, yo, this is a dude that I truly believe is one of the better talents, and I'm gonna say he underrated, bro, because of the inactivity. This dude is a bad man, yo. And again, our fans are like, what have you done for me lately? I mean, we seen him when he came back off that hiatus and got that knockout, bro. This dude can box his ass off, and he's smart. Anybody that could win a fight when an injury happened during the fight, mid-fight, and still box with one arm and win, and they took it from him with that Max Sayo, still justice for Gary, man. I want to see more Gary Russell fights, Mr. Gary Russell. I want to see him fight some more, man. I'm telling you. One of the better talents. Dante, what's good, Brody? Tank still running from this guy? Nah, Tank ain't running from him, man. Look, real quick, man, not to go too long in it. Tank been moved a certain way, bro. Tank been moved a certain way. And the reality of it is when it comes to being an attraction and putting asses in seats and fighting whoever you want, still doing numbers, nobody can mess with him. Nobody on his level with doing that. None of these other guys fight just anybody and it do well and shit like that. Like that's something that Tank got. That's what makes him special. All these dudes special in their own way. You get what I'm saying? But nah, man, when was they in the division really, right? With each other? 26? That wasn't gonna happen way back then. That's the whole problem. Like you can't run from a guy that you 2 weight classes above. Now he's up there. Now, who knows what could happen. You never know. Shout out to Thrill Hill. Enzo, what's good with it? Y'all hit that like button, man. Support the build, man. Let's get to this, man.
Tell me, we used to watch 2 fighters fight, and he would ask me, what creates a war? And I would say, at the time, I'm like, man, 2 guys that's willing to give it all, give their all,
it ain't no running.
Give up.
It's business,
and he
man.
said, no, it's a little more than that. He said, that's 2 stupid fighters. He said, that's 2 fighters that couldn't think of a solution to make the shit easier. So nah, we're not looking for a war.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
and who said Gary wasn't a good coach? The hell out of here. You heard what he said? Nah, we ain't looking for no war. Just because my guy is equipped to go to war don't mean we gonna go to war if I don't have to. We gonna go in there and box and be smart. Gary Antoine Russell, I can guess that he's looking to make a statement, bro. Like he ain't looking to come out here and have a close fight or it be ebbs and flows back and forth. He trying to like dominate. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's what his brother instilling in him, man. Nobody trying to come have a war just because he got knockout power. Man, he coming to beat ass and be impressive while he doing it.
High-speed chess match.
High-speed chess match. I see you, man. You guys definitely know how to play chess. You guys definitely know how to play chess. Listen, is he really that dangerous? Because people are going to go on there, see the record. They're going to look at BoxRec. They're not going to see a lot of big names. You know, maybe the fella that he last fought, but Barroso, I believe.
Right.
But I mean, you know, is he really that dangerous, or is it just the people he's faced haven't been that great?
Nah, just me being a competitor of the sport and just a connoisseur of the sport. Nah, he really is. He got a good sense of distance and range. He's tall. You know, he got nice long arms. He knows his reach. He likes to control the distance and range. He got good reflexes. He got good eyes. He got good timing. And he also has good pop. You know what I'm saying? He got some thump with him too. You know, all of those components combined, you know, is difficult for anybody to deal with. You know, that's where the sweet science comes in at.
West Philly, what up? I don't know why all the comments, I'm not saying comments. I don't know what's going on. It's pissing me off just a little bit. Put them on the screen. Let's keep building now.
You know, they say styles make fights. You know, realistically speaking, from the outside looking in, just me being the connoisseur, just taking myself completely out of being unbiased, I feel as though if I was to just look at my younger brother fights or his previous fights and watch this guy's fights, I would personally feel as though that my younger brother's style is tailor-made for him. You know, he wants someone that's going to walk straight in, come forward, so he can move
see
on
that?
the back foot.
Again, man, I'm going to highlight the shit that people going to skim over. You see that, man? He said, man, he feel like the older version of his brother would be tailor-made for this guy. So it wouldn't even be smart to try to, you get what I'm saying? You telling me this dude don't know what he doing? He know what he doing, man. He just needed the opportunities, man, and the time to be able to gel with his brother to get it done. This is one of the best boxing families in the sport. And I think people need to put way more respect on the Russell's name. All of them. They all could fight. How many people could say they got brothers and they all could fight? For real, though. Professionals and shit. Come on, man. Telling he's one of the best fighting families in the game, man. Win, lose, or draw, I'm rocking with the Russells, man. Shout out to the Queen Lisa. How you feeling today?
Pick him apart, pick his shots, you know, land those big heavy shots, make a guy run into him. So, like I said, it's gonna be a high-speed chess match. This guy is definitely really that dangerous, you know. So, anyone that puts on those gloves, you know, them 8-ounce gloves, the right punch can change the whole dynamic of the fight, you know. So we never overlook anyone. This is a tough fight for both guys. I think to be
real quick, y'all, before we get back into this, you hearing what he's saying? He's talking about approaching the fight from a strategic standpoint, boxing and being smart, strategy, shit like that, not just going out there banging out because your guy got knockout power. And we know Gary Antoine Russell could punch with the best of them. We know he ferocious, but that don't mean you go and approach the fight like an idiot just because you got punching power. Do that make Gary Russell? Is Antoine Russell scared now because he ain't just trying to go in there and go to war? Y'all be asking pure boxers to stand there and go toe-to-toe with punchers. The most ignorant shit when you got punchers that don't even go toe-to-toe with punchers. Make it make sense, bro. Come on, Gary. Keep dropping gems, man. Facts, Reef.
Honest with you, this is both fighters. I believe they're both best opponents.
I agree with you. I agree with you, man. I followed this guy's career. I'm of the opinion that this guy's extremely dangerous, and maybe a lot of people didn't really want to fight this guy. Your brother as well. He's a guy that a
Yeah.
lot of people don't mention, and and then your brother decides to fight another guy that's very dangerous, and nobody mentions.
Well, it wasn't like I say, it wasn't a thing of us just deciding, to fight a guy. Like I say, we want
He's the
all the other
mandatory.
champion. He's the mandatory challenger, correct? He worked his way up the rankings to be able to challenge the champion for the title. So this is what's being done. My younger brother has made it very clear that he wants to be undisputed. He wants all of the titles in that division. So we gotta get this out of the way first.
Yeah.
Right, man. That's how you do it. Pugilism, my guy. That's how you do it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Be smart. Take the fights to satisfy your mandatory obligations. Meanwhile, still having your eyes on the rest of the division. That's what Mr. Gary Russell talking about, and that's what Gary Antoine Russell talking about. They both locked in. That's why I think we could potentially start to see some of the best performances out of Gary Russell, Mr. Gary Antoine. I keep saying Mr. Gary Antoine, man. We could potentially start seeing the best of him. I think him and his brother gelling. They win in fights. Like Reef mentioned, they learned a lot from that Pueblo loss. And he came back stronger than ever, looking good. And I want to see how he look against Andy Hiroka. This is going to be a good fight, I think. The Butcher was good with it because Andy Hiroka got some talent, man. So he going to make it a fight, I believe. But I want to see what kind of statement Antoine make. You know what I'm saying? Stressed out boxing. My dog was good with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. But don't miss that fight, man. And speaking of that division and going undisputed, it seems like it got a little bit harder because now with Shakur being stripped, it looks like he's probably going to stay at the 140 because that's his strap. And then also you got Hitchens up there who never mentions you guys at all. he was here last night. He mentioned the card, said him and Oscar Duarte could be a main event as well. I don't know, that's questionable, but yeah, he didn't mention you guys at all. He mentioned Shakur. He mentioned moving up to 147 pounds, getting out of the division, but he didn't mention you guys at all. Why doesn't he mention you guys?
Here's the real question. Did you ask him that?
It wasn't me. Johnny Boy interviewed him. But
I believe that might be some of the reasons why these fighters try to dance around certain people, because the platforms these platforms that have the ability to shed light on certain things, they don't ask the tough questions because they're willing to just get these guys on just so they can get these numbers up or get these views or get the interview, and I think honestly that's somewhat food poison, the sport to a certain extent and the fans. You get a kind of false sense of security to a certain extent. So I give these people that have those platforms to be able to shed light on it. Y'all got to hold yourself somewhat accountable for asking these questions. Well, why don't they mention you? Because y'all don't ask the question.
Yeah, man. Listen, it did become tougher there. Rich Hitch, you got Shakur, your all selves, Gary Antoine, and Dalton Smith. You think Dalton Smith is being kind of forgotten there and being a little bit disrespected as kind of people saying that he's the easy champion? People saying Shakur should fight him because he's the easier belt.
I don't think he is that easy, bro. I just think that people feel like if you start thinking about it from a stylistic standpoint, yeah, he could provide resistance and give people good fights. But we ain't talking about good fights. We talking about beating guys. And when you look at a Dalton Smith, yeah, he beat Matias, but that's Matias. Do you got him stylistically, boxing and beating the rest of these guys like this? Matias is a guy that block punches with his face. Shakur Stevenson ain't going to allow you to hit him that easy. You're going to have to work. And it's a much different fight when you up in front of somebody that you got to raise your level against on that night. And you got to be consistent doing it. Right. So I don't think you look at Gary's style versus him. I don't think people got him beating Gary. Same thing with Shakur and a few others. You know what I'm saying? That's nothing, no slight to Dalton Smith, but styles make fights. And then You know, when you talking about a Shakur Stevenson, you talking about one of the more talented guys. He gonna make you think, and it's gonna be a tough fight for you. Teach was good with it, bro. It can not look easy at 140. I'm telling you. I think that fight. I think that's a great fight for him to go after if it's available. If it's no better option, hell yeah, take it. Not because it's easy. I ain't gonna call no champion easy, but I do think he can beat that guy.
I don't want to disrespect anybody that, like I say, anybody that steps into this sport and compete, you got to give credit to him. You know, you got to give kudos. So he's put the work in to become a world champion, and I think, you know, he should get credit for being the champion in which that he is. Doesn't matter how long he holds on to it, but currently he's the champion.
Let's
So
see what kind of run he has.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If they feel like he's the lighter of the champions, is it possible? It is. You know, to me, it looks a little funny to me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just a little old school.
Yeah.
I'm not the type of person that want to go at the easiest target. I want to go against the toughest. I want to challenge myself.
Yeah.
I want to challenge myself. Am I really that motherfucking good? Oh, they say he good? Oh, nah, I want him, man. I'm about to show, all right, I'm about to spank his now. When I spank his ass, then what y'all got to say? Oh, all right. I'm one of them people, so I don't know.
Facts,
you know,
Joe.
some people want to go against the easy target, but you still got to give credit when credit's due. He worked his way to become a world champion. He is.
Absolutely.
Count somebody out before you get in the ring with them, prepare for them, and get in front of them, and just thinking it's going to be easy is the quickest way to get beat and trick yourself out of your position. Going into any fight, I don't care how good you are. If you going into the fight approaching it like, oh, this guy is easy, and you don't want to respect his talent and him as a man, I think you open yourself up for an upset. You get what I'm saying? Just because of how you thinking, and you know what I'm saying? And certain mindset just won't allow you to prepare properly. That's why I like to hear fighters give their opponents credit, because I feel like I know you in there killing it. You think this dude is good enough to take it from you, and you ain't gonna allow it. So you gonna go in there and work your ass off. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't nothing about Dalton Smith that we could say is bad or easy. Nobody beat him, right? I mean, he a hell of a fighter, and he put belt the ass to Matias. So he's a phenomenal young champion. It's just how good will he be, right? He was really good on the night. Let's see what he can do after that. Let's see if he can start putting meaningful wins together now as a champion and really start solidifying himself. But if he jumped right into unification, man, his title reign could be very short. Very short.
Yeah, you know, I think all of them are dangerous. Now, you know, Gary's there, Shakur, Rich, Dalton. How do you beat and we'll go through the three of them. How do you beat a Dalton Smith, a banger like that, that comes and seems to have a chin that's indestructible? I mean, he walked all the way through the punches of Subriel Matias. How do you beat a Dalton Smith style, those wide banging punches, and seems like he's got concrete chin?
I mean, you probably got to touch his ass downstairs a little bit. A lot of times, people that got good chins, you got to touch their body.
Ass downstairs
but he's a little slow on his feet. He's lethargic. You don't always have to knock a person out to win the fight.
Right.
You know.
That's a fact. Rozier, it's supposed to be on for April, bro. It's supposed to be on for April. I could double check with my guy, man, but it was supposed to be locked in for April. It's looking good. Everything was on track. So I don't know if they officially made an announcement. I know people spoke about it, but it's looking like it's going to happen this year.
You can take advantage of just his lack of, somebody with decent lateral movement, stuff like that, a decent punch selection. They'll probably give him problems.
Right.
Yeah.
The IBF champion, Richard Hitchens, seems to have a really
Richardson
good
Hitchens,
jab,
man. Y'all be messing my boy
right
name up,
I think
man.
one of the best in the business of that 1-2 combo. Great footwork. He's really good with his distance. How do you beat a guy like that?
I think Richard Hitchens, he's a good boxer. He is a good boxer. You got, once again, you gotta give credit when
by
credit's due.
destruction. Yeah.
He's a world champion, and he won his right to beat that. I think he would just have deficiencies just in his punching ability. I don't think he has the real thump to keep a person off of them or to make a person actually respect them. Now, sometimes this might not even matter because like a Shakur and Teofimo Lopez, you know, Teofimo Lopez is definitely the bigger puncher, but he couldn't really find Shakur the way he wanted to. You know, I think it'd be a combination of someone with a decent level of athleticism, explosiveness, and a little pop. They'll probably give Richard Hitchison some problems. Somebody that can close the gaps quick, that can close them distances quick, and when they get there, they got some thump on it, and they can really sense some pressure. I think he'll have problems.
I ain't mad at that. That sounds fair, man. That sounds fair, and I think his brother might fit that mold. That could be a potentially tough fight for Hitchens, but I'm gonna say this again, man. Hitchens is a really sound boxer, man. Smart, and I think what makes him as good as what he is, despite what people say he don't got, is I think he understands who he is as a fighter, and he don't go out there trying to be something or somebody that he's not. And that keeps him in position to win fights, and you know what I'm saying, makes him a very consistent guy from fight to fight, man. It's gonna take a real fighter to beat Hitchens, man. Ain't no run of the mills. I don't think running in there getting no upsets, none of that. If you ain't on his level, he beating your ass. I'm telling you. So anybody got that like plans on beating Richardson Hitchens? I don't know why y'all keep butchering that man's name, but shit ain't gonna be easy, man. I know he a boxer and they think he ain't got no punching power, but I don't know, man. He ain't easy to deal with either. Core would shock you out, Gary. George was good with it, fam.
Yeah, and finally,
Shakur is crazy, ain't it?
Probably right now considered the most unstoppable man in boxing. He's unpenetrable, and man, he can turn that jab into a weapon, and he's showing us that he doesn't really have to run anymore. How do you beat the impossible one to beat Shakur?
To be honest with you, I think the same with. Hold on, baby. I'm not baby. Look, my baby just walked in. I'm doing an interview right now, and that's not yours.
Shout out to Gary, Papa Gary.
To be honest with you, Shakur, he's another one who has a very good jab, a good sense of, distance and range, good lateral movement, and etc. I think it would take someone that has a similar level of athleticism, as well as punch selection, when it comes to competing against Shakur. I think he's a good fighter. I think Richard Hitchenson's a good fighter. I think Richard Hitchenson's a good fighter as well. I think
Richard Hitchinson, maybe butchering my boy name.
He just don't really got the pop. Shakur, I don't think Shakur really has that devastating pop either. He's just a little more educated than Richard Hitchison. I believe his game is just a little more educated than Richard Hitchison. He can control and navigate.
That man named Hitchens. I'm gonna keep saying it, bro.
Richard Hitchison, he tends to
Richard Hitchison. I'm like,
he
what do you got
quicker
going?
than he wants to move. He moves quicker than he wants to move when he's in there. He doesn't look like he's in control. When Shakur fights, sometimes he does jump back and skip back a lot, but it still comes off as though that he's still in control of the essence of the ring and etc. You got to break his control.
Yeah, man. It's an interesting division, in my opinion. Now with Shakur entering the toughest division in boxing, and all those 4 champions, man, it's going to be great to see what happens at the end of it all.
Shout out to Gary, man. He gave breakdowns on how all the guys could be beat, the other champions at the weight class. He gave some solid insight too and breakdowns. You could tell he just wasn't saying anything. He was giving some real, insight and breakdowns, man. Let's keep rolling, man. Pop don't matter if you keep hitting, if you keep getting hit in the face or if you can't land that pop. That's why I don't put so much stock into punching power the way people do, because I know
I've seen so many times when guys are not able to consistently land that power or get that shot off, they lose. I mean, but here go another fighter. I think he broke down the Devin and Shakur fight. We're gonna keep it rolling, y'all. Both sides.
That's it, man. What's going on? You just did a little sparring, some training. How's your day going so far in the gym?
Everything going good, you know. Got 2 weeks left. Fighting February 21st, so we feeling great finishing up camp.
February 21st.
And definitely, when's your fight date?
February 21st, we at the Showboat in Atlantic City.
Okay, perfect. And tell me a little bit about your opponent. You did some research, or?
A little research,
a little bit.
Awkward, you know. It ain't about him for real, it's about me. But
you're not too worried about it. You're not too concerned.
Yeah, he's a little awkward, a little wild, but you know, we coming in with one mission, one goal in mind. So, and that's to get the dub. So. That's what we got planned.
Absolutely. And how would you like who is similar in your style to you, a fighter that's famous or from the past or from the present? What is your style similar to?
I would say I'm a boxer puncher. You know, so like I could fight going forward, I could fight going backwards. Kind of Terence, Crawford with some, you know, I'm slick, got good speed, good power. So I would say I'm a boxer puncher with the fight going forward and fight going backwards.
Who got you motivated to get into the sport? Who was one of your favorite fighters?
Y'all not gonna like this response because of the stuff that's going on now, but Adrian Broner, when he was younger, I used to study him a lot.
No, that's all right. He was doing it. Yeah, he was uptight. He's a fourth division champion. He did his thing.
He was a dog, but
absolutely.
You know, I've been in around boxing for forever. My older brother's box. I got one older brother right now. He's 2-0. His name Muad Islam, and I had a brother over him. So I was always in the gym. I fought all the way up until about 17 years old. Went to college and got a Division I football scholarship from Western Michigan University. So I took a little break. So now we back.
How does that football background help you in the ring? You running guys over?
Yeah.
You tackling them? Leaning on them? Messing up their legs?
Toughness.
That's it, man.
So, toughness, grit, heart, you know, just being a dog for real. So played football, running back at the Division I level. Was out boxing game for 5 years, and now we're back. So.
Absolutely. Now, there was a big fight over the weekend, Shakur Stevenson versus Teofimo Lopez. Talk to me about this breakdown. Did you think that Shakur was going to make it look that easy?
Yeah, I told everybody it was going to be that easy.
Wow.
That was Shakur, dog. You know, he skills pay the bills, and right now his skills, like he always was top notch with his skills, his defense, his reflexes, his counter punching, his boxing IQ. So that boy a dog. We grew up together in the same gym, so like
okay, so you
I've
know.
always seen it. Like,
you get any sparring with Shakur?
Nah, Shakur is like
a lot older.
A couple years older than me. So
okay.
When he was in elite heat, I was around 7, 8, 9 years old. You get what I'm saying? So
okay.
We was young. So.
But you seen it from back then. You seen that he was going to be this star.
Seen it from there.
Is there anybody that can contest him? Devin Haney called him out immediately after the fight.
Nothing with Shakur.
That fight is not. It won't be more competitive than Tio. No, it'll be a shutout as well.
I think it'll be a shutout. Devin Haney don't throw that many punches.
Wow.
So I feel like that'll be a shutout. I don't think there's nobody right now that can mess with Shakur.
Even a guy named Tank?
Not even Tank.
How does that fight play out if they get it on?
I think it's easy. Tank also don't throw that many punches.
He gives up rounds.
He gives up rounds. And with Shakur, you're not going to land that one big shot. So you can't just give up rounds, and think you're going to win the decision without landing a big shot. Against a guy like Shakur with great defense, I don't see him landing that big shot.
Yeah, a lot of people feel the same way. If you can't win those rounds, Shakur's going to steal it. But Tank's performance against Frank Martin, he let his hands go a lot earlier, and he got Frank out, and I believe it was the 7th round. I believe he can get guys out of there a lot faster, but he's figuring them out, downloading all the information, but he really doesn't have to. With Frank Martin, there was some animosity between the two, so he stepped it up.
I think the respect for Frank Martin.
Bond and TV, my dog was good.
I think that's why he pushed the gas a little bit. But with a guy like Shakur, I think there's much more respect for Shakur, so we won't try to do that. That's my opinion.
Yeah. So the fight will go decision, and Shakur will be like, what would the rounds be? Like, how many rounds do you give Tank in that fight?
Shakur 8-4 or 9-3.
Wow.
Man.
Okay, that's a big gap. All right,
Bro
definitely.
said
Well, let the
8'4",
fans know where they can
9'3".
find you on social media and
You
everything.
can follow me on Instagram at z.salam and then the number 10. So z.salam10.
That's it. Best of luck February 21st, champ.
Thank
All
you.
right, you got it, man.
Shout out to the youngin, man. February 21st, go tap into him, man. He had something to say, man. Telling you, all these guys been in there with these all these fighters, man. They all know what's up. That's why I say, man, I just could never understand why people spend so much time tearing down the best talents. I just don't get it. Because the fighters that share the ring with them sing a much different tune, right? And I don't think it's a coincidence either. You know what I'm saying? You get, hey Marcus, you feel me, bro? Hey, they ain't all saying the same shit for nothing, bro. Everybody not lying. You get me? They be saying that shit for a reason. But he gave a realistic, I think, breakdown of how the fight could go. Like, you can't give Shakur.
Phenom, Pete, Tsunami, Cologne, what's going on, man? We in
Just to bank on one shot. You get what I'm saying? I think you could really put yourself in a hole doing that. But hopefully we get to see it, man. I'm cranking with Harper. Shout out to William, man. Just never know, man. I ain't got my hopes up, but you know, I'll sit back and observe and see what happened. Shout out to Keith Cologne, man. He about to give his thoughts on the breakdown.
We in Jersey right here. We here in your gym, right?
Shout out to
You
Jersey.
getting in that work, right?
Facts, yeah, just got that training, good training session. We've been at it all week.
That's it, that's it. Now, first and foremost, man, I got to ask you about the fight. Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez, man, did you think that it was going to be such a dominant performance by Shakur?
Nah, I was shocked. Not shocked, but I thought Teo was going to pose as well a little bit more. I really thought it was going to be more of like in the beginning, a harder fight.
Real quick, man. I'm with you, Marcus, because I think out of anybody that he fought, I think people will be the most willing to put money up on against, you know what I mean, against Shakur with him. I think that's the time you can make some money. I really do. The rest of the stuff, people will talk shit, but they ain't gonna really bet.
But Shakur controlled it from the jump early on, so that was a good thing, just showing that like how you say, he levels above everybody else.
How much better is Shakur since you sparred him? Like he's been improved greatly, right?
Yeah, I sparred him probably when I was like 17, 18.
Okay.
You know, now years later, I don't want to say he's much. It's a bit of a style change. You know, as you get older, your style changes. Also, he's developing into his own. You know, years ago he was probably still getting comfortable, still had more of like a in and out style. But now you see him stepping to guys, he's way more comfortable in the ring. You can see it.
Definitely. If he just levels above everybody else, how does a fight, like Devin Haney called him out immediately after the fight, how does that style match up? Because Devin's a pure boxer, Shakur's a pure boxer, but maybe who has the better IQ of the two? A lot of people are saying Shakur's the future, he's the next great, face of boxing.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I feel like in that fight, even though Devin is a boxer, because Devin is much bigger, he'll probably find more success coming forward.
Okay.
But I feel like it's gonna be the same thing. He probably have more moments than Teo, but overall in the fight, I feel like Shakur overall it'll kind of be similar. But Devin will probably have more moments. He'll probably take more risks. And just attack it a little bit more differently, educated behind the jab, not having one foot come in front of the other, probably won't be leaning as much as Teo was. He's a different fighter from Teo, so
different style.
We'll work with Teo, we'll work for Teo, probably won't work for Dev and vice versa.
Exactly. Styles make fights.
Yeah.
Maybe how many rounds would you give Devin Haney in that fight against Shakur? What do you think?
I feel like anywhere between, the most I say is like 4.
The most that he'll be able to be successful. So 8-4, Shakur.
Yeah.
That's how it'll probably play out. So that's definitely fair enough. And then Shakur.
Keith funny is like 8-4. You see Devin Shakur playing out 8-4. I'm trying to tell you, you heard that stat the other day. That man losing 1 out of every 10 rounds and 1 out of every 14 to 1 out of every 10 rounds is wild, bro. Like and that's all I be saying. For you to beat him, you have to be able to change that. I'm not saying you can't, but I know that that's something that can't be. You have to be able to change that variable. It has to change. Or you just got to do the unthinkable, or you know what the thing that's least likely to happen and knock him out in the fight. But all that boxing shit for 12 rounds, okay, all right. Hey, a Water Walker. I think only two elite people from 130 to 147. In my opinion, everybody else I take crazy. I think Devin is elite. I think it's elite. I think it's tiers of being elite too, though. You know what I'm saying? I really do. Think there be you could be at an elite level, but then I think you got like special generational talent type fighters. We're gonna bring. I'm gonna talk about that too in a second too. The Keyshawn and that Devin shit that they keep talking about.
Fighting Conor Ben. Conor Ben entered the ring, and how does that fight play out? The weight difference. He wants to have a hydration clause on him, the way he did with Chris Eubank. Yeah. What do you think about that? You know, that fight will be huge in England. You know, 90,000 fans going crazy.
I feel like that fight may be a little bit tougher than his last fight. Okay. I feel like T.O. is more skillful than Conor Ben.
Absolutely.
However, Conor Ben is a little bit more rugged and physical, you know. Like, when T.O. get hit, he'll stop in his tracks. Conor Ben the type of guy that he'll still keep coming, and you know, he'll have, you feel me? He don't care. He'll be cut up. You know, he with his heart.
Yeah.
When he fights, so I feel like that fight may be a little bit more difficult and rugged for Shakur, but same outcome. Shakur should be victorious.
So ultimately, he slays him. He slays Devin Haney. He's the last man standing.
Keep ain't going. He like, yo, yeah, he more rugged. Yeah, he do this, but same outcome. keep Jersey strong. He ain't beat. He like, nah, Core got these dudes. I'm telling you, Conor Ben only shot is to be rough as hell and knock him off his pivot, knock him off balance, be rough, muck the fight up, and try to get a knockout. But I feel like at some point when you get hit, you're gonna have to be smart about it. You know what I'm saying? You getting picked and poked at, and somebody hit you with sharp counters. That's one thing about boxing that I've always seen. You don't have to have the most power, have the biggest punch, and none of that, be the strongest. But when you throwing accurate, precise, well-timed shots and you placing them, man, you'll freeze people in their tracks, make guys reset, second guess. They become a bit hesitant naturally because they keep getting hit. Clean, sharp counters. That shit like that is slow a guy down. You see, Chris Eubank went all out in that first fight, but not so much in the second one. You get what I'm saying? That won't be the last one standing. Average to extraordinary. Look, he could very well be, bro. He can very well be. You know what I'm saying? Extraordinary. If he don't fight, you know, Shakur Stevenson, yeah, for sure. I got Key hurting dead badly. Damn, behind the hand say he got Key doing the thing to him. You hear
Is there anybody that you think could pose Shakur a threat to him?
I mean, like we said before, the biggest fight in reality is like Shakur and Tank.
Exactly.
But you know, with Tank, he got real life things going on right now.
Exactly.
So, you know, like I guess he out of the conversation for now, but you know, like if it was like a year before all of this stuff happened, then I would have said Shakur and Tank.
Definitely. So if that fight plays out, maybe down the road, that's going to be the huge fight, maybe the biggest fight in boxing.
That's a mega fight.
And the winner of this will be the face of boxing, I believe, right? So how does that fight play out with Shakur facing Gervonta? That extreme punching power. He never faced a puncher like him. He is fast. He has speed, just like Shakur. He can match him. He has a high IQ, probably the best timing in boxing. He always gets that home run knockout. How does that fight play out?
I feel like it could play out multiple ways. It could even look the same way how it looked with Shakur and T.O.
Oh, okay. It could be a play out like that.
It could look exactly like that.
Exactly.
But it could also be a much closer fight. At the end of the day, these are two men with great IQ, great boxing ability. Like, we at a stage now where none of these guys are bums. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it all comes down to who's the better man and who won it more that night. And that's what it's up to. So like for that fight, I can't even give a prediction because like I really don't know. You feel me? Like Shakur and T.O., I feel like going into it, I feel like it was a 50-50 fight in the aspect of like T.O. could be unpredictable, but look, he ain't showing no unpredictability. Like Shakur said, I've seen it all before.
Exactly.
You know? So it's like we really won't know until they get in the ring.
Yeah, but he sparred multiple times with Gervonta, so they know each other. You know, just like the way Lamont Roach knew Tank, right?
Yeah.
They sparred; they were familiar with one another. Obviously, their style had evolved and got a lot better. But you see some of the tendencies from the past, right?
Exactly.
So if you had to just make a lean towards someone, who would you lean towards if you had to just pick someone?
I'd say Shakur.
Okay, Shakur.
I'd say Shakur.
And if he gets past Tank, that's it. He's the face that no one's gonna beat him, right? Tank is that final boss in the video game. He's the last guy that you gotta beat, right?
Yeah. You can say that. I say for him because of like I don't see Devin beating him, Tio didn't beat him. Ryan will probably give him some troubles, but like I don't see Ryan beating him. So like the only real one that really got a chance or could be like even a competitor is Tank. So I say that. And even for Tank, I say the same thing as Shakur.
Absolutely. And when we're gonna see you in the ring, champ?
Real soon. You gotta stay tuned.
Tell them your social media. Tell them your social media so they can follow you.
Social media is official Keith Cologne. All the updates, fights, any updated news about me. That's where I'll be driving. So check me out.
That's it, future champ. Keith Cologne. Thank you for your time, man.
Thank you.
That's it.
Shout out to Keith, man. Shout out to Fight Hype. They always do a great job, man. I like his breakdowns. I like his breakdowns on the fights, and he was real honest, and he was able to articulate exactly why he's seeing each fight playing out the way he did. Look, it's very simple, man. I play these clips a lot of times so you can hear from fighters that actually do this shit. I say this all the time. I can sit here and tell you 100 times who I think could win a fight, but it's a little different when you hear it from guys that share the ring with these guys and you know got experience in being a damn fighter, right? So a lot of these dudes are they pick Shakur for a lot of the same reasons, man. Just intelligence, man. Intelligence, bro. That shit really take you far in the sport of boxing. And I think he's mentally stronger than he's ever given credit for. You get what I'm saying? Like somebody was saying, man, it was Sean Porter. We gonna keep going. I got a clip for the Hanos fans. Robert Garcia talked about how to take Haney to the next level, but there's a little short clip. I think it was from Sean Porter.
Shakur is one of those guys out there that you don't really understand until you're standing in front of it, and you have to realize that speed and that tenacity that he had, that look, that feeling, and he doesn't give tells. There's no signs that he's going to throw a punch. Punch just simply comes.
You see what I'm saying? And I agree with Sean Porter. I like how he's put that. Just one of those things where from the outside looking in, you'll be like, oh, well, you know, he could box a little bit, but it ain't this, it ain't that. It's not this, it's not that. And then you get in front of it and it's like, oh, all right, bet. You know what I mean? It is that. You know, I just think it's one of those, bro. It's one of them. It's easy. It's easy to say what it looked like from the outside until you get in there. Shout out to Poy. Say, Justice, Dad and Core, fight you want. Rather see Shakur handle business at 40. Look, I wouldn't mind it either way, bro. I don't really got a preference because I know it ain't up to me, so I don't set my heart too much to wanting something that I know I have no control over. But if I had to make a pick, I would definitely say the Devin fight because I'm sick of the talk. I'm tired of they done spent this going on like 3 years. The Devin Haney fans still trying to convince the boxing world that Shakur Stevenson ducking him. You get what I'm saying? That's why I just get tired of hearing that shit. And I would just want people to see once and for all the difference between the two. I think it would leave no questions, no doubt, the winner or the loser. It would be a great fight, competitive for sure. But I think, like Keith Cologne said, man, ultimately, man, Shakur is going to win the majority of the rounds, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe. But he got to show that. He got to be willing to go to 47 and fight him because I see bro mention the catch weight. Dev already did the catch weight with Ramirez. I don't think he's willing to do that with Shakur. You know what I'm saying? I think it's 47 to nothing with Shakur, you know what I'm saying? Or he probably gonna go do something different. But as far as Keyshawn, listen, you said he struggled with movers. That's not true. So Jermaine Ortiz is not a mover. Jermaine Ortiz is not a mover. That mover gave Teofimo hell, arguably beat him. Who else? Yeah, he gave Teofimo hell. He gave Loma a really good run for his money again, too. You know what I'm saying? He He gave you know what I'm saying? Both Loma and Tio. Great run for their money. Great run for their money. Hold on, man. I gotta call somebody Uber, bro. Give me a second, y'all. Let me call his Uber for him. Let me call his Uber, man. All right. There you go. 22. Your Uber just arrived, bro. Your Uber just arrived. What's Core's most valuable punch? Shit, after Saturday, after that last performance, is obviously the jab, but I know I kind of feel like I know where you're going. Jab for jab. Like T.O. He said he didn't fight like Key like he fought T.O. He stood in front of Key. What are you talking about? Dev got a better jab. You might feel that way. You might feel that way, but not based on them. Based on the numbers, he don't. Based on the numbers, he don't. Based on the numbers, he don't. Get what I'm saying? ASAP, what it do, man? Key, what's good with it, bro? Everything boxing is in the building. What's good, my guy? Yeah, man. Dev got a better jab. I knew you was going there with it. I doubt that. I don't think the numbers back that up. Have you ever seen Devin Haney's jab be I've seen it. Now, don't get me wrong. I've seen him use it, but I don't know, man. That one jab performance from Shakur against T.O., I haven't seen him utilize his jab in that way. Core was rocking his head back. That shit was different, man. I don't know, man. I don't think he got a better jab. I think people feel that way, and it's all good, but Shakur is more efficient with his punches. He land at a higher percentage. He get hit less. He lose way less rounds. Like, you name it. Like, I don't know, man. I just don't know where all these advantages at for him. Maybe weight, reach, height, shit that ain't gonna be the deciding factor, but ultimately intellect, IQ, pedigree. You get what I'm saying? Eyes, better feet, more educated feet. He's a lot smoother in there than me. To me. I mean, but it's crazy. Like, he got some wild ass stats. Like, I'm gonna play a shout out to Cash Sports, man. They're both great with distance. Yeah, but Shakur is better. You know what I'm saying? Shakur is better with distance. Better. Like, I don't think it's too many people. I don't even think that's much of an argument. I think you could see it in the fights. Who get hit less? Who lose more rounds? See, it's easy to start pointing out, you think Devin got the better jab, cool. But who get hit more? Who get hit less? Who lose more rounds, right? Consistently. Get what I'm saying? Shout out to Cash Sports. Like, listen to these stats real quick, y'all. I played this for y'all the other day, but I'm going to play it again. Got 70 people in the building. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's keep rocking. Now, I don't think so either, Keon. I don't think so. Listen to this stat. If you can't, listen, this is what I'll say. If you can't do something about this stat right here, your ass is cooked.
Out of all of Shakur's rounds, all of the available scores he has, out of all his fights, not ending in stoppages or the technical decision, that's 414 judged rounds. He lost 40 of them. That's less than 10%. That's losing less than one round every 10 rounds. Now, make it even more interesting. Let's take out the De Los Santos fight. Let's just take it out just to see. Shakur was injured, right? We saw his hands were hurting. He won line. We'll remove 36 rounds from that number and the 13 rounds that he lost. Dude, that puts him at 378 total judged rounds, losing 27 of them. 7.14% rounds he's losing. Outside of the De Los Santos fight, judges give his opponent, Shakur Stevenson's opponent, fewer than one round out of every 14 rounds. One round out of every 14. With De Los Santos, it's one round out of every 10. Insane.
I mean, and look, there's always, you having to be able to be this consistent, this dominant at the highest level. But I think he kind of shut the door on some of those questions in terms of can he perform at the highest level against a guy like T.O., right? T.O. ain't the absolute best. I think Devin is a much smarter boxer than T.O., and I definitely think I know he make less mistakes than him. So it's definitely a more competitive fight. Just like Keith Cologne was saying, I don't want people to misunderstand what I'm saying when I say who I think will win. But again, if you can't alter those numbers, your ass is cooked. If you can't be somebody that can do better than that 1 out of every 10, 1 out of every 14 rounds, my thing is this: am I bugging y'all? Who the fuck got numbers like that? Like seriously, like active boxers, all of them. Who the hell got numbers like that? That shit don't even make sense, bro. That shit is wild, man. And I'm telling you, he do it consistently. Even in the worst fights, same thing. The fight where he got hit the most, same thing. He went by large margins. Like, dudes be talking this shit. But the problem is, if you cannot be more consistent than him from round to round, you fucking cooked. I'm telling you, you're going to get cooked. If you're telling me you're a boxer and you're getting in the ring and you telling me the reason you're telling me you're going to beat him is because you're just going to be so much of a better boxer, I'm going to call bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit by the numbers. Where does it show? Like, where, not what we think, what was proven. Like, what do you put out in the square circle? Can you prove that you're more consistent, more efficient, land at a higher clip, a higher rate? You get what I'm saying? If not, if the answer is no, you in trouble. You are in trouble, man. You have to be able to change those numbers from being what they are. And I'm telling you, it's a big gap between the number 10 spot and the number 1 spot. Just think about that. One guy that we talking about is sitting comfortably at the number 1 spot in terms of getting hit and not getting hit, hitting and not getting hit, and the other guy is 10. That shit is a big gap. That has to change on fight night for the guy that y'all saying to win. And I love that, but I'm just telling you, and the same thing for Shakur. For him to win, the way I'm saying, he got to be consistent as he always is. If not, then he runs into trouble. You get what I'm saying? It's not a one-sided deal. But again, I'm just going off of 2 guys that I watched, and I see pedigree, I see IQ, I see more versatility, right? More answers defensively if needed. It's different. One guy is harder to hit. You heard Blair Cobbs, man. Blair Cobbs said he sparred them both. He said the shit that he was focused on with Dad was 1 or 2 punches and making sure, making him do shit he didn't want to do. He said the shit that he was doing against Devin, he couldn't dare do against Shakur. This is what the guys that be sharing the ring with them be saying. Don't take my word for it. Listen to the guys that fight him. You know what I mean? So, and look, what's Dad's best win? Average to ordinary. What's Dad's best win? You said he fight better opponents was his best win. Damon, what's good with it, my guy? Had to pay the fight or Nakatila fight or De Los Santos. We only not see you only start talking about it because it was on display. Anybody that's watched Shakur Stevenson known that he always had one of the best jabs in the game. If you ever heard Shushu break down Shakur jab, you would know that. This is years ago. Like, everybody knows that. You hearing about it because he put it on display, right? You get what I'm saying? So he didn't need it. Nakatila got cooked. De Los Santos got beat by a sick and injured fighter. Nakatila, that's a bad example. Why'd even bring that up? He lost every single round and got dropped. You ain't seeing guys put together them type of performances, bro. See him being similar level-wise. Old Banger, what's good with it, man? I'm telling you. Right. Now, look. Loma is Dev's best win. Now, I don't like triangle theories, bro. I don't. And I ain't really trying to triangle theory you, but who beat Loma? Who beat Loma? And who Loma wouldn't fight? I knew you were going to say that. Who Loma turned down to fight with in the title opportunity and the most money he was going to get? Who did he turn down? To fight who? You get me? And then who beat Loma before Dev did? And who Shakur just beat? You get me? So when you say they fight better opponents, look, it's not by much. None of these guys are fighting opposition that's light years above each other. They're not. Maybe one name here, 2 names here. Up until the TO fight, Dev had that Loma fight where he could say, oh, I fought Loma, right? Loma ain't won Shakur. Didn't fight Tank either. He fought Cambosis. You get what I'm saying? And then TO beat Loma before Devin did it. And then he got cooked by Shakur. See how that worked? So I think they fought in or around the same level of competition. One guy has just been far more consistent by the numbers at getting his business done. Like, that's why I look at these fights playing out the way I do, because if you can't stop him from being consistent, then how do you win? If you can't change the fact that on these judges' cards, this dude is losing out of every 10 rounds, he's losing 1. You get what I'm saying? And then you take the anomaly off his record and it's 1 out of every 14. I haven't heard them type of numbers from nobody. That shit is crazy. I didn't even know it was that crazy. Yeah, he beat his ass. ETB beat his ass serious. Saying that Loma thing, so Loma wouldn't be even. Yeah, he wouldn't even fight Shakur. Loma was dodging Dev too for years. No, he wasn't. He fought him. No, he wasn't. When it was time for them to fight, they fought. 12-3s was good with it. He ain't dodge him. He fought him. He fought him for undisputed when it made the most sense. Charlie says Shakur the man. Shakur the Wild Loma would have never been that close. Hey, look, that's why I wanted to see that fight, yo. That's why I wanted to see that fight. Because I seen who gave him the toughest fight. He was over there in that corner talking about dad. He figured me out. I just know Shakur would have beat him. I know he would have beat Loma. I just know it. Man, I wanted to see it. At least I feel like I know, right? I think he definitely would have cooked him, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Olympics is a big difference between Shakur, Key, and Dev. Dev got the pro experience, but they got world level experience, yeah, and the amateur level. And then you got to think Shakur is damn near every bit as accomplished, depending on how you want to call it, right? You got Devin being a champion in 3 divisions, him being a champion in 4. Dev got the undisputed. Shakur is unified. Like, that's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna say this. That's the part of that's the element that y'all don't take into account when you assess them to. Pedigree. One guy was brought up fighting much better talent. And I'm gonna pull up the audio from Wiley Moses. He was in the Twitter spaces. I'm gonna let him talk about some of the amateur stuff. Shout out to Educated Jad. I don't really think so, bro. I don't really think so. One guy been in 4 divisions, one guy been in 3. His best win is Loma. Shakur, I think Shakur matched that Loma win with a Tio win. Outside of that, they fight in the same level of competition to me. You get what I'm saying? I don't really see his resume being better. His best win is Loma, right? Shakur best win is Tio. Get what I'm saying? What's their best win after that? Get what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know about that. But we going. Hold on, I got to pull his joint up from Robert Garcia, man. He talked about how to get Devin to the next level. Let's see what he talking about, man. He said, Hanos fans, he said he can get y'all to the next level, man. Huh? Corbin the top dog in more divisions than Devin. I'm trying to tell him. He consistently, I don't know. He just, I don't know. I think his understanding of the game makes him better, man. I just think he's smarter, too. I think he's smarter. Yeah, take his ass right to school. School him. Y'all heard what Bill said. He got off it was considered a good thing. Y'all, it's crazy how people try to explain what Bill meant on that tape. That should be having me crying. What he was saying was, yeah, we definitely got to see him fight.
I recently saw an interview with you where the interviewer asked you that you're very, very well known as a Latino trainer and everything like that. But would you be interested in training a black fighter? I would love that. I know that there was rumor and word since you brought up Spence, that he was looking at you when the whole Derrick James happened. Devin Haney responded, and he gave an ultimatum on that and everything. His ultimatum, I'll tell you in a bit if you haven't seen it. It's hilarious to me, but you said you would love that. I just mentioned earlier Brian Norman Jr. splitting from his father and everything like that. If you were to be able to pick a fighter that is not Latino that you would want to train, who would that fighter be and why?
A fighter that is not Latino?
A fighter that's not Hispanic. A fighter that is not Hispanic. And you were able to pick, like, let's say, Brian Norman or Devin Haney or Earl Spence on the comeback, or maybe even one of the Charlos or anybody. If you were to pick a fighter that you would want to train that is not Latino, that is not.
Y'all be trying to count champions when I'm looking at talent. We talking about better fighters. Being a champion don't make you a better fighter. I need y'all to understand something. I'm gonna try to let this video play through. It's tough to brag about wins that a fighter has when some of those same guys he beat, when they got in the same opportunity to fight Shakur, they won't do it. Think about it. One of his biggest wins is George Kambosos. He won't dare get in the ring with Shakur because they already know from start to finish that's going to be very bad. I guarantee he wouldn't win a round against Shakur. Kambosos is not it. Right? He would have cooked his ass. You know what I'm saying? That's a guy that y'all bragged about. Loma, same thing. He didn't fight him. Get what I'm saying? I'll give y'all that T.O. didn't fight y'all. He had the chance too. He fought Core. So very similar, but them dudes fought in or around the same level of competition. Who fought more champions to me be irrelevant. That's not really an argument that I'm gonna make because that don't make you better. You get what I'm saying? That don't make you better. I think, yeah, he would have beat Loma. He would beat Loma. He said he fought an electrician. You know what I mean? People got jobs, average to extraordinary. You know what I mean? People got jobs, Joe, in boxing. If you did, you wouldn't even say that. People that understand how many fighters work won't ever mention the reason a fighter lost is because he had a job. My guy probably still in here. He'll tell you about a fighter that had 2 jobs and was beating ass and undefeated while he was doing it. You get what I'm saying? So the job ain't no excuse to not be good in boxing, bro. You get what I'm saying? But let's get back to this, man. Let's see what Robert talking about. Tell him, hey, tell him, bro. Tell him behind the hands. He talking about jobs, bro. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? So don't make it true that who's fought better comp. Nah, y'all saying that. See the difference? I'm so real. I'm too thorough with this. I'm not just a fan of Shakur. I'm a fan of the sport. And being a fan of the sport more than Shakur allows me to say they fought around the same level of competition. What part y'all not hearing? Like nobody's fought fighters that's levels and levels above nobody. Devin's best win is Loma. Shakur's is T.O. Is T.O. and Loma not on the same level? And then when they fought, who won? That don't mean that Shakur fought the better competition because T.O. fought Loma, but you get what I'm saying. You can't disregard the talent that Loma was, right? But I'll tell you the difference. When Shakur fought the best fighter he ever got in the ring with, it wasn't close. When Devin fought the best fighter he got in the ring with, he had a rough time. He needed the last round to win. That's the difference between them, bro. I'm telling you, one guy is a lot more mistake-free from fight to fight. And even at the highest level, he did it. So I don't know why that's hard to understand. Devin Haney would have to force Shakur to make more mistakes than he's ever made in his career to beat him. The knockout is out the window to me. You get what I'm saying? Now you're telling me you got to go tit for tat with one of the best chess players in the game. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. You telling me that you about to give one of the best thinkers in the game, 3 minutes each round to see who's better? Please, man, I welcome that matchup any day of the week. Get what I'm saying? Top 5 fighters on each resume. I don't think the competition close. I don't know how y'all look at resumes, but y'all put way too much into resumes, man. Y'all putting way too much into resumes, man. No, I'm making it sound logical. You get me? I'm making it sound logical. Tell me when I'm not saying something that's reasonable. Yeah, it's a fact. It's a proven fact that the guy you're talking about beating, Shakur Stevenson, get hit considerably more, loses far more rounds, and when faced with the best competition that he's been in the ring with in Loma, he had the roughest night of his life. Shakur just had one of the easiest with the best guy. Different fighters, different styles. I get it, but you understand what I'm saying. The point is proven. You get what I'm saying? You ain't seeing Shakur sitting in the corner talking about somebody figured me out. You're not seeing that kind of shit. Let me point something else out. Devin Haney's, one of his worst performances, not even, I want to say worst performance. His last 2 performances, he landed around 70 punches. 70 punches. The fight that y'all talk about with Brian Norman, that y'all said he outclassed him and did all this, he landed 70 punches to like 59. Shakur landed 65 punches against De Los Santos on an off night. They not the same, bro. 100% healthy. They are not the same fighter, bro. They got similarities. They both elite level talents, but one guy is a generational talent and the other guy is very, very good. I'm sorry. The elite, very, very good, world class, all that good shit. But one guy is generational to me. Light skin business. We got 90 people in the building. Hit that like button. Let's keep building. Lanier was good with it, fam. You know what I mean? Shout out to Educated Jazz. Resumes don't win fights. Tell me when you ever seen a resume get in the ring and throw a punch. Resumes don't win fights alone, bro. I'm telling you. Because by that logic, Tio is better than Loma. Because he beat him, right? Who's better, Tio or Loma? You would have to say Tio, right? That's the best guy that he's fought. That didn't want to fight Shakur. Just think about that. Brian Norman better than De Los Santos? I mean, you got to give Brian Norman credit, man. He's a champion. I rock with Norman. I rock with Team Norman. So you ain't about to get me to say nothing bad about B Norm. I like B Norm. Look, that's very subjective though, bro. Like that's why I try not to argue the things that's too tedious. I just try to make it make sense, right? Name their best wins on their resume. Name their best wins. But this is the problem that y'all running into. When y'all start talking about resumes, you got to keep in mind that one guy started at 126. He's fought people from 4 different weight classes right now. So it's tough to talk about resume when one guy, most of his resume is at 35. Did y'all forget? Hold on. Nah, man. I'm about to make y'all stand on this resume shit. Hold on. Robert Garcia going to have to go on pause for a second. Hold on. Let me plug my mic back in for a second, bro. Hold up, man. Y'all, I ain't think we was going, but we going to go this bugging. Y'all say resume. One guy got 25 fights. The other guy got like 33 fights, right? Do y'all, real talk, did y'all Devin Haney fans, can y'all name anybody from like his first 15 to maybe 18 fights? Can y'all name anybody from his first 15 to 18 fights? This shit different. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Let me take Robert off the screen for a second, man. Hold on, because y'all did this. Y'all overstating resumes, bro. It's not what you think. The man started in Mexico. That's not a slight at all. They're different. One fighter that you keep talking about resumes, he ain't never fought a dude with a losing record. Y'all know that, right? You know that. You do know that. Hold on, man. Let me pull something up real quick for y'all. I think I got a graphic that might put all this resume shit to bed. Hold on. Give me one quick second, y'all. I think I got it in here somewhere. With all their numbers, with all their opponents combined, with all their wins and stuff. Give me a quick second. It's in here somewhere. Where is that shit at? Do I still got it in here? Let me see. Y'all look at resumes like the fights that y'all know. What about the ones that you don't know? That's part of the resume too. That's why I know when y'all talking about resumes, y'all not talking about the complete 33 fights because you don't even know who those guys are, a lot of them. And that's not me trying to diss. That's just me telling the truth. Like, do you know who these guys are? I got to find that picture, bro. Hold on. I got it. I'm going to find that picture with all their records and resumes and hold on, all their numbers combined. Let me find it. Where is it at? It's in here somewhere. There you go. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Give me a second, child. Y'all hit the like button, man. We still building. We came on early today. Having a good conversation. No boxing slander, though, man. Just building, man. Just a friendly conversation, man. I don't like to be stressed out to talk boxing with nobody, man. But we're gonna see if this makes sense when I pull this up. We're gonna see. Let me see if this makes a clearer case at all. Let me see some, y'all. Shakur has fought tougher fighter by who he's faced record-wise. Yeah, that's why I say I know people like I ain't saying he fought all world beaters and nothing like that, but I think anytime that you want to talk about resumes, you can't forget to mention the fact that he ain't fought nobody with a losing record. You can't even say that. Most people can't even say that about their favorite fighter. They fought guys with crazy amounts of losses and shit like that. Let me see. Hold on. I got y'all. Miss. Bet. All right, let me see something. Let me see if this makes it any clear. Shout out to Hilltop, man. What's good with it, bro? This is Shakur, Tank, and Devin. This is Shakur at the top. This is Tank number 2, Devin number 3. This is fighter's opponent total win-loss record through 25 fights. I know what y'all gonna say. Tank got 31 fights. Devin got 33 fights. So since y'all keep liking to stack yourself up to Shakur Stevenson, let's make it fair. Let's cut y'all off at y'all first 25 fights because that's what he got, right? Right? All right, bet. Let's go. Read the numbers. Read the numbers. This shit is all debatable. I'm not making a case that it's for sure that he fought better people. I told y'all my opinion is they fought in and around the same level of competition. But since y'all keep forcing the conversation, this is the total fighter's opponent's total win-loss record through 25 fights. This is Shakur's. 432 wins, 34 losses. 34 losses. They ain't even add the draws in there. I got this written down somewhere too because I did this one day myself, right? Win percentage, 92. All right, there you got. You got Tank at 25 fights, 417, 123 losses. You already see your biggest discrepancy is when y'all talk about resumes, y'all only talk about the fights that are popular, the fights that you watch when you was, you know, a true fan, but y'all don't talk about the complete body of work because if you do, you have numbers like this. Shit ain't even close. Now look at who had number 3. 307 wins, 149 losses, 67% win percentage. So you got number 3, Devin, 67%, 2 Tank, 77%. Shakur is number 1 with 92. Go look at them numbers. And this is the crazy part. This person right here only did 25 fights. I did all of them. What I noticed, the biggest discrepancy on all these numbers is the guys that y'all saying fought better competition, fought guys with way more losses. Like, for example, I wasn't trying to be funny. Do you know Tank fought somebody that got like 31 losses, bro? That's not me dissing. That's a fact. You could just go look at it. He fought somebody with like 18 losses before. Shakur Stevenson has never even jumped in the ring with somebody with more than 4 losses. So what I'm saying is all this stuff is subjective. There's no real way to prove it. But if you're going to talk the numbers, I'm a numbers guy. Them numbers would say otherwise. Y'all going to start specifying, well, he fought more champions. How many fights did he have in Mexico? Those count too, because that's part of his resume. You can't just look at the fights that everybody know. Nah, go all the way back to fight number 1 when he was out there in Tijuana beating burritos out of people and shit. At least that's what he said. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Take his ass back to Mexico. You get me? So that's all I'm saying, bro. This dude in all of his fights, he got a total of 34 losses. All 25 of his opponents combined got a total of 34 losses. And y'all here keep talking about how dudes fought way better competition. No, they didn't. 123 losses for Tank, 149 for Devin. And that's not even the full amount because they stopped at 25 for both. They got way more. Hold on, man. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, man. I wrote this shit somewhere, bro. It was pissing me off one day, man. Where did I put it at? I put it in here somewhere, bro. I put it in here. I'm only laughing, bro, because I know this shit changed everything. You can't talk all that resume shit when them numbers in your face. Now go ahead and tell me how many of them losses was champions. 123 losses. Shakur don't even got 40 total losses in everybody he fought. Oh, man. That's why I say, man, I look at full bodies of work. Y'all look at, the fights that are notable. I'm talking about all them shits. I'm talking about all of them. That's impressive, bro. He's never been in a ring with somebody with 18 losses, double-digit losses, 31 losses. What are y'all talking about? He won't. That shit would be pathetic to see. You ain't put no silver medalists in the ring with somebody with no 31 losses, 18 losses. What? He ain't got to go to Mexico. He was in the Olympics beating ass till he ran into Robisi. You know what I'm saying? Boy was kicking ass. But nah, this is just a fun conversation, bro. You're not gonna get this nowhere else. Somewhere else, they're gonna hate on one of the fighters. I don't hate these dudes. All of this stuff is subjective. I think at the end of everything, all you got to go off are numbers to a degree, right? And how you break them down. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. And then look at the chart at the bottom. 432 and 34 is considered elite, extremely dominant. 417 to 123, very strong. That's Tank. 307 to 149, solid but clearly lower. That's what y'all missing. Y'all only thinking about those notable fights. Nah, we ain't talking about them ones. We talking about them early joints. You know what I'm saying? Nah, not the best names. Because look, shout out to my dog, Educated Jab. This is the problem that you're running into, bro. You can't just go off like the best names because you're saying resume. You see that this is why comprehension is important. This is why context matters. Y'all say resume, but really what y'all mean is notable fights. So in the notable fights, I feel like he got the better resume. No, that's very convenient. When you say resume, that means resume. That means your jacket. That means everything you did since you turned pro. You get what I'm saying? Not just a couple of fights where you can make your case, where he fought undefeated guy. Nah, talk about them other ones where the guys had tons of losses. You get what I'm saying? So, you get what I'm saying? That's all. Not the hell with the last 10 fights. No, because remember, the argument that y'all trying to make is that guys' resumes are better. When you say resume, you can't just cut off a couple of fights to make your case. That's too convenient. You got to use the full body of work. Even with Shakur having less fights, his numbers are still better, far better, considerably better. Y'all got double the loss. Y'all got more than double the losses that he's been in the ring against. Think about that for a second when you talk about resumes. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. Overall, Blaze, I'm telling you, I ain't want to make this case, but I'm just tired of hearing it. It's like people are going off of what they think instead of what they can prove. You get what I'm saying? When you put them numbers out there, then they like, well, let's talk about the last 10 fights. Nah. We gonna talk about all them joints. Every last fight that they had. Where's my paper at, bro? I wrote this down somewhere, yo. I counted all they fights, not just some. I counted fights for all Tank 31 in his joints. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. So yeah. So Devin Haney is that number is not, where is it at? 307? It's 410. So it's all 31 of his fights. It's 30. No, is he 33? It's 410 wins. No. 432 wins, 36 losses. No, that's not his. His shit is 100 and something. He got 100 and something losses on this shit. God damn. Tank got more wins than that. Tank got over 500 wins. He don't got 417. So that 417 is really 500 and some change. If you count everybody on Tank's resume, he got 535 wins on his resume. 535 wins. Devin got like four something. They got 307 there. He got like, what is that? 432. He got 432. And I ain't even count the rest of the losses, man. He said the dead duck boots not dead. I'm just trying to be thorough, man. Shout out to D Brown. What's good? Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button, man. But look, it's just all I'm saying is this. None of what I said proves that, somebody is fighting, a competition that's so much higher than any other guy. All this chart does is kind of prove my point even more. Like, this shit is very subjective. And if you really total up everybody's first fight to their last fight, it's not going to be what you think. And you got to really be able to, if you're going to talk resume, that means the full body of work. You can't X out certain fights to help you make a case. Those fights that y'all didn't see is part of his resume. All things real. Any Devin Haney fan in here, respectfully, did anybody in here see Devin Haney pro debut? Anybody in here? Do anybody in here remember? Did y'all see Devin Haney's pro debut? Do you remember it? And that'll tell you something too. You know what I'm saying? That'll tell you something too. Do y'all even remember what his pro debut was? No, not gonna lie. Was it televised? Was it televised? I'm just going someplace with it. Think about it. You fight a bunch of fights not being televised. You fighting guys that's not that talented, bro. That's not that good. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bottega Ty. He said it was televised, but it was on YouTube. Tay said it was on his channel. Please said Mexico. Breakdown, they not gonna like it. I'm trying to tell y'all, look. and I want to be very clear with my words so people don't misunderstand where I'm going. This is not a smear campaign. But when people keep yelling resume, Tank is so superior than everybody else. And then when I ask you what was Tank pro debut or what was that when he fought the dude with 30 plus losses, they want to act like they don't know what I'm talking about. Or better yet, why? And this is not a slight. We just having a conversation. Do y'all know he was multiple fights in, and he fought 3 dudes making a pro debut? Do y'all know that? Y'all guy that y'all vouching for saying that he got better resume than everybody. Do y'all know he was more than, I think, 10 fights in? I got to go back and look at the numbers. He was fighting guys still in a pro debut. Y'all don't know that because y'all wasn't watching them that long. You get what I'm saying? This shit is real. Like, y'all, I know it. Fans come along when shit get popular. And I'm telling you, that's why they make the weird-ass arguments that they make. All these guys start from humble beginnings. Don't nobody start off fighting no damn killers. You get what I'm saying? They all operating in or around the same level. Tank has been at the elite level. Devin's been at the elite level. And so is Shakur. They great. All 3 of them. Take your pick, man. That's all the point I was making. But if we really going to talk resume and numbers, I'm going to pull this chart up. And they ain't going to like the numbers. They ain't going to like this shit. they ain't know it was like this. Get what I'm saying? So how do y'all measure talent? Do y'all just look at the guys that they fought that was undefeated? Do you just look at the names that they fought that resonate with you? Or do you go to the complete body of work and say, all right, you know what I'm saying? This is how you make an assessment. Because if you only looking at a handful of fights, it's not legit. Real quick, let me make this point. This dude stopped both Tank and Devin at 25 fights in his list, and we know they both got over 30. So this is not even a complete list because he cut them off to make a point for Shakur. When I did it, I didn't do that. I just counted all of their fights, all of their losses, and their draws as well. You get what I'm saying? So all I came up with is that the biggest difference in the numbers is the amount of losses that dudes got. Dudes got way more losses than Shakur opponents had. So you could say what you want. You could say who was better. But it's a tough argument to make when you really look at numbers and you see that guys fought dudes with tons of losses. Like, Tank fought somebody with almost as many losses as Shakur's whole entire resume. Do y'all know that? That 34 right there, Tank fought somebody with 31 losses. That's one person. You get what? Think about that for a second. That's not me dissing him. This is me just telling the facts. If you don't believe it, go pull up a box rec and look at it. Go look at the guy he fought with 31 losses. Think about that. The people would never bring that fight up. They probably didn't even see it. Get what I'm saying? So, I don't know, man. All this overpraising fighters to make them look good, when in reality, if Shakur fought Devin Haney and beat him, it'll be the best win on his resume. If Shakur fought Gervonta Davis and beat him, it'll be the best win on his resume. If Devin Haney fought Tank Davis and beat him, it'll be the best win on his resume. If Devin Haney beat Shakur Stevenson, be the best win on his resume. Do you understand what I'm saying? All 3 of these guys, if they fought each other, it would be the best, and beat the other, it would be the best win on their resume. Shakur fought Devin and Tank, it would be the best 2 wins on his resume, and vice versa for all of them. That's saying something. That's proving my point. I'm not overpraising nobody. I'm just telling you what it is. When I made my case, I based it off the numbers. People basing it off what they think. You get what I'm saying? See what it's totally different. But that's all that tells me, bro. At the end of the day, when all of these guys get into the ring, if with one another, if the guy they standing across the ring from would be the best fighter they fought to date, what are we really saying? You get me? What are we really saying? Could Devin and Shakur fight? And if Shakur ain't on top of his game, could he lose that fight? And the same thing with Devin and Tank. If they fought and Tank wasn't on his game, couldn't he lose that fight? Or if Devin wasn't on his game, couldn't he lose a fight to Shakur or Tank? It's the same thing always around. You're not gonna hear nobody call it this down the middle nowhere. And I still got I got in mind who I feel like a win out of the three. But I'm still gonna be genuine, man. At the end of the day, I'm smart enough and real enough to know that regardless of who they fought, resumes don't win fights. Why I don't really make a big deal out of resumes, that's the number one reason. They don't throw punches at all. And I know it's very subjective. People get different opportunities at different times, right? For case in point, right? Devin Haney's best win is Lomachenko, right? That people brag about. They still bring that up to this day, right? We beat Loma. But how much of a flex can you really flex the Loma win when you're talking about Shakur, but when it was time for Loma to fight him, he didn't want to? See what I'm saying? And the same thing with Tank. It had an opportunity there. He didn't take the fight. You get what I'm saying? So it's tough. Different opportunities come for different guys, man. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, all of these guys are elite. They world class. They legit champions. They fought solid competition, solid to good competition, in my opinion. And not neither one of these guys have fought an opponent that's better than the other. None of them. Tank ain't never fought nobody as good as Shakur, in my opinion. Shakur ain't never fought nobody more talented than Tank. Devin Haney ain't fought nobody more talented than Shakur or Tank, and vice versa. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. And then tell me where else you're going to hear somebody say this. They're going to try to lean too heavily to one or the other, or they're going to push that same weak-ass duck narrative that we know ain't true. Talk some real shit, man. These dudes all need each other for real, to solidify themselves the way they trying to be great, especially at Devin and Shakur. They definitely need each other. Tank made his money. He arguably can make even more. But them dudes is chasing legacy belts and all that type of shit, accolades. They need fights like each other. They need each other. You get what I'm saying? They need each other. We know who two of the best pure boxers in the game are. This is Devin and Shakur. I don't care which one you like more. They both cold, right? I just think one a little bit better. You know what I mean? All around. That's all it is. You know what I mean? But they're pick 'em fights. You know what I mean? None of these guys can get in there with the opposite guy and not be on top of their game and win. You can't do it. You can't do it. You got to be on top of your game. You get what I'm saying? All these guys. That's saying something. Shout out to Big Supreme. What's good with it, bro? Now you already know Big Supreme. You already know. I'm over here giving all of these dudes that they credit, man. I'm just pulled up the numbers to let y'all know it's not what people be making it seem, bro. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not what people make it seem. Shout out to Sky Miller, man. What's going on? How you feeling? Kevin getting a little big for the other two. He'll be at 154 eventually. I think so too, but we gonna keep building though. We ain't done yet, man. We just gonna keep building, bro. Until we, like I said, when I'm done covering everything, that's when we gonna end the live. I don't know when that's gonna be, but we gonna keep building. We still got 80-some people in the building. Hit the like button, sub to the channel, support the build. Mr. Rex, I think Shakur better too, but he ain't fight nobody. He's scared to fight. Shot Foster. Shit. That's tough, bro. That's tough, Mr. Rex, man. That's tough, man. That's tough. All right, he ain't fight nobody. I mean, I don't know what you consider a somebody, right? I don't know what you consider a somebody. I think Shakur's first title shot was against Joaquin Gonzalez in like his 13th fight. Joaquin was like 23-0, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That was the first fight. I know he's expected to win, and people try to overlook it, but that's a quality win. It's their first title shot. He won it, right? I mean, he beat the absolute hell out of Jamel Herring, right? Stopped him. I mean, he took Oscar Valdez completely to school. He unified with him. I mean, what exactly are we doing when we taking away credit from the work that these guys put in just to make a case? Can you say that he's fought everybody? Nah, it's the biggest fights I think can still be out there for him. But it wouldn't be real to bring up, like, you can't, with Shakur, it's not the same as your typical guy that's not getting the fights. We've seen him literally one of the only reason he fought De Los Santos is because he had Frank Martin on the hook. He needed that little extra umph. I don't knock him for it. He didn't get that fight. Tank did. You get what I'm saying? Like, think about if he would have got the fights that he was supposed to get. Think about if he didn't have to chase Valdez, right? If he didn't have to chase Zepeda, right? If he'd actually got a Tank or a Devin fight. Think about if these fights, a Loma fight that he always wanted. So it's tough to say, like, who somebody ain't fought when I can point to multiple occasions where guys had opportunities to fight him that was quality or of some substance, and they chose to go and do something different. The only issue with Shock is he's not a 35-pounder. They made that fight an interim title fight. He beat Cool Boy. Impressive fashion. He shut him out, but he didn't keep the title, and he moved back down to go defend his belt. That's not a duck, but it's like, you get me? Like, I be trying to understand how y'all think. Like, what has a Shocky Foster done to just, Shakur should just fight him? Like, that's somebody to be scared of. Like, you seen this dude Lou. How many losses he got? And I'm not dissing. I'm just talking real shit. Guys ain't scared to fight nobody, but I don't think he's put himself in position for that fight. And I've always said, do I want it? Would I like to see it? Yes, because I think Shock a real one. I think it's history there, and I think he really wants to fight. But him moving down to 130 when he had the opportunity to keep the belt and so-called press the button, he didn't do that. And on top of that, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think it's too much there, and I don't think their paths are going to cross each other the way people are expecting them to. And we could say, you know what I mean? Shout out to Scott Miller. We could say what we want about, what Shakur is scared to do. Did O'Shaquie Foster do exactly what he said he was going to do? He said he was going to go up to 35, press the button. They pretty much gave him the keys to the situation by making it an interim title fight. And he could have stayed there, kept the belt, and vacated the one at 130. What did he choose to do? So by that logic, is he scared to fight Shakur because he didn't do what he said he was going to do? Nah, he just probably got something better to do, and he probably know he wasn't going to get that fight. You get what I'm saying? So who knows, man? But I don't know. It's tough, man. I don't think these dudes be scared, though, man. Yeah, that duck narrative, yeah, they saying Keyshawn and Shakur is both ducking Devin Haney. And I've seen it at least 3 or 4 times, and I'm just like, damn. Y'all know y'all down bad when you at 147 pounds saying guys that just debuted at 140 is ducking you. If that's when you being a super fan. When you're accusing guys of being a duck with no paperwork, no contracts, no offers, no conversations, not even being in the same weight class, you just looking to push a narrative respectfully. That's just what it is. That's what people do. Like, it's all this one ducking, that one. Nobody's scared, man. Nobody run around being scared of Devin Haney or Shakur or Tank. None of them. Nobody's being scared. These dudes put the money up and they'll fight. That's how I see it. Fight the fighter Shakur fought. I asked yourself that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. What did you say? Foster looked bad versus Nova, Conceição, a few others, and now you can beat Shakur based on beating a smaller Fulton. I tried to say it, Big Supreme, bro. Most people, they wasn't talking this O'Shaquie Foster shit till O'Shaquie Foster started talking. And I don't think most people think they feel like he can beat him. They just want to see the fight because it's somebody that wants to fight Shakur, and if they can see him lose or be in a tough fight, it's a win for them, especially if he lose. So I don't think all these people that's talking that Shock Foster shit and saying Shakur is scared of him, not one of those people will bet money on O'Shaquie Foster if that fight was made. And that's not me knocking Shock. That's just me calling out people being fake ass fans. Shock a dog, hell of a fighter. I've heard the stories about him, how talented he is. We've seen the performances. We've seen how talented he is. We've seen the dog in him. You get what I'm saying? We've seen all them things, but we also seen the inconsistencies. We've seen him struggle. They got a common opponent. I mean, Rocky Hernandez, Conceição, Abraham Nova. You get what I'm saying? Samuel T, Ronald Chinea, those guys that he lost to early. Like, y'all got to be real with yourselves, man. You know what I mean? RIP to Samuel T. I believe he passed away. But those guys wouldn't even, you get what I'm trying to say? Shakur lost a fight to one of them guys, y'all would go cray out, lose y'all mind. You know what I'm saying? And not to forget, that guy is lost to them dudes, so I just don't see it. Dave the Third Eye, what's good with him, my guy? Shock impressed me with multiple fights. He continues getting better. I mean, look, I ain't gonna knock Shot, man. Foster obviously had other plans. Yeah, he had other plans. That's what I think, Ty. But people won't say that. They put all the onus on Shakur, like to make a fight that I don't really think does nothing for him. Like you gotta think, you got T.O. go for something that could do something for you. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. You can't find nothing better, and that fight is there. Hell yeah, take it. But I just didn't think it was gonna happen. Say you from Baltimore, shout out to B More. Good fight, I definitely don't like him. He said Shakur, good fight, I definitely don't like him. I don't look at boxing that way, bro. For me not to like somebody, they gotta have did something to me, man. I like all these dudes from a fan's perspective, right? I try to support boxing as a whole. Shakur is from Jersey. I'm from Jersey. What I look like not rocking with him? What I look like not liking him? And he did shit to me not to like. That man is the fastest 4 division champion in the history of the sport. And they sitting here acting like that shit don't matter. You get what I'm saying? They trying to ignore it. They want to sweep it up. Not the youngest. I want to be clear. Not the youngest. The fastest. 25 fights, 4 divisions, bro. It's hard not to celebrate somebody from your hometown beating ass like that. You get what I'm saying? Or accomplishing shit, standing on business like that. You know what I mean? So I'm from Jersey and I rock with Tank in the Baltimore crowd, you know. I rock with Tank. Tank fans be saying the same thing. The onus is always on him according to everyone. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. I heard people when it comes to Shakur, the bar is set differently. The rules apply differently. All that type of stuff. Like it's totally different. Like he's the only B-side that I've heard get given the responsibility of making the fight. He's the only one. They'll tell you how he don't sell tickets, he can't sell them, but then they'll tell you in the next breath all the responsibility is on him to make the fight. But last video I wanted to play about the Devin and Shakur thing. This one might burst people bubble, man. This was from Zab Judah, man. I gotta get to this. I gotta pull this up from Zab. Zab said that he explained why the fight will never happen. So I want to play this and see what y'all think about it, man. See what y'all think about it. And then we just gonna keep moving. Spade had the opportunity, didn't press the issue. Yeah, that's why Ty, they won't say that. It's like taboo to admit that he didn't exactly do what he said he was gonna do. Now, if it was a certain you know who, they'd have been all on his back. Oh, well, you said you was gonna do this and you didn't do that. Remember what kind of flack they gave him from saying he was gonna stop Artem and he didn't stop him? They was on his ass. You already know Educated Jab is always fun over here, bro. We gonna build, man. Nobody got to get shitted on. I just make a case without the extra toxic weak shit, man. That should be unnecessary most times. But let's see what Zab had to say, man. Zab is an interesting guy, man. Watch out, niggas tell Zab he don't know what he talking about, right? How did that Educated Jab? Tanaka.
Super Zab Judah.
Super. Oh, my bad, y'all. I gotta play the rest of the Robert video too. I got y'all.
You guys have the
got
light
off top, and we start talking that resume.
You guys in the shadows.
Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that!
This gonna make sense.
Eli always puts us up.
You look like he was your shadow.
Try it again.
This is my first time watching it, so I don't have no clue what he about to say as to why the fight won't happen. Let's see what he says.
Eli know his shit. Look, Eli know his shit. Yeah.
All right, hey, what? Shakur and Devin, who you got?
Come on, man, hands down. You know that.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like that's a good fight. Like that's my guy.
Yeah.
But I'm a real fan of Shakur. You know, that's my guy. BH, that's family. But I'm a real fan of Shakur. I can't make a pick because I like Shakur. But that's my youngest, so I can't.
You already made a pick, bro. You already made a pick. You saying it. You saying too much. You saying it without saying it. Love, joy. We know what's up.
That's my guy, son. So you know where I'm going. I ain't got no choice.
My guy, son. I like Zab. Zab is loyal to the soil, man, to the core, man. You gotta like Zab, bro. Gotta like Zab. Man. I don't care what his take is. I rock.
It depends on what Ryan we see. You know, is he taking it serious?
I believe he's gonna show up this time, but he ain't got no choice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody says that.
This is it or nothing.
He has to win it. He has to win this fight.
The speed is deceptive, but Boreos is gonna be more calculated, man. He's not coming to play. So that's gonna be a hard fight.
Byron never comes to play. Byron always shows up, gives his best.
Okay, but look, Barrios world champ. He's been world champ for a minute.
Yeah.
Ryan never won a world title. You won undisputed. You won many titles. What's it like to fight for the title for the first time? The second time for Ryan.
There is no words. The shit is it's unspeakable. It's like, wow, I did it. It's like you work your life, your whole life for this one moment, and then you accomplish it. And then right after that, new problems comes on. You got people coming after you that you have no idea who they are. You know what I mean? This shit is crazy. You know what I mean? So it shit never stops. It never stops. It never stops.
I think Ryan got a chip on his shoulder because I saw him say the other day something like he turned down some big money for this fight, you know, for real boxing. And he really feel like he got something to prove. So I think he definitely coming to fight. I think he got a shot. That's gonna be a hard.
Shout out to Quay. He said, my fighters are Lamont Roach, Ammo Williams. Don't we call his first name? It's Austin, Ammo Williams. I got you. I like Lamont Roach and Ammo. I'm over here, man. It's cool to have your favorite fighters, man. But overall, I rock with boxing. But I definitely got my favorite group of fighters that I prefer to watch. You know what I'm saying? Ryan is a weird case because even with all of the ignorance he spewed and the things that he's done, he's still in a very privileged position to deliver. And it's crazy. He could change the narrative if he's smart. If he's disciplined, smart, locked in, and really care about his career, he could really change the narrative. If he's fully locked in and beats Mario Barrios and becomes a world champion, despite all that shit, people got a tendency to stop bringing up your shortcomings, right? We always gonna know the shit he did, right? We ain't gonna forget, but winning cures a lot of that stuff. And if the dude is putting himself in a position to win fights, big, meaningful fights, people will stop bringing up that stuff. If he shows the ability to grow and mature, and we see it, people will allow him to do just that. That's what I believe. It's boxing, bro. We done seen some wild shit in boxing, and we've seen people, you know, still support him, right? So Ryan, it's really up to him, bro. Like, he's a strange case because he's the prime example of, you know, that saying, you know, hard work beats talent. When talent don't work hard, that's him. Like, and I'm not saying he's never worked hard. He's not currently working hard, but we've heard it from different trainers. We've heard it from Team Canelo. They said the dude come in, do a couple rounds on the bag, take some pictures and leave, and then they don't see him for a while, and then he pop back up. So you know he has issues being disciplined and staying focused and locked in and stuff like that. So even with the Rolly fight, the reasons why he said he lost that is just always something. If that kid truly locked in, man, he could really change the narrative surrounding his career. I'm telling you. And it's crazy because I wonder, do people really have those kind of conversations with him, or do they just don't care and just only around for, you know, what they possibly could get off the fact that he a ticket seller or he a pro boxer with a big following? It's crazy. But if Ryan Garcia lock in and use this opportunity against Barrios to like restart his career, he could use this to springboard him to bigger fights and all that type of shit. Unfortunately, from what Devin Haney saying, he ain't getting that fight no more, but he could still go make other big fights.
I would fight for him. I would like for him to win, Barrios. Ryan Garcia. I would like for him to win, though. You know?
Sab, Shakur and Devin, master boxers. Yeah. What's gonna be the separation there? No bias. I know that's your Godzilla.
But I don't think it's never gonna happen.
How do they separate each other in the ring? They're both pretty much identical in the way they do things.
See, I think weight class is gonna separate that fight.
I said that, Tad.
What weight would it be at then?
I don't know. Devin might not stick around at 47 too long.
He's talking about 154.
Get this one fight and gone. Devin is a big boy, big.
He's talking about Sanders Zayas.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, don't say it ain't so, Zab. Because his fans say he not big. They say he ain't that big. Nah, Core just need to go up to 47 and fight him. No rehydration clause. But look at that. He's a big boy. He might just have one fight at 47. He might be gone. Didn't they already say they could fight at 54? Don't ever tell me Shakur Stevenson ducking this damn junior middleweight. I'm tired of y'all, man. Damn, man. I love Devin too, but ain't nobody ducking his ass. He big as hell. He stayed at 35 for like 3-4 fights too long. Then he got to 140, and he still was behind the 8 ball and had to move right up to 47. Y'all don't see that?
How many people do you know move up to the next weight class and it's still hard for them to make weight? And you're telling me he's not big, if they're not that much different. So who the hell in the world sees Shakur fully campaigning at 147 and or ever fighting at 154 pounds? Are you telling me they're the same size? What is wrong with people? They don't got shit to do with being scared. Did you hear Zab? Did you hear what a real fighter said? Not what a content creator said, even myself. F what I'm saying. Did you hear what the real fighter just said? What was going to separate him? Did he say Shakur Stevenson ducking? Did he say Devin is scared or Shakur scared? Did he say weight classes? Using logic. Didn't he tell you how big Devin is? That's what's going to separate them. Not that weak-ass duck narrative that y'all pushing. So when the fight don't happen, you can justify by saying, oh, Shakur was scared of him. You can't be scared of somebody by the admission of the kid's own father. He always got off on him. Why the hell would Shakur be scared of him based on what Bill Haney said on that tape? That's all I be saying, bro. Ain't nobody scared of that boy. Especially you've been getting it off on him all his life. His father really said it. Get what I'm saying? Shout out to Sonny. Dad definitely going with the southpaw. No, he ain't, Sonny. He going with his godson. He going with his godson, Devin Haney. Devin Haney ain't southpaw.
But I don't think it's never gonna happen.
How do they separate each other in the ring? They're both pretty much identical in the way they do things.
See, I think weight class is gonna separate that fight. That's 100%.
What weight would it be at then?
I don't know.
Weight class is gonna separate that fight. Weight class.
Devin might not stick around at 47 too long.
He's talking about 154.
Get this one fight and gone. Y'all don't. Devin is a big boy, big.
He's talking about Sanders Zayas.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't.
Wow, you don't say that.
Fight happening. So that's why I don't be, like commenting or making predictions on that. I know Shakur is a young man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So no.
Okay, I gotta ask you this. You're a businessman too. You do a lot of stuff besides boxing. What do you make of the Mayweather lawsuit?
Nah, that's wild. That's wild. Shout out to Deshaun. You wild, bro. No diss. I mean, it's all due respect. We love Regis over here, bro. We rock with the Rougarou, win, lose, or draw. But the fact that you just said Shakur not stupid, he not trying to let Devin do what he did to Regis is the wildest shit I've ever seen. Like, bro. Bro, like, do I need to say that? Do I need to say how crazy that sounds? Like, what makes you think that he would be able to do to Shakur what he did to Regis, bro? Like, you really believe that's even on an off night, he couldn't do that shit? Hell nah, bro. Like, what? I think Regis gave his take on who will win the fight out of them two, too. I might play that. We covering everything. We rocking today. Everybody that been rocking since when we came on, 2:30, hit the like button. Everybody, if you're on the vertical side, double tap the screen, support the channel. We still rocking, man. I'm saying he bullied him, bro. He bullied. Oh, you saying he bullied him? Oh, I get you. I get what you're saying. Nah, I get what you're saying, but I think Shakur, when he bring up rehydration clause, he understands that Devin is a bigger guy, and he's considering that. That's what it sounds like to me. Is he scared? Hell no, man. Hell no. He's just smart. He's just smart. And you heard what Zab say how big this kid is, bro. He's a big, big kid, man. He could probably take one fight and go right to 54. Shakur ain't never fighting up there. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, I wouldn't say, I get what you're saying. He was just bigger than Regis. I don't think he weight bullied him. Dev's just a big boy. And Regis had to find out the hard way. It was status boxing, man. Shout out to you, fam. I agree. I'm right with you. I'm right with you. He wins anyway. I'm saying he's still, I think he still wins too, bro. Oster 140 was good, but I feel where Zab is coming from. I feel like it's a good chance it won't happen for reasons that he's mentioned.
I still don't see that fight happening, so that's why I don't be, like commenting or making predictions on that. I know Shakur is a young man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So no.
Okay, I gotta ask you this. You're a businessman too. You're not only.
I see you, Damon. Tell me what I'm capping about. You gotta tell me. Don't just say it. Tell me. Hold me accountable if I'm lying.
I haven't been following it, but to me, it's just that's a money made move. You know what I'm saying? You know how you do.
Get more money.
You know how you do. I mean, that's just a move. I mean, if evidently somebody tipped him off and somebody was doing something negative to him, he gonna go hard. One thing I know about him, he gonna go hard. Yeah.
The WBC stripped Shakur Stevenson because he didn't pay the fee, which is somewhere around $120,000 because he made $10 million. You've held those belts before where you've had to pay your fees. What do you make of them stripping them, or fighters just allowing the belt to go without paying the fee? Financially, it makes sense, but I guess in terms of glory and legacy, it's something that you need to do. How do you feel about that nowadays?
Evidently, there had to be some type of miscommunication or some kind of business disruption that happened between those guys. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. Every time I fought, they came right after for their money ASAP, and they got it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. How did that linger on this far? You know what I mean? Because evidently we talk about a title that was before. It was a title that was at a smaller weight class. You know what I mean? So how did this linger on all the way now until now? You know what I mean? So that's where the problem we got to look at. Come from. Now Shakur not wanting to pay a fee that was 3-4 fights ago. I mean, you can't blame him for that. Who the fuck wants to pop up and pay, you know what I'm saying? You pay a fee out of nowhere. So you know what I mean? We don't know the terminology of the business, so I can't pass no judgment on that.
Yeah, you paid it willingly or looking back at?
I mean, they was right there, brother. So you know what? And I tell you this: in my time of fighting, whenever you got them straps, it was a pride thing. It was an honor thing. It was like, I'm the champ, so you didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? If they came for half of the person,
you had
cool.
all the belts.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the champ, and that championship allows you to do bigger and better things. So that's what the title meant back then. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now it's a whole different terminology of winning the title, and because they got different brackets and stuff like that.
What do you think about the new belt, the SUFA belt? Do you think that's gonna have the same allure for the fighter, the same attraction? Like they're gonna be proud to fight for the SUFA belt under the SUFA program?
I don't know yet because I'm not really too educated with the SUFA real guidelines. I'm not. I hear the Muhammad Ali Act is out, and this. I mean, so I'm not too tuned in to what the SUFA laws are and how it affect boxers and how it's gonna make fighters bigger and better. You know what I mean? So once I tap into that, then I'll really talk about that.
So, quick question: how do you feel about who's gonna win about this fight, about Blueface and Swaggy? Who you got your money on for today?
Listen, this fight gonna be phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Myself, I'm getting an opportunity of working out with Swaggy P. He works out in our gym. He came to me, said, you got a fight coming up, let's work out. So we've been training, and you know what I'm saying, just showing him the fundamentals, showing him the footwork. Blueface is my guy, you know what I'm saying? So, we were supposed to do some training, but I guess evidently he trained with some guy that was closer to his traveling situation. And like I said, listen, we just having some good fun here. There's some guys coming together, merging the music business with the entertainment, NBA business, and we're looking to have some fun.
And that's what I was going to speak about. How do you feel about the culture as far as, fighting for respect or just taking it on the gloves other than, doing it other way, just another way of resolving their issues as men? How do you feel they stepping in the ring?
Listen, man, we in LA. So this is LA, so you know how it is. Knuckle games got to be official around here, you know what I'm saying? We know everybody got their little pop game, you know what I'm saying? But what's your knuckle game look like? You know what I'm saying? With your dignity and respect. Can you walk around out here, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So this is, it's a very prideful state, you know what I'm saying? People are prideful, you know what I'm saying? The knuckle game is very respected around here. And guys figured, instead of doing some knucklehead stuff, let's turn it into a situation where we can make some money and come out on top to find
out. Said the knuckle game respected around here.
Every day, I see another rumor of Manny Pacquiao might fight someone. Your name was one of the names that came up. Tell me about that. Did you call out Manny? Did they call out you? Was
no, so when the fight came up, they was talking about Zab and Manny fight. I was like, wow. And then it came back to where Manny Pacquiao doesn't like fighting southpaws.
Yeah.
And when I went down the line of
for the last, I don't know, a couple months, they've been doing me so dirty on the likes. I almost want to stop. I'm almost going to say stop. I'm going to stop saying hit the like button, man. I swear. Hit the like button, y'all. It's free.
And I said, oh yeah, you're right. So I think that was the main situation for me and Pacquiao not fighting, because at the time the stylistics, they were more comfortable with fighting right-handers, guys that stand right in front of them, and I was southpaw, moving around with power. They like, wait a minute, this is a, you know what I mean? So you know what I mean? And so I would never say Pacquiao ducked me or Pacquiao ran for me. I could never say that. I just say that during negotiations, and it just never transpired.
But about 2-3 weeks ago, came up again. Well, again, I don't know if that's from you because people like to use Manny's name and start rumors.
Well,
Did
I
you
didn't
see it?
I didn't say
It
anything
was all
about
over
it.
Facebook and a lot of pages in the Philippines like Zab Judah called out Manny.
Nah, man, I didn't.
I'm telling you, I'll go screenshot it, but that's why I told him, you guys.
I have a lot of respect for Manny Pacquiao.
No, Manny's the best person
Manny's
ever.
my guy. You know what I'm saying?
So
Manny
Manny's
and Bobby. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of respect for those guys. You know, so I would never just jump up. Like there is no like. Now maybe me and Manny had communication or doing something, then I would jump out the window and say, "Yo, Manny, left you to that." But I don't got that.
No, it was one week that Ken fighting him, that Crawford fighting him, that you fighting him, that Mayweather fighting him, that Garcia fighting him.
Zab Judah news is cap.
Okay,
Manny
now.
Pacquiao.
Shout out to Zab. So you know he said a bunch of other stuff, but ultimately he felt like that fight won't happen because of the weight discrepancy, right? And I love playing videos from real fighters that speak like real ones, right? Because he ain't say a bunch of ignorant, oh, he ducking, this one's scared. He's speaking like a real, ain't nobody scared, man, but he know. You know what I mean? He been around him, so he know. Let me play the rest of this from Robert Ass, man. Robert Garcias. Robert talked about helping Haney and making him special. Hey, man, hey, Damon, you like that look for Devin Haney? You like what you think about him working with Robert Garcia, man? What you think about him and Roberto? Hold on, y'all. We got some more stuff we're gonna get to, man. Cause it's like for him to be around the fighters as much as he's been around them, he be fanned out. He be super fanned out. And I think he be trying to like ass kiss, and I don't think he realized people don't be off that. Like men don't want their asses kissed, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's weird energy. Just be genuine. Like he'll be a prisoner of the moment and have some weird shit to say about a fighter, and then you know what I mean? You run into the fighter now and something different. He just be moving weird. Moving real weird, man. How stupid, man. But got a video from Showtime Sean Porter, man. He broke down a fight, man. We're gonna listen to it. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna just keep rolling. I told y'all this was gonna be a long live today. I knew it. I told y'all I had some time today, man. Babies ain't sick no more.
Whooping Roach? Is he whooping?
I said this a long time ago.
Talk
I
to
said,
me now.
I
I
said
forgot it was
everybody
this
thinks
shit.
that Tank is gonna go in there and just knock out Shakur. It's gonna
That's
be
not gonna
it's
happen.
But it didn't take. It shouldn't have taken this fight. For
I
people,
knew he couldn't
for people to realize.
Yeah,
right.
No, I knew
that too. But yeah,
Shakur is a defensive specialist.
And I've been
It's
saying
like-
this for a long time. If you pay attention to how Tank would react whenever Shakur's name came up, I was like, yo, it's something that Tank knows that most people don't know or understand. There's something that he sees in Shakur. It could be the fact that Shakur was a 2016 silver medalist. You know,
that might got a lot to do with it.
He's that, you know, the silver child of the country, and you know,
Yeah.
there's no telling. But this is what I've always known. It ain't just a big straight left or a big right hook coming from Tank that's going to end that night. That night is going to be the most strategical you've seen both these guys ever be in a fight. I don't know if we're going to ever get it.
I think we will.
You think we
Yeah.
will?
For sure. Who
I
else
agree,
is there?
Dan.
If Tank
Think
trying
he
to
can
prove
help.
he's still the man, who else you gonna fight?
I try to get a message to Tank for him to like make sure he understood. Like when you get past this legal situation, he's feel me on this. Tell me if y'all feel me on this. He's gonna be just like Mike Tyson was when Mike came out of jail. Everybody
Money gonna be waiting for him.
Mike was the meanest thing before he went away.
Tank got fights waiting for him
When
if
he
he
came
come
out,
back.
everybody wanted to see what version he was now and who he was now and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
To me, it's the same thing with Tank. He's gonna have an opportunity to really just go right back to being what he was before he went away. It ain't too many people in this world that can do that.
Nah.
And I also wanted to play this because see, he got a lot more positive energy around talking about Tank and discussing him. Whereas, you know, he even told him once you get past this legal situation, right, you're gonna be something like Iron Mike. Yeah, I think people are gonna be sitting there to watch him, whether it's to see him win, lose, or just to see how he look, or you know what I mean, just be part of the event. That's a real reality for him, I think, once he gets, you know, past the legal situation.
And Tank is definitely, and that I'm gonna tell you why. It's because they love him like they love Mike. It's what they did when he got in the ring. Like Tank knocks niggas out.
Tank definitely
Tank
got
always
the
get
people. They
paid
still love
anytime
him.
he feel like fighting because he got that.
Because I ain't gonna lie, I done seen Tank go off on fans and they still come back and say something positive. I be like, yo, y'all different. Y'all different. Y'all loyalty set up different. You got one time to talk crazy to me, I'm gonna be looking at you different, bro.
But when he come across Shakur Stevenson, I'm gonna say it here on the front page. And Tank, I love you, brother, and still would love to talk to you.
100.
But when you get in there with Shakur, it's gonna remind me of Deontay Wilder fighting Tyson Fury.
Ooh,
yeah. Because what you gonna do when you come across a motherfucker you can't knock out? Yeah. Only thing you gonna
I get that, but man, that's not the best. That's not the best. I get what he's trying to say in essence, right? Like, because you're not gonna be able to land the knockout power, right, or the knockout blow. You know, Wilder wasn't able to land, but he did land that knockout blow. And Tyson Fury would have been asleep if it wasn't for the long count. So that's not even the best example. And the fact that the heavyweights, and respect the Tank, man, he's far more skillful than the heavyweights, bro. He's a damn lightweight, bro. I think he could have used a different fight, but I respect, but definitely could have used a different fight.
do is just get more frustrated.
That's a terrible analogy.
I'm just saying.
Only reason why I'm saying it's a terrible analogy is because Tank Davis. Remember, you've heard Coach Cal say this all the time. He says this same thing, and I know exactly what he means. We just waiting on somebody to pull it out of him. You ever hear him say that?
Yeah, yeah.
We got so it's just we ain't been able to show it because ain't nobody.
Hey, and let me ask y'all that. Do y'all still think to this day that it's stuff that you haven't seen from Tank because it is people that ain't been able to pull it out of him? Or do you think that that's a point that's been a bit overstated? And the only reason I ask this is because you would think, wouldn't the Lamont Rose fight be the fight that he might have had to pull something out that he never pulled out, being that the fight was so competitive? And that's just a fair question. So, like, does he have this bag of extra tools that he can go in and utilize that people haven't seen, or is they just saying that, right? Is it just something that's overstated at this point? Because think about it. They've been saying it his entire career, and I'm just asking the question. I don't even got an answer for it, right? They've been saying his entire career. He's had a close fight, a draw, right, where you probably needed to pull something different out, and he didn't do it, right? Was that more so maybe that just, that fight, or, it's still going to take that right person? You know what I'm saying? He said, nah, we have not seen shit from Tank. Tank overlooked Lamont and paid for it. You think so? What y'all think? I feel you. Some people think that. Some people are on the opposite side. They like, bro, where's this bag at because you got, and the only reason I say that, and I understand what point people are making is because now you 30, 31 years old, and it's like, when are you going to show people the bag? Are you going to wait till you out of your prime? You get what I'm trying to say? Like, are you going to wait till you out of your prime? Is it a specific opponent, right? Like, what is it going to take? You know what I'm saying? For the people out there, just a question. So if he had it, we would have saw it. We all know this, no BS. I feel you. Tank did not overlook him. I feel you. Hell no, that sounds like BS. Teal narrative that the fights to the level of his competition. I hear you. I just sometimes I think I'll leave room for saying that. I think when faced with a certain level of opposition or a certain challenge, it can take you to a certain place. And I don't think there's a lot of fighters that present that kind of challenge from the opening bell. I think Shakur makes you think. That's why I think that it's a slight possibility that could be reality if the fight was to ever come to fruition, because, maybe that would be the right guy. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say this also. If that is the case also, then I think if you come back, now will be the time to show that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'll say with that. I won't say that it ain't possible, but I'll say now will be the time to show that. OP, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling?
They've been able to pull it out of him. We looking forward to the big fights. We looking forward to the big matchups because those are the kind of people that's going to pull it out of him. So with a fight with Shakur, you're going to see this boxing style that you don't usually get from Tank. You're going to see IQ. We saw IQ, but to me, it was low IQ because the reason why it was low IQ is because everybody followed the script. And what I mean by that is you see somebody's IQ take place when a a fighter makes an adjustment, and now you have to adjust to what that fighter is doing, and that's kind of where you see
who's smart, and
you know what I mean?
who get a hold of it.
I think my fight with Terence shows a very high level of IQ from both of us. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And that's what Tank is gonna do with Shakur. He's gonna come into the ring and be a different version of himself than he's had to be before. And that was something that Deontay respectfully just didn't have the ability to do. Deontay was gonna be a knockout artist.
I mean, but when you 43-0 and 43 knockouts, what else are you working on in the gym?
Yeah.
You thinking you finna knock this nigga out too soon as he come in the ring? What are you working to change?
I thought just to digress for a second, I thought Deontay's team was going to step him up.
Facts, bro.
But it's see, I ain't never boxed. I just been in the business in a lot of sport. But so when I say it's from the outside looking in, but being around it a long time. You know what I'm saying? So when you have a knockout artist and all this nigga do is knock niggas out,
that's kind of all they working on.
You not really. I mean, you keep it sharp. You working your mitts and shit, and you doing all of that. But
what's crazy though is how like. Just that's common sense as a human being.
For sure.
That's what I'm right.
My man over here, like, but you know, I hear you, but
I'm just saying.
At some point, shouldn't I at least dabble in trigonometry? It's not
bit.
gonna always be
Let's
addition
open
and
the book a little bit.
subtraction. That's just common sense.
Man, now that shit do be common sense, and people fall in love with the power a little bit. Because the shit is working. It's hard not to. It's intoxicating. It's what people want. It's getting you paid. It's getting you, it's getting you everything you want with it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't blame Wilder for falling in love with the power. I really don't. I really don't blame Wilder at all. Tank can stop Roach. I mean, Tank can stop anybody he get in front of, though. That's the thing. Look, I ain't gonna say he ain't got no more tools. I'll just say I think the statement of far as showing so much more, I think it's a little slightly overstated because you got to think that how many fights and the age you at, right? You got like 31 total fights. I think you about 31 now, so it's crazy. 31. Nothing bad to say, but I think the tools in the bag that he does have right now is more than sufficient enough to get wins and beat guys, right? I think maybe what they're saying, maybe not so much as tools, but it's just complete performances possibly. But like I said, if that is the case, I feel like now would be the best time than ever to start showing that once you get back.
Common sense.
And
in
but
my opinion.
to me, the other side of it is they just didn't. I don't think they really knew how to put the pieces to the puzzle together. So,
I mean, but is it hard to teach a knockout artist how to box if he ain't never had to box? I know everybody's seen the logo at the bottom of the screen on the front page. That's right, baby. Alky Water. Now y'all can scan that QR code and make sure y'all test some of the crispness water out there, man. Tell them the front page sent you, and it's how we keep everybody freshly hydrated on the show, baby. Alky.
No. What I think is it takes
because Mike couldn't really box if he didn't knock you out in them first 4 or 5 rounds.
That's not true.
If you drain him,
I was just getting ready to say that. I don't agree with that one.
Mike's situation just went a completely different way.
Yeah.
Mike's situation once he started getting past rounds, early in his career, if he had gone rounds, he would have been okay because he had Cuss in his corner, right?
True shit.
So once Cuss goes, and now I know a small percentage of that story, but I also know what that does to anybody, right? So basically, when Cuss goes away, the things that Mike would have been doing with Cuss, there was nobody that could replace Cuss.
True.
There were people that could replace my dad because my dad had people in place that had so much knowledge in boxing and conditioning and all these other kinds of things that we could have kept the train rolling. But for someone like Mike at his point in time, there was no one that could replace all that kind of stuff, right? True. So Mike's an alpha male, and what you need is an alpha male
that's true.
In front of you or someone that you respect to that point. Cuss, I don't know if Cuss was an alpha male, but in Mike's mind, he was.
Yeah, Cuss was the end all be all to Mike.
Yeah. So once that goes away from Mike, it was like, again, this is the stuff that people don't understand about boxing, right? So
teach them, Sean.
I'm gonna tell y'all what my dad told me. Boxing is just like life, right? So in life we have a roller coaster, right? Mm-hmm. There's the roller coaster of the physical. There's the roller coaster of the emotional, the spiritual, the mental, the same. Everything goes on, right? So why you build a fighter up from 4 rounds to 6 rounds to 8 rounds to 10 rounds to 12, and you don't get to 12 until I know you can handle 10. You don't get to 10 until I know you can handle 8. It's because this is how the fight is, and when you see a fighter start to do this, you know he can handle it, and you say, okay, let's step you up. Mike early in his career, it was always this. He never had.
That's
to
how I
go
kind of
through a
seen
roller
it too, though,
coaster ride
Todd.
through the fight. So
with Cuss, should I say? It just that's why I say when people be saying get rid of fathers that are trainers, I say don't get rid of them. Maybe they just need to pull back a little bit, take a bit of a back seat, because the same reason why I think Mike started to lose, when that love ain't around you, bro, when people ain't around you for the right intent, shit can get real sticky, man. And I think that's what you're seeing with Mike. People just seen him as a meal ticket, send him out there, even if he had trained, not in shape, partying, drug, whatever the case, like they didn't care. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? That shit is gonna always be bad for you. So I think you all fighters need that love around them, man. And when Mike didn't have it, you see how things just went for him.
once he gets
He was
a little
knocking
bit,
them niggas out.
once he gets a little bit older,
Yeah.
guys are a little bit stronger, more experienced,
Maybe
and stuff
26
like that.
to 30 for
He
bad,
starts going
possibly.
through this. He don't know how
Maybe.
to handle it, and that's why
26.
for Mike it was always a big dive. That shit was never. It was never just a. Well, I didn't win this one. It was always a big dive because that those emotions and psychological stuff that you haven't been able to build yourself up to, it's gonna be a big dive.
Man, well, you know, I gotta ask you about this because this brother was on the card, man. The businessman.
Yeah.
Keyshawn. Let's talk about that boy went out there. I'm talking. Keyshawn, you did your goddamn thing, man. On everything, we need you on the front page.
Yeah.
Before you beat him from
Yeah.
start to finish.
Yeah.
I mean, even when he had the fight won, he had something in his eyes like, nah, I gotta finish the play.
Yeah, he already
like
knew,
I know
yeah,
I got the
yeah,
fight won.
yeah,
I could coach for this last 3, but something I gotta finish. I gotta strike the play.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy Sean Sattel, right? So Sean
up, Sean?
Sean said something that I never thought about, and then when he said it to me, I was like, wow. He said this fight between Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford, he said fighters and coaches are going to be studying that fight.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be learning from that fight. That's wild to me.
Big shout out to Sky Miller, man. Just showing love. Appreciate you, bro. Pardon me. I don't know why the comments don't be showing up lately. I don't know, man. I'm gonna switch from StreamYard really soon.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Like I feel like they asses charge too much money to give you so many issues, man. Keep these dad in a close fight. Maybe I'm not creep the bully. Then they can fight. You know, I know Dad don't like to fight. That'd be a good fight. I mean, I think he had to try to box Keyshawn, though, man. You have to box and be smart. You know what I'm saying? Try to use your length, reach and stuff. But again, that boy is silver medalist, man. So I don't think for that fight to be a good fight, I don't feel like Keyshawn need 30 fights, right? I don't feel like you need to have a whole bunch more fights for it to really be something. You know what I'm saying? But I just hope one of them fights get made. You know what I mean? Don't call them both out and don't fight none of them. And then it's all the fault of the guys that you didn't fight. You know what I'm saying? You get me? Shit crazy, man.
Understand studying Floyd and learning how some of his techniques is to watch a full fight and study a full fight and you can learn so much in that fight, how to manage rounds, how to so much that you can learn. I was like, yo, when he said that, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And to me, when it comes to Keyshawn, I think Keyshawn fighters should be studying what he did at the end of that fight. We're not gonna coast. This ain't what's gonna sell. If you sold 5,000 tonight, once you coast, you gonna sell 5,000 tomorrow night. What he just did, he sold 10,000.
Yes.
Now you
scrape the plate
because he finished
Yeah.
that. That's the stuff I want these guys studying.
Man, I love
studying
to
how
see
to
him
study
do
that.
What I'm it's like a trend. Like I don't even know what to call it. But his fight, Crawford's fight, Stevenson, Shakur's fight. It's this style where they really playing chess. It's not this going in quick. It's really just like
it's chess,
I'm super
baby.
calm and I'm just watching and I'm just picking you apart and shutting all your shit down. Like you could tell. I seen Keyshawn fight a few times, but I never seen the guy he fought.
Yeah.
But whoever he fought, I could tell him like he's shutting that man. And whatever he trying to get off, he couldn't get it off.
You know what that remind me of? That remind me of those action films like John Wick, like the 007s and the Mission Impossibles. How they always just end up in the right place at the right time. How they're always just outsmart everybody, and how they always just bing bing. And when the bad guy knew you was up there, you down here. They have always. That's the chess that you see in film and stuff like that, and they've applied that truly applied that to the boxing ring of being that chess move. And bang, and then let me, chess move, and then bang,
I don't think everybody's IQ is able to grasp that though. Everybody's boxing IQ. And again, like I said, I've never been in a fight, or in a fight in a ring. I've been in a fight. I ain't never been in no ring.
Yeah, two totally different fights right there.
He said, "I'm valid. Y'all need to know I'm valid."
Don't come with that bullshit now. But I lost what I was saying. But anyway. It's just the style. It's crazy. It's different. Y'all done talk me out my damn thought.
Nah, man, it happens on the front page, man. It happens. But I do want to ask you this though, Sean, and tell me if you agree with it, because of course what Keyshawn did, fabulous. Yeah. Of course, what Shakur did was fabulous. Yeah. Now everybody hollering they want to see them two fight. But Keyshawn said he ain't gonna do it because Shakur was there for him in ways like, this my brother. I would never want to fight him. He helped me when I was down. Yeah. So do you think that can happen? Because you and Terence was friends. Yeah. And y'all ended up scrapping. Do you think they'll end up scrapping just later on down the line when the money too good?
Their fraternity is different from my fraternity with Terence.
Thank you.
Know what I mean, like
say it again.
Some truth
can happen because you and Terence
say it again.
Friends.
Listen closely, because people be trying to say, "Oh well, Bud Foster and Sean Porter, they was cool. Such and such for such and such, and they cool." Listen to what a real one's saying, man. The dynamic is different.
And y'all ended up scrapping. Do you think they'll end up scrapping just later on down the line when the money too good?
Their fraternity is different from my fraternity.
There's still 60
Terence,
people in the building. Make sure y'all hitting the like button for
some
me.
True time together. You know what I mean? With me and Terence, we've caught up at different fights, and of course now later on, as I progressed in my career, I was a little close to him and stuff like that. But they truly have like a brotherhood.
Yeah, that's
right?
what he was saying.
They might end up doing what I did with Terence. I just pulled Terence out like, yo, man, let's do it because we want to do it. Let's not let the business, force us to do it. And they might end up doing something like that where they're like, hey, if the money just makes that much sense, if we end up being the number one guy and number one guy and there's nothing left or whatever the case may be, let's go ahead and go at it. For me, that's kind of really what it was with me and Terence at the point where I ended up getting that fight. I was like, ain't nobody else I want to see in this thing anyway. He the best out there. I'm gonna do that and I'm done.
Do you think they should get it on sooner than later, earlier on in their career than later on?
They both still growing, which is crazy.
Yeah. And they both under 30 still, right?
Yeah, they both still under 30. Shakur much closer to his prime, I think, than Keyshawn. Yeah. Keyshawn is still going through a lot of different things in and out of the ring. He's still gonna grow and stuff like that. Shakur, I think, is who he is, and he's just gonna kind of just blossom, open up from more. There.
Well, bro.
Is Shakur gonna be pound for pound? I mean, I hate the whole pound for pound conversation, but that was an elite guy that you just one hand, he clearly is in the top 10,
but he made it look.
Damn sure is.
He looks so easy. What can you do?
I don't want to see him fight Conor Ben.
Nah,
I don't want to see that.
That shit less than likely to happen. Conor ain't serious about that neither.
That's why he just said his name on TV like that so many times for all the money people to throw the money. But I think it's a better fight for him out there than Conor.
The thing with Conor, you get is that status, that level is going to go.
Nah, this ain't his podcast, Tay.
I think that
he on the front page podcast. Shout out to them.
Considering that too,
He's still, Sean's still doing his thing.
Win the medals and the trophies, and
I'm gonna play a little clip from
so he really, I think Shakur
from his show where Terence Crawford
considered
about Earl,
an elite superstar in the game, and if I ain't number one, I'm number two, and I think that the fight with Conor gets him there.
Okay. God damn. Well, I got one more I want to ask you about, man, because I know I ain't gonna see you after this, so I got to get it out you now. Sean stays busy, man. Man, we got Mario Barrios and Ryan Garcia about to fight, man. How you see that fight playing out? I mean, because you know Ryan, he can't punch. Barrios is no punk. He only lost once, to my knowledge, when Tank knocked him out.
Nah,
you know what I'm
facts.
saying? He had a draw with
It
Pacquiao.
is. It's crazy.
Pacquiao was older.
It's gonna be an interesting.
I'm just saying.
I think it's gonna be an interesting matchup.
Hell of a fight. So I want Sean's.
I'm curious though, man. Like Barrios is not coming with the style that Ryan or that Rolly came with. Rolly came moving, very shifty, and I think that really just threw Ryan off. I think Ryan has some other stuff going on as well. He just did not use offense. That was weird. Mario is going to be in front of him. He's going to use his jab. He's going to work behind his jab, and he's going to be trying to initiate conversation.
Shout out to everybody that rocked out to the end of the show.
To me, that's what leads to like a pretty good boxing match. If Ryan is punching back, if Ryan is, the timing that Ryan has specifically with that left hook, amazing. Right. Can he knock out Mario? Mario's going to go down and get up if he gets knocked down. You know what I mean? What happens if Mario drops?
Shit, do he go down? Do he get up if he get knocked down the wrong way by Ryan?
Right. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of intangibles here with this one.
Which makes it a great fight.
Yeah, it's a really good fight.
Yeah. I can't wait.
This is one of those fights where I hate that people look at the tabloids and they use that to give them the suggestion, should I watch this, should I not, right? So what I mean by that is you got Mario in a draw against a 50-year-old Manny Pacquiao. What, 47-year-old Manny Pacquiao, right?
Does that mean he really lost?
And then I didn't think he won that fight, right? So, right. Did he actually win? And so those are the tabloids, right? And then you got Ryan Garcia coming off of a loss to Rolly Romero. He got dropped and he didn't use any offense. And, we know he was doing the PEDs. I don't think he's the same person. This one, you got to, I'm telling y'all, tune into this one because it's going to be good. It's going to be good. But y'all watching it because y'all going to report it. You watching it because you love the game. I want the people that was watching Ryan because of everything that he was doing before.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them probably wrote him off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Watch this one. Watch this one.
He coming back. Because people thought he was written off when he fought Tank.
Yeah.
Tank knocked him out.
Yeah,
Ryan's done.
Yeah.
Nah, Ryan just fought Tank.
Yeah,
That was it. You just end up fighting a nigga who you just can't whoop. Sometimes it just happens. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it goes.
Y'all like that one?
I don't think so either, Mo fam. We gonna cover a Conor Ben. We gonna cover an interview from Conor Ben tomorrow where he talked about a bunch of stuff. He's trying to put his name in the mix. He can make some meaningful fights too, man. Depending on how he move, man.
Which one? The Mario Barrios?
Yeah.
I love it.
Are
can't
you going?
wait to see it.
You going?
Excuse me.
I want to go.
Yeah.
You going? They ain't credentialed the
might
front
get
page.
hired to work.
Maybe we can get in on the porterway. If you got an extra pass, I'll hold the camera or
See
something.
what I can do. I'll see what I can do.
I'll hold the camera or the mic.
See what I can do.
Probably the camera.
Yeah. Don't hold the mic. Hold the camera.
I'm gonna hold the camera. If I hold the mic, they're gonna want me to sing all night. Goddamn it. It's just what I do. But man, hey Sean, thank you, bro, for coming through, man. Because
oh shit, my bad. I didn't know I was muted. Shout out to Sean Porter and shout out to the Front Page podcast. That was a cool build. They touched on multiple different topics. They talked about the Ryan and the Barrios. And this is my concern for Ryan right here after hearing this clip.
I was still trying to figure out where the disconnect was in my body. Because in the training camp, I couldn't train hard or good for more than 2 days straight. My body would be like rejecting a run, rejecting anything I was doing. It was like, damn, like what's wrong with me? I kept checking my blood. I kept checking everything. Like, whoa, something's going on. Like, I didn't realize that, all the stupid shit you did throughout the year, it's hard to get out of your system in 2 months and you're 30 pounds up and your body ain't gonna be moving like a system. So it was just a big disconnect, but I didn't realize it at the time. It was just like, I gotta do this, and I tried to make way what I had.
So too,
he caught me with a shot, but it was more of a push on the second shot. He caught me one shot and then kind of pushed me, knocked me over because I was squared up. But I wasn't hurt at all.
He ain't push you. He double left hooked your ass and got you up out of there. That was supposed to be your punch, and he hit you with it. He was on your ass. You know what I'm saying? He was on your helmet. You know what I'm saying? He was on your helmet. We got some other stuff that we're gonna cover tomorrow, man. Big shout out to everybody. It is now 7 o'clock. We're officially on for 4.5 hours. I appreciate the love, appreciate the support. Everybody that tapped in, y'all know how we do. But speaking about that's my concern for Ryan. Has he put all of those outside the ring and lifestyle issues behind him? Is he fully focused? Is his body allowing him to train the way he needs to be prepared for? Would it be his opportunity to win his first title if he comes in on point? You get what I'm saying? So we're gonna see, man. This is fun, man. I get it, yo. I get it, bro. I just look at it. People be young and misguided, and when you add money into the mix, bro, it gets sticky, man. Listerine against Broly. You already know, man. It was Listerine, not Osterine. He got the rings wrong, huh? Got the rings wrong, man. But I feel you, man. I just look at it as he has the opportunity. People make mistakes. It's all how you learn from them. If he can show a consistency and the ability to learn from him past mistakes, people will let him live and just judge him as the fighter that he is. But if he keep on backsliding and going left, then it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Demise at the end of it all. Yeah, it's crazy, right? That left hook, bro. That left hook was a money punch. Man. And shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all rocking out, man. Another dope build in the books. Appreciate the Just Do family. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of this good Thursday, man. We're going to be back tomorrow and we're going to build. Y'all know how we do, man. We talked about a lot of boxing today and we're going to be back tomorrow with the same thing. So if you came through, supported, hit the like button, super chat, all that stuff, we appreciate you, man. Shout out to the family. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy this Thursday, man. I'll be right back at y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Representing Brick City, Shakur!
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. Right hand, and Shakur leads him with a straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his Just Do. Shout out to my brother Just Do.